It's Week 18 of the National Football League, and we've got a showdown in the NFC South. It's the Condors and the Voyagers, and it's all up next.
As the sun starts to set, we're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. One final time this regular season. As always, joined by Brock Hewitt, I'm Kate Scott, as we get ready to put a bow on what has been an outstanding 18 weeks of football.
And for 14 lucky teams across the NFL, Kate, this isn't the end for them. This is their last chance of a tune-up before they play on into the postseason chasing that Super Bowl ring. But for the other 18, this is it. Their final chapter. Their final chapter in a story to take the field until September rolls around again. And for some, frankly, well, this might be the last time they ever put the pads on. So leave everything you got out there.
Greg Zuerlein out for the opening kick. And off we go from San Juan. His return starts at the 5. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. And bringing them out, a fourth-year quarterback and capable dual-threat producer from Ohio State's Justin Fields.
Katie certainly produced a lot of highlights last week, but he gave the defense a couple as well on those interceptions. And I don't care how many touchdowns as a quarterback you throw in a game, you turn it over a couple times at a loss, put your defense out there a few more times, those moments you remember. What should really be driving him to get the win this week.
And he powers through the middle for a gain of 4.
He'll expect more from himself on those type of plays, but there is nobody that's going to complain about that one. If you can do math, 4 plus 4 plus 4 equals a first down.
And he'll be met near the line to limit the game to a yard. Marte Mapu, the man on the tackle. So now here's 3rd and 5. Fields out of the gun. Escapes the pocket. Oh, he's going to run for it. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You know, that's one of those little mental Rolodex plays. Right before the snap, you know if the read isn't there, that option isn't there, you can use your legs to make the adjustment and go get the first down.
1st and 10, around to Mixon. He'll cobble together a yard there. Brought down by Fred Warner. Manages just a yard on 1st down. Now it's going to be 2nd and 9. Shotgun snap to Fields. On target to his man, Tony. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first. Play action, Fields. Aguilar with the grab. And he's marked down, looks like at the 32-yard line. It's a great pickup, 16 yards, and now they've got 1st down.
You know what I like about that, Kate? I like that they're not coming out slow. They're willing to go with some looks here that will yield big yardage down the field instead of just settling for dinking and dunking the ball.
A give to Mixon up the middle. He's got a gain of 6 there. Hauled down by Christian Izien. He managed 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4. From the 27. And he let his man just a little too much there. That's an incomplete pass. Well, no look on his first look of the game. And now they need to get 4 on 3rd down. Out of the shotgun, Fields. Into double coverage. Ooh, don't want to do that. And he's there for the interception. Picked off by Marte Mapu. And he's going to go. It's a pick 6. So on our opening drive, Brock, we've got a big defensive highlight already as the pick 6 starts off our scoring.
This is a defense who isn't hiding how they're approaching this game. They want to be disruptive. They're unafraid to be aggressive. Can be a risky mentality to have. Boy, can it set a tone early.
Greg Zuerlein for the point after try. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Voyagers will jump out to a 7-0 lead. A quick chance at redemption after that pick six as it's sent away. Return coming from the 6. Finds some space, he's past the 30. And great starting field position here as they bring him down beyond the 40. The Condors are headed back out there now, led by Justin Fields. And they've been willing to both call runs for him and let him ad-lib as he sees fit. He's top 5 for rushing yards by a quarterback this season. Hits him on the out route. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. It's a pickup of 11. And they'll have first down. Now movement as somebody goes early. And for the first time today, we're going to hear from our officials. So tough to stay set when you've got defenders doing everything they can to make you jump. And, well, they got one of them to move that time. They're set back 5 by that false start. Now 15 yards to the marker. Here's Fields to throw. On target to his man Zacchaeus. And they're going to bring him down at the 36. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
I love throwing on first down. And when you see a first down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you plan for, and you go out and execute.
First down, ball at the 36. Receiver in motion, going left. Fields on first down. He finds Aguilar. And he gets down to the 24 before he stopped. Give him 11 yards, Brock, and a fresh set of downs. They have themselves another 1st and 10. Oh, saw some movement there. That's going to cost them 5. One of the most common penalties in the sport, and the reaction, it's the same every time, Brock. Frustration from the coach as they get backed up 5 yards. They're set back 5 by that false start. Now 15 yards to the marker. Got his target, it's Tony. And they've got him down near the red zone at the 22.
That's really good instinct by the eyes up in the sky. The play caller seeing space on the perimeter, a well-timed screen, and a positive gain out of it.
And this defense offering no room at all up the gut there. No gain. Tackled by the venerable Cameron Hayward. Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. Now Fields. He has the first over the middle. And he's brought down inside the 10 at the 9. That's a gain of 13, and it sets him up with 1st and goal.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of 3rd downs just like that.
They've set themselves up well for an opening drive touchdown here, Brock. It's 1st and goal. They're going to run here. It's Mixon. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, well, it came at the perfect time.
And he'll take this only to about the 11 before going down. He got maybe a yard there, so a long 3rd and goal coming up. Fields to throw it. He brings it in. And it looks like he went out of bounds right at that 7-yard line.
Sometimes when you're just looking to move it forward, get some small yards on a throw, quarterback's best friend, security blanket. And when it's a big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
Up and good from Fairbairn. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
That's the type of long, sustained drive that takes some of the starch out of your opponent. The only negative is that the kicking team is out there for a field goal and not an extra point. But they do come away with 3.
Starting from the 5. He's got a lane up past the 30. They'll begin from the 36 as the returner's brought down. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. And leading them out is the 7th-year pro. Seems to be in the MVP conversation every year now. It's Josh Allen.
We've seen a lot of big arms come and go in the NFL. Few translate that talent, though, into stardom, quite like Josh Allen. It's fun for me on the college football road when I ask these young quarterbacks who they idolize, who they look up to. And just about every big guy that can run says the same thing, Josh Allen, because that skill set is so tantalizing. A player who can rip off a highlight reel play with the pass and just as easy with the down in just about any situation.
They send the tight end in motion. Working from the gun, it's Allen. Finds him over the middle. And a nice gain here, but it stopped short of the first.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
And they'll get him down after he gets into the 48. A 9-yard gain and good for a first down.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your third downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
1st and 10, ball set up at the 48. From the shotgun, it's Allen. Splits a couple of defenders and completes it. And they get there to take him down right around the 41. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short.
At the 41-yard line.
So that's 1 quarter gone in a battle of NFC South rivals. Neither side separating much so far. Back in a moment with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its drive. They're looking at 2nd and pretty short. Caught by Deebo Samuel. And they get this down to the 28. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12. They've worked it downfield very well to begin the drive. It's 1st and 10 at the 28. To throw again, it's Allen. Complete, it's McLaurin. And he's going to go out of bounds just short of that red zone.
I know I could sound like a broken record when I talk about timing and getting the ball out on time and on rhythm, but these outcuts, it is so imperative, and the best of them make it look oh so easy.
And he'll get them enough for a first down.
You know what I like about a 2nd and short run play, Kate? Yeah, I like getting a first down, but you know what I like even more? That's going to set up a play-action pass in a similar down and distance, and that defense is going to have to key on the run.
And they make the stop, but a lot closer to the end zone now. He got it to the 11. 2nd and 3 now.
Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 11-yard line.
First carry for the versatile vet Cordero Patterson. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
These edge defenders in the league today, Kate, they've got so much on their list to do. A huge to-do list. They got to get to the passer, they got to set an edge, and they got to stop that run game, not just on the end of the line, but in that case, right in the middle of the field.
And he's tackled with a first down yardage.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your third downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
Looking end zone, but touchdown denied. Knocked away, incomplete.
You know, down here in the red zone where there's a touchdown on the line, you really want to read the quarterback's eyes as a defender. Make sure you know where that throw is going and get in position to swat it away. That is well done.
And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
His goal's pretty clear, Kate. Crash forward and then crash inside. Set that edge, but if you can come inside and bury that runner before it gets started, all the better.
3rd and goal for Allen. And the connection made in the end zone. Touchdown! The Voyagers finish off their opening drive. He finds one of his great receivers, Brock, and they are off to a great start to begin this ball game.
Yeah, it's such a positive offensively when you can go find not just a field goal, but a touchdown on that opening drive. And defensively, this starts to shake the foundation of your preparation and makes you wonder what's in store.
Zerline on now for the extra point. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Voyagers drive their lead to 11. Zerline has it all teed up and ready to send it away. To return, here's Raheem Mostert. This return makes it up to the 25. The offense headed back to the field. And down double digits, Brock. Field goals like we saw in their last drive aren't going to move the needle as much as they need to. They'll begin with a run by Mixon. And he's going to manage a lone yard on that drive up the gut. Tackled by the venerable Cameron Hayward. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Keeping it with Mixon. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Brought down by Fred Warner. There's 5 on that play. They need 5 more now on 3rd down. Back to throw. Here's Fields. He's on the move. He's running for it. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They strike for 23 yards. And that'll give them a 1st down.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job of seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
New set of downs for him from the 46. First down throw for Fields. Escapes the pocket. Oh, he's keeping it again. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
You know, these are the type of plays that really get an offense going. This is a chance for QB to inspire the guys around him. Calling his own number, carrying his teammates to a 1st down on that big run. That inflates an offense, and it can suck the wind out of that defense.
He's on the move. He's keeping it again. And this one does not go far. We have a timeout now. Medical staff out to check on an injured man, and you hate to see this in the final week of the regular season. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. First throw for the backup now. Flush down now to his left. He can run it. And he breaks out the slide. Didn't want to take a hit, but he is just shy of the 1st down marker. 3rd and just 2 to go. Mixon on the counter. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
You know, I'm not sure what else could have been done there, Kate. Just the right call defensively to come up with a 3rd and short stop.
Offense staying out there. It's 4th and 1. Running for it, Mixon. And he's brought down for a loss. And that run won't come close. That's a turnover on downs.
You know, Kate, it's almost like the defense was in the offensive huddle before the play. They dialed up the perfect blitz to encircle and cut off that run. And the reward is they get off the field.
They're out and set, 1st and 10. Sending a receiver left. Allen setting up play action. That pass is complete to Kelsey. They get 13 on the pickup. And that'll be a 1st down. New set of downs for him at the 38. 1st down throw for Allen. This one finds Kelsey. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on first down. Textbook. It sets up second and very manageable, and then creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
That's complete. Here's Brooks. And his short gain gets them a new set of downs. That brings us to the 2-minute warning here in Puerto Rico. The Voyagers leading near the break. 1st and 10, ball set up at the 48. Allen gonna throw again. He'll get this one to Brooks. And he's gonna be brought down after reaching the 43.
Translatable skills, that's what you call it. So effective as a runner, but those same traits that make him a great runner, adept at getting those yards, well, he translates now as a receiver in the open field.
And they bring him down around the 34. They're now set for 1st and 10. Allen on the play action. Kelsey makes the catch. And he's brought down at the 17-yard line. The big play nets him 17 yards. And it'll give him a 1st down.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. A lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
He brings the offense up now for a 1st and 10. To the air again, Allen. This throw is caught. And they'll get this down nearly to the end zone. Instead, stopped at the 2. Timeout taken by the offense, their second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. 4 downs now to get in. Here's 1st and goal. Again, Allen to the air. And that one's incomplete, but boy, are they lucky it wasn't intercepted. That was a risky shot, but fortunately, they still have 2nd down coming up. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. Into the end zone, but someone's able to knock it away. That's incomplete. Thought he had a touchdown there. And now it'll be 3rd and goal. Throwing here, Allen. And it's caught. Touchdown! The Voyagers boat racing them to the halftime locker room. Travis Kelsey, the touchdown. And with that score, a pretty elite milestone he's reached. Just the 4th time a quarterback's thrown 50 touchdown passes in one season as his success rolls on. Zerline on now for the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the Voyagers push their lead to 18. Zerline has it all teed up and ready to send it away. Mostert on the return. He stopped on the return at the 27. Well, we've already seen some nice plays here, and we're going to see plenty more before this game ends. But you might be thinking, with plays like that, my guys' ratings should be better. Well, you're not alone. You got a chance to let the Madden ratings hotline know just what you're thinking. Give them a call, 1-844-MADDEN-1, and make your case for who should get a boost. He finds Aguilar. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. 2nd and 1. He's got him. That's Mixon. And he'll be out of bounds at his own 45. Give him 9 on that play, and it's enough for the 1st. Back now, pressure on its way. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop it. Before we can get a snap on 2nd down, they call timeout. Trying again, following the sack. Finds Aguilar. And he made a bid for midfield there, but stopped on his own side at the 49. They'll throw on 3rd and long. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
So often, so many of these games in the NFL, well, they come down to a play or two, and third downs are critical. Whether it's in a close game or already out of hand, their coach wants to see them convert those.
And that's out. We're just waiting for the spots. They're going to say it cleared the sideline over top the 14. All right, snap and a quick kneel down, and the final few seconds are going to elapse here in our first half. So we're halfway through this final week of the regular season. Now let's get you back to the contiguous U.S. and over to Orlando. Jonathan Coachman there with the EA Sports Halftime Report.
Okay, Kate, thanks very much. And welcome in, everyone. This is the EA Sports Halftime Report. So let's get you caught up on what's going on around the National Football League. We'll get our tour started out at venerable Soldier Field in Chicago. And that's been a back-and-forth game, all tied in the second quarter. Plenty to like about the late afternoon games as well. As you see by the highlight, these guys are in for a battle, taking on what should be a very tough opponent. And then lastly, on Sunday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. We were treated to a solid first half of football by the great quarterback, Josh Allen. He came on after a slow start to fire 2 second-quarter touchdown passes and give his guys the lead at the intermission. This was an extremely one-sided first half. One team showed up ready to go. The other's been in a daze thus far, but there's still plenty of time left for this one to tighten up significantly.
All right, thank you, Coach, and we are back and about set to begin the second half. Here's Gay now to handle the kickoff. Has this at the 6. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Voyagers and quarterback Josh Allen ready to get back to work now on offense. And he's one final strong week away from finishing as the NFL's leader in passing yards for this season. Offense ready to begin this drive, 1st and 10. A carry by Brooks to start the drive. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
Now Allen off the play action. Pass complete to Wiley. And he crosses the sideline a yard or two beyond, it looks like the 30. Here they come. This is 3rd and 5. Working from the gun, it's Allen. He has the first over the middle. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37. 6 yards on the play and enough for a first. Markers reset, ball at the 37.
1st and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Throwing now on 1st down, Allen has him on the quick hitter. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down.
That is a textbook 1st down completion. Sets up 2nd and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
To throw again, it's Allen. He's got it to him yet again, and that one is caught. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. Give him 13 on that play. And it'll give him a 1st down. And Brock, I don't think a lot of fans knew that this was on the horizon, but kudos to the stadium team here for having that announcement ready. That completion gives him 491 on the year and breaks Tom Brady's single-season record. On 1st down, here comes Brooks. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
You can keep your job in the NFL as a D tackle if you eat up space. You really can. But you make that bag when you could defeat blocks, penetrate, and create runs for losses as a defensive tackle.
From the shotgun, it's Allen. Walking the tightrope there, but he makes the grab in bounds. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the 1st.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point of the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
Escapes the pocket. He takes it himself. And he stopped just before he reaches the red zone at the 21. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down.
I can tell you what, that was the goal from the moment he took off. Kept his eyes locked on the chains and made sure he set them up with a new set of downs. Well done.
On first down, Allen. He gets this one to McLaurin. And he's got it inside the 15 before going out. 2nd and 3 now.
14-yard line. It's a gain of 7. Brings up 2nd and 3.
Now a shotgun handoff to Brooks. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. It's a double-digit gain, 10 yards, and now they've got 1st and goal.
First and goal at the 4-yard line.
Here's Allen. And he finds him in the end zone for the touchdown. The Voyagers grow the lead coming out of halftime. Terry McLaurin with the touchdown. And he'd already matched the career best of Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes at 50 passing touchdowns. That score now makes him only the 2nd quarterback to reach 51 in 1 year. And leaves just one man ahead of him, Peyton Manning, at his single-season mark of 55. Zerline with the extra point. And the Voyagers continue piling on to this lead. Zerline has it all teed up and ready to send it away. Mostert on the return. His return reaches that 34-yard line before he stopped. The Condors and running back Joe Mixon headed out for their next series. And the running lanes, and they've been hazardous. Not quite the decorated collection of highlights from him that we're going to look at here. Those big plays, the explosive runs where he leads an offense, just haven't been there for him in this one. Here's 1st and 10 from the 34. Throwing off the play fake here. Nothing there left side as it ends up incomplete. Timeout called on the field, so we've got a player shaken up, and at the worst time, too. They just wanted to keep everyone healthy entering the playoffs next week. So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Looking to throw, Hayner. Short pass brought in. And he's going to get this up close to the 40 before going out. So now here's 3rd and 5. Here's Hayner. It's tipped away and it's going to hit the ground incomplete. Defender winning that rep. That brings up 4th down.
I think it's fair to say, in the eye in the sky didn't lie, without that ball being tipped, we're looking at the big game. A missed opportunity to push their offense in a great play on the other side to deny the throw.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. And he's getting nothing on that return. They wrap him up almost at the exact spot that he fielded that punt. The Voyagers headed back out on offense. Their quarterback returning to the field now. And he's in position to lead the NFL in passing touchdowns this season. Play action now, Allen. This is hauled in by McLaurin. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. It's a gain of 19 on the play. And that gives them the 1st.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips, cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains.
It's a new set of downs for him at the 32. Hands off here for Brooks. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Good run, gets him 7. That brings up 2nd and 3.
A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3 at the 40-yard line.
Running once more with Brooks. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
I don't know about you, Kate, but he sure made getting that first down look really easy. A lot easier than it's supposed to be for that defense. And I think they'll hear about it when they get to the sidelines.
First down, and they go right back to him. And the push forward doesn't get beyond the line. That was Jonathan Allen on the tackle. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here.
And 10 at the 44-yard line.
Now Allen going to the air. That's complete. Here's Brooks. And he's able to cross midfield before going out. We have a timeout now for somebody shaken up on the previous play, and as they work on him, his teammates hoping this doesn't keep him out of the postseason. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. Allen looking to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
You know, Kate, they say a dog is a man's best friend. A tight end that moves the chains on 3rd down, that's a QB's best friend.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. From the gun, a give to Brooks. And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. It's an 8-yard pickup, and they're going to have 2nd and 2 next.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
From the 34. Really pushing the envelope on 2nd down, but the deep shot doesn't work.
I like that, Kate. That's going to keep a defense honest. That proves that they're not afraid to take a shot on any given snap. And with enough looks, eventually, one's going to hit.
And he's able to take this one down to the 25. A 9-yard gain and good for a first down.
Move the chains! Got to move them chains! Build momentum and keep that defense on its heels.
All right, I'll set up now. 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Allen. Gets this one to Cordero Patterson. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. That tackle made by Tremaine Edmonds. 2nd and 6 coming up here. Running the toss here to Brooks. Gets to space right side. And he's able to take this one in for the touchdown. The Voyagers lengthen the lead at the end of the 3rd. It's a Jonathan Brooks touchdown. And he has made this a habit this season. That's his 10th rushing touchdown so far. Zerline on now for the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Voyagers grow their lead yet again. Zerline has it all teed up and ready to send it away. His return starts at the 5. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. A give left side. Here's Mixon. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Play brought to an end by Jalen Ramsey. Only 1 quarter remaining now in these teams' regular season. It's been a great time at the stadium for this crowd. Their side has turned this into a blowout as we start the 4th. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the 31. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. They haven't found it easy to score in this one, Brock, and physicality just like that, a big reason why.
And it usually is, Kate. I love defensive coordinators when they say, hey, it's not just what you see, it's what you hear. And you could hear the physicality of that knocking the ball loose.
And that one goes for a gain of 11. And it sets up 1st down.
And the Buenos Aires first down.
Here's Hayner to throw. Finds him over the middle. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on first down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for second down. In the third and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
To the sideline, catch secured. Wow, he made that one look easy for the first.
An 8-yard pickup. First down, Condors.
Still sticking with the passing game. He's got him. That's Mixon. And he's able to get this down to the 36.
These intermediate gains, that's the wheelhouse for these two to connect on. Start the series off well. It sure keeps the defense on its toes in case they try to load up and just simply cover the receivers.
2nd and 4. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Now it's Hayner. He's on the move. Oh, he's going to run for it. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. They'll come up 1st and 10. Trying to throw here out of the gun. Aguilar with the ground. And they get this down to the 7-yard line. That's a pickup of 17 yards, partner, and it makes it 1st and goal. They're going to run here. It's Mixon. And they'll surrender just a lone yard. That brings up 2nd down. Here he goes on the bootleg. Headed out right. Trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop him. So now a timeout for a player who was shaken up on that previous snap, and I think we can all agree not what any of us were hoping to see as we close out this regular season. So now, here's 3rd and goal. Hayner. Forced out to his right. Oh, they're on him, and he's dropped again. Good pressure from the defense there has them trending in the wrong direction.
That is a wow. Maybe that's a double wow for me. 2 sacks in the previous 3 snaps. I can really criticize quarterbacks, and too often I do, to get rid of the football, but
oh, no touchdown. It's intercepted. Brian Branch has it.
not a lot of one-play swings bigger than that one right there. That throw looked destined for 6, and instead, it gets intercepted by the defense. The only way to get bigger is if he somehow returned it 100-plus yards for 6 the other way. But what a gigantic swing of emotion.
The Voyagers are being led back out there on offense by their quarterback. And as we're reminded of some of the highlights of this game, his touchdowns ranking quite high among them. We're going to see 3 of them here, and if you're scoring like that, Brock, it normally means you've had a pretty darn good game. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. On the give, it's Brooks. And they are there to bring him to a halt at the 26. A nice 6-yard pickup. They're going to have 2nd and 4.
Brings up 2nd and 4.
Again, it's Brooks. Up the sideline, past the 40. That's going to pick up the 1st down after a gain of 26.
Those outside runs so critical for running back, quarterback, O-line to hit their targets. They got a target area to expose that defense and make the most of it, and that offense just put on display some teaching tape for it.
Brooks on the counter. And his charge towards the line, that's right around 3 yards.
Got to be rush hour, Kate, because there's a whole lot of traffic up the middle right there. He ran right into some gridlock, and he could only manage a few yards at most.
And the hit stops him cold. Wow, he maybe got back to the line. No gain on that one, and now it's 3rd and 8.
It's now 3rd and
Now an inside handoff to Brooks. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop. He got 3 on the run. That's going to bring up 4th and 4.
These are the kind of runs, Kate, that just soften up a defense. Keep working on them. Keep working on them. And eventually you're going to break one of those counters for even bigger yardage.
Here's Jake Camarda to send it skyward on 4th down. He was only needed twice in last week's win, and he gets this one away. This one carries out of bounds. Not the greatest field position awaiting them. It's spotted at the 11. This offense ready to get going again now. Now, they've run into the wall quite a few times, Brock, and like walls tend to do, man hasn't moved. No luck in getting the ground game established. Probably part of the reason why this offense is still searching for its first touchdown.
What's that quote you learned at Cal? About insanity?
Which one? There's so many.
Doing the same thing over and over, but expecting different results. They've tried.
That's the one.
I mean, bless their hearts. They've tried to pound the football on the ground, but the results haven't changed. This front stops them every time, and it sure kept a lot of points off the board.
2nd and 3 now. Hayner now. Pass caught by Mixon. And he gets it up close to the 25 before he's out of bounds. They'll say he got 5 there, but Brock, all they care about is the first down that comes with it. Throwing from the gun here. He finds Aguilar. And he'll take it up to the 30 before being brought down. 2nd and 3 now. They'll throw it again. Caught him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out. Recovered by the defense. And they limit the damage on the return, but it is still a turnover.
You know, Kate, defenders today are top. Don't just go get the sack. Go get the sack and the fumble. It's become an art form. Making that strip sack, and that play was a masterpiece.
This offense making its way back out now. And taking a look at these highlights, Brock, just a reminder of the type of game that they have had throwing the football. It really has been the key to their success.
Yeah, they've just not only stayed on schedule here, Kate. Man, they've made some music, right? Great rhythm.
Yeah.
Not just ahead of schedule, but huge plays have followed. We've seen a lot of different looks and wrinkles throughout this performance, and it's been a joy to watch.
Straight ahead, here's Brooks. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
I talked to a bunch of different GMs, Kate, especially around draft time, and they all say the same thing. Linebackers are so hard to find. It's hard to transition from the college game that's in so much space to this game where you've got to play in a phone booth, yet have that explosiveness to chase a play on the outside down like that linebacker just did.
On 2nd down, it's Brooks. And he's got it down into the red zone at the 16. That's 8 yards for the gain, and that narrows it to just 5 yards needed on 3rd down.
Makes it 3rd and 5.
From the shotgun, it's Allen. This throw is caught. And he'll get this inside the 10 to the 9. They find 7 yards, and now they've got 1st and goal.
Look up contested catch in the football dictionary, and you'll see that. I mean, I can't critique the defense there. They're in the hip pocket of that tight end. But these contested catches, these tight ends that can separate with their hands, utilize their body, even when you're covered, you're not.
And this is brought to a halt pretty early at about the 8. 8 yards to go as they get set on 2nd and goal. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And they end the season the way they have so many games already this year, Brock, with a victory. And now they get to enjoy an extra week off to rest and prepare to host a game in the divisional round coming up in 2 weeks. So for Brock Eward, our incredible crew, everybody here at EA Sports, I'm Kate Scott signing off. We'll see you next time. It's a win for the Voyagers as we say adios from San Juan.
face. First up to mine, what did it day? End up in time, how do we fall? How did we fall?
It's Week 18 of the National Football League, and this one features Gerald Everett. He's been a target machine each week, 5th in the league in receptions. It's the Bisons and the Armadillos, next on EA Sports.
Thank you to Trey Mosley for the introduction. We are indeed excited to welcome you to another edition of the NFL.
Poop through a diarrhea-infected goose.
The regular season
Bengals
ends here.
everyone.
To send Mike Tirico, Greg Olson. Long road to get here, but now we are here. The season finale. Playoffs begin next Saturday, so it's time for one last regular season kickoff.
In Week 18, it could just be so tricky, can't it, Mike? I mean, on one side, you got teams that have the playoffs wrapped up. So Week 18, it's a chance potentially to rest some starters or maybe get them out of the game early and get geared up for next week and the start of the playoffs. You got some teams that are fighting for their lives. They need to win Week 18 or else their season's going to end. And then on the complete opposite side, you got...
The perennial Pro Bowler, Justin Tucker, has it on the tee. And off we go here on EA Sports. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They're led by their man at quarterback out of the University of Florida. It's Anthony Richardson.
The biggest thing that stood out from last week's game was when they went into the game with an initial plan, how quickly were they able to get away from that when they realized it wasn't working? I think they got a lot of unscouted looks, meaning the defense threw a lot of exotic looks at them, blitzes, different fronts and coverages, maybe things they didn't work on all week. So the key this week is understand what is the defense looking to do today and how fast can we make those adjustments if we're not having early success.
He'll get this complete to Cooper Kupp. And he's taken down inside the opponent's 35.
And this is what you can do when you have one of the best receivers in the game. You understand that even if the coverage is not perfect for the play call, sometimes it's just as simple as my guy is better than your guy, and we're going to just keep giving him a chance.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. Here's Richardson. Going to keep this himself. And a nice run there. He'll be stopped just shy of a first down. A pickup of 9. An enviable spot to operate from. Here's 2nd and inches. So Kittle comes in motion. A 2nd down throw for Richardson. A short one there, caught by Kittle. And he's going to be out of bounds and just beyond the line of scrimmage. That's all they needed to pick up the first down. Out of a shotgun, Richardson. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. From the gun, Richardson. He'll find his tight end, Kittle, on the right side. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up 3rd down. Now Richardson. That's taken in. It's James Cook. And he's going to pick up the 1st down. He knew where that marker was and made sure
Like
he
through
got
a
beyond it.
diarrhea-infected goose. Ben goes through everyone.
Cup in motion. On 1st and 10, here's Richardson.
Shoot scores!
And he'll take it on in.
Like through a diarrhea-infected goose.
Armadillo.
Ben goes through everyone.
His 6th touchdown now for the season. A terrific way to start this one. Not only a touchdown, but a nice long march down the field. Makes it a long walk back to the bench for the defense.
Mike, that's about as good as you
Like
could have starting
through a
a game offensively.
diarrhea-infected
To be able to
goose.
sustain that many plays
Ben goes through
and be able
everyone.
to cap it off with a touchdown. That is a dream start for this offense.
The kick is good. Makes the score Armadillo 7. Bison.
Shoot scores!
7-0 is our score, and this kick is sent into the air.
Through a diarrhea-infected goose.
This taken in.
Ben
at
goes
the
through
8-yard
everyone.
line. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. This crowd ready in anticipation. Their offense taking the field for the first time. Led by their
Like
quarterback
through a
league MVP in
diarrhea-infected
2019 and
goose.
2023, Lamar
Ben
Jackson.
goes through everyone.
One thing about this guy that's pretty clear, Mike, is there's not a whole lot that rattles him. He does a good job staying even keel. You don't know if he just threw a pick or if he just led his team to a touchdown drive. And that was kind of the case last week. He didn't let it snowball
through a
into bunch of backbreaking mistakes.
diarrhea-infected goose. Ben goes through
Keep that
everyone.
mentality as the rest of the year unfolds. And if he does, he's going to give his team a chance every single week.
His 50th reception on the season, and he's got a 1st down to go with it.
These are the chunk plays they thought they could get here against this pass defense. They thought the passing game
Ben goes through
favored their
everyone.
offense in this matchup, and I think we can expect this to be the case the rest of the game.
Shoot scores!
Here's Christian McCaffrey to get things started.
Diarrhea-infected
And the defense
goose.
right on that. I don't know
Ben
if
goes through
keeping would have done
everyone.
any better. No gain on that one.
2nd and 10. At the 42-yard line.
Here's Lamar. He'll keep it on the zone read.
Shoot scores!
And the defense there to meet him. They'll hold him to 2 and bring up 3rd down.
Diarrhea-infected goose. Ben goes through everyone.
On the draw, here comes McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey, the ball carrier.
Well, we have an early decision here, Mike. How aggressive does this coach want to be on this 4th down
through
drive?
a
I think you got to keep your
diarrhea-infected
offense out there.
goose.
You have a prime opportunity
Ben
to take
goes
the
through
fight to
everyone.
him, extend this drive, and hopefully be able to come away with points.
Now, stoppage here for an injury. It's Christian McCaffrey who's having an issue down there. Something you do not want to see here in the final week of the season, as he will get himself checked out. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Jackson gonna keep it himself. And that'll be a pickup of 3.
Nice job by the defense. They had that one well read from the beginning, Mike. Someone's responsible for the running back, but the key here was the defender responsible for the quarterback. Stays with him, keeps him to a short gain.
That's over the middle and intercepted. Picked off by Khair Elam. And the Armadillos are going to take possession here at their own 16-yard line.
When you find yourself in this situation, Mike, you're on defense, you're defending your own goal line, you got to take some chances. You've got to try to force a turnover and make a play and get off the field. That's exactly what this defender did. Takes a chance, bets on himself, and comes away with a pick to save them some points.
The Armadillos offense and running back James Cook making their way out. And we show you the NFL leaders in rushing touchdowns. As you can see, he's right up there among the best in the league. On first down, it's Richardson. To the left side, it is caught by Myers.
You can see the eyes of the quarterback. He's trying to push this ball initially downfield, but with the defense doing a good job keeping a lid on the coverage, he's forced to check this ball down to the shallow route. But this is something that they know in the future. If I need a couple yards, they can come back to this play.
And he's going to be taken down at the 37.
They've done a nice job spreading the ball around. Make the defense have to account for as many different weapons as possible here early. I think back to our conversation with this coaching staff, Mike. They identified this guy as someone they needed to get involved early and often, so that might be his first target. I don't think it's going to be his last. A rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find themselves out in front.
And nothing cooking on that one. He'll be met and tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Third and long. Here's Richardson. Throw to the right flat. It is caught. And he'll be stopped short of a first down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team. It's fourth down.
When you throw the ball short of the sticks on third down, you're relying heavily on the yards after the catch. So give credit to the defense here. Once the ball carrier had the ball, multiple guys around him, corralled him, take him down short of the sticks.
And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback, and will come out to the 20-yard line. The Bison's offense back onto the field as you take a look at the playoff race in the AFC. And this is where we stand. Final weekend of the regular season is upon us. We'll know the brackets and the seedings for the postseason at the end of the night. 2nd and 7. They'll give to McCaffrey on the option. And he's going to get this to the 37-yard line.
And a nice pickup there by the back with an explosive run play. And it's important to point out, Mike, this offensive play caller, he's still working off that opening script. It doesn't necessarily have to just be the first possession. Using formations, using run game and pass. Unmask the defense and understand where to take the play calling as the game unfolds. He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
They put Strange in motion. 2nd down, Jackson. That's caught by McCaffrey. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up third down. Dotson, the man in motion. 3rd and short, Jackson. That's caught. It's the tight end, Everett. And they'll get this one down to the 35-yard line. So a big 3rd down hookup takes us to the break. It's a close game early on. It's the NFL on EA Sports. And we're back after this. From the 35, it's 1st and 10. Again, it's Jackson. He finds his big tight end, Everett. And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They've got it inside the 15.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play, and it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest, and that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
Jackson up top again. That is caught, and he's going to be taken down.
This has been a really good drive so far, but what I really like, Mike, is they're down here in the red zone, and they continue to attack. Now, not quite a touchdown.
And that big offensive line, clearing space. He's in. Christian McCaffrey. Touchdown, Bisons. That touchdown puts him in double digits. Now 10 rushing touchdowns on the season. Now Justin Tucker for the point after. He's got it. And the Bisons will level things out at 7 apiece. So back to level after the touchdown. In time for the kickoff. Scott now on the return. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Armadillos offense and Anthony Richardson getting ready for their next drive. He's had things all his way in the first half. Those numbers are sensational. He looks to add to them with another drive here. Richardson to throw it here on first down. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down. It's Richardson on the move. Catch made. That's Woods. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down. Richardson going to look to throw. It's complete. He's got Cup. Now inside the 25. And he's going to be brought down inside the 15.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone. And this is where you have to finish drives.
Down at the 12. It's 1st and 10. So Kittle comes in motion. Richardson to throw here on 1st and 10. And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes.
Well, that's certainly one way to bounce back here defensively after giving up a huge explosive play on the previous snap. To bounce back and come away with a sack. Now you find yourself in 2nd and long. You can catch your breath, and the opportunity to get off the field has just gone up.
For the middle, it's Cup. And he's going to be dropped after a pickup of about 5. 3rd and long. Now Richardson. That one is caught in the back of the end zone. Robert Woods. Touchdown, Armadillos. That his 2nd touchdown of the game. This one number 7 on the year. This great season throwing the ball. And before the try, remember, it is a touchdown. All scoring plays are reviewed. So replay will confirm this one before we do anything else. So, ruled a touchdown originally. They didn't find any reason to overturn it, and it stays on the board.
The kick is good. Makes the score Armadillos 14. Bison.
So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. This is fielded inside the 5. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The Bison's offense and Christian McCaffrey getting set for their next possession. And he's been a tough man to stop in this first half, putting up some big numbers already. And remember, we haven't even reached halftime yet. They'll run with McCaffrey to start this drive. And he finds some daylight up past the 35-yard line. A pickup of 7. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. From the gun, Jackson. He's got his big target, Everett. And they'll pick up the first down, a gain of about 4.
Oklahoma City, first down. First and 10 at the 40-yard line.
Play action now. Jackson under pressure, and down he goes. They got him.
They probably would have been better off just handing the ball off to the running back, Mike, because when they used him as a decoy, nobody fell for it. By the time he finished his fake and got his head around, the defense was all over him.
They'll put Everett in motion here. Jackson now on second down. They'll try to set up the screen to McCaffrey. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. A gain there of 24 yards. And that will be a first down.
The thing that jumps out to me the most, Mike, is just how often the quarterback is able to throw the ball to his first read in the progression. So hats off to the play caller. Him and the quarterback seeing the game through the exact same set of eyes, and there is a lot of room to operate.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10. Off the play fake. Jackson. Good job breaking the pocket and going for 14 yards, and most importantly, a first down.
They got to do a better job of keeping the quarterback contained in the pocket all week, Mike, against mobile quarterbacks. You talk about rushing as a group. This time they get a little undisciplined with their rush lane integrity, and he makes them pay.
Open man, that's Amari Cooper. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. From the shotgun, here's Jackson. He'll take off again. Can't beat those legs. 13-yard pickup. A scramble leads to a first down.
This has been a great drive, and mostly at the hands of the man with the ball there. He thought about pulling the trigger on that one, thought better of it, decides to take off with his legs, and now he's going to have first and goal.
He's got it at the 3.
I really like the balance that they've showed so far on this drive, Mike, and what that does is it makes the defense have to defend the entire field. The run game and the pass game, everything looks the same. There's no tells, so they can't afford to just dial up certain schemes to take away a run or a pass. They've got to defend the entire playbook, and so far they've done a great job on this drive doing just that.
Line of scrimmage to the 4. It's third down and goal. Now Jackson. And he will fight his way to the end zone. Lamar Jackson. Touchdown, Bisons. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs can be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him, and in this case, he's able to capitalize and run it in himself.
So back to level after the touchdown. In time for the kickoff. Scott now on the return. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. The Armadillos offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And he has done everything you could ask of him coming into this one. Spread it around, hasn't taken many chances, and potentially on his way to a big game throwing the football.
This is why the timing of these routes is so critical. If that ball is thrown a little bit later, he's unable to keep his feet in bounds, but instead the quarterback is on time and accurate, and the receiver does a nice job not only securing the catch, but ensuring that both feet remain in bounds.
So, 2 minutes to play in a back-and-forth first half. Greg and I continue in just a moment. From the 34 now, it's first and 10. From the gun, Richardson. He keeps it himself.
Well, we've seen time and time again just how dangerous this quarterback can be, Mike, when he decides to tuck it and take off. So that is a great job defensively to rally to the football and hold him to just a short game.
Out of shotgun, Richardson. He's got a receiver, that's Woods. And he's going to have the first down. So they convert on third down with a pickup of 9. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Here's 1st and 10. Richardson. This throw left side, caught by Kittle.
Not every pass has to be thrown downfield. You can rely on the run after catch, especially a big body like this tight end. Get the ball in his hands early and let him pick up the rest after the catch.
On 2nd down, Richardson. Looking middle, and he's got Myers. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line.
That last completion's going to go a long way towards at least finishing this 2-minute drive, Mike, with some points. You're already in field goal range, so now the idea is continue to work the clock down, take a couple shots at the end zone. You want to get points, ideally a touchdown, but either way, you have the ball last before the end of the second quarter.
And he's close to another first down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. Throwing on 2nd down, Richardson. A throw on the move is caught. And this drive's going to continue. He's taken down, but they are set up with 1st and goal. To the back of the end zone. He's got it. Robert Woods. Touchdown, Armadillos. 3 touchdowns for him. Numbers 6, 7, and 8 on the season. This is turning into a monster game. Let's keep an eye on this. 3 touchdown catches alone in the first half. Could be a record-setting game. Elliott on now for the PAT. He gets it to go. The Armadillos have broken the deadlock as they move out to a 21-14 lead. They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. On the return, here comes Boston Scott. And he'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. LeBuy's offense. And their running back set to go once more. And he's been a big component of the passing game so far. You see the numbers here in the first half. This defense is going to need to find a way to key in on him because he's eating them up right now. On play action, here's Jackson. He's going to tuck it and go. Now this offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they stop it with 16 seconds to go in the opening half. 2nd down, Jackson. He finds Jahan Dotson. And that's a first down. It will be a gain of 8. Jackson looking to throw. He finds his big tight end, Everett. And he'll be brought down just shy of midfield. A first down throw for Jackson. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
And as expected, this one's not going to get there. It's no good. Halftime here on this final weekend of the NFL regular season. As we'll send you over to Orlando. Jonathan Coachman standing by. He's got the EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. And welcome in everyone. This is the EA Sports Halftime Report. So let's get you caught up on what's going on around the National Football League. Some great games still to come, and I think we highlighted one of the better ones right there, as that promises to be a tight one. Plenty to like about the late afternoon games as well. As you see by the highlight, these guys are in for a battle, taking on what should be a very tough opponent. And then lastly, on Sunday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. Both of these offenses had their share of high points in that first half. Each team had some big moments, and it would seem this could turn out to be a game where the last score wins.
Coach, thanks. This one's still anyone's game. We'll see who can come out with the hot hand in this second half. About to get started. Here's Boston Scott to return. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The Bison's offense looking to get back to work as we begin this third quarter. They're searching here for the tying score, down 21-14, and they'll begin 1st and 10. They'll try to set up the screen here, and they'll bring him down, but not until he gets to the 38-yard line.
I like the call, using the screen as a drive starter to pick up a chunk play and get this offense into some rhythm. It's clear this offensive play caller anticipated the rush of the defense, and he was able to use it against them.
This one is caught, and it's the tight end Streams. And he's down inside the 40-yard line.
These crossing concepts are frequently used, Mike, throughout the entire game, all across the league. And what it does is it creates a lot of natural rubs. You run out the backside of the defense and rely heavily on the yards after the catch, and it's exactly how they're able to pick up this big gain.
1st and 10 now from the 36. They'll put Everett in motion here. Jackson now to throw on 1st down. That's over the middle, taken in by Cooper. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. 1st and 10.
1st and 10 at the 19-yard line.
They put Strange in motion. Again, it's Jackson. To the goal line and in. Gerald Everett. Touchdown, Bison.
Mike, we used to have a saying that it was the responsibility of the receiver to run the route through the eyes of the quarterback. And I think this is a great example here. Two guys clearly on the same page. Quarterback expected his target to be in a certain place at a certain time. He's there, ball's delivered accurately. He's able to pick up the rest with his legs, and that's a big-time connection for the touchdown.
So back to level after the touchdown. And time for the kickoff. Here comes a return from the 3. And this will work out quite well. He'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. The Armadillos offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And we show you some of the highlights, and there have been plenty to choose from. 3 touchdown passes and some other big-time throws as well. Certainly dialed in and on top of his game right throughout this one. On 1st down, it's Richardson. He'll find his tight end, Kittle, on the right side. He has been busy. 9 receptions on the game, and that one, a 1st down. Richardson gonna look to throw. Over the middle, it's Kupp. And he's gonna be taken down right at the 25-yard line.
Everyone talks about all the physical qualities to play quarterback in the NFL, Mike, and of course that's a given, but it's really the cerebral approach to the game that separates the best from everybody else, and I think both of those things were on display there, as he did not only a great job of finding the vulnerabilities of the back end, but then once his guy was there, It was that arm talent that put the ball in the exact right spot to allow his guy to make the big play.
And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Second down and 3. The motion man here is Woods. Quick throw here is complete. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Something you do not want to see here in the final week of the season, as he will get himself checked out. You don't need much. It is 3rd and inches. They'll go play action. It's Richardson. That's caught. It's the tight end, Njoku. And he's going to have the first down. They convert on 3rd, and it sets up a 1st and goal. Looks like a design run here with Richardson. They'll come up with nothing there. Fortunate just to get back to the line. And that'll set up 2nd and goal. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. Here now, 2nd down and goal. They'll run the toss with Cook. Looking for a seam, but will not find one. He'll take this down to the 4-yard line. 3rd and goal. Throwing is Richardson. It is brought in the end zone. Cooper, Kupp, touchdown, Armadillos. That is yet another touchdown pass. What a game he is having, throwing his 4th touchdown score of the game.
It's one thing, Mike, to throw 4 touchdowns, but it's really the ease in which he's carved this defense up that has stood out the most. The defense has had no answers for this passing game, and he has just completely had his way with this group.
The extra point by Elliott is good. The Armadillos go up by 7, 28-21. So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. This will be returned from the 6. And he is stopped at 25. The drive will begin there. The home team's offense, and Lamar Jackson getting set to take over once more. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with a 1st down. From the shotgun, here's Jackson. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards. Here's 2nd and 3 to go.
At the 32-yard line.
From the gun, Jackson. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down.
3rd down and 3 yards to go.
They'll put Everett in motion here. 3rd and short, Jackson. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete. And he will have the 1st down. The drive will continue after a pickup of 8.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
Jackson up top again. Short pass taken in by the tight end. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4.
At the 46-yard line.
To the air one more time with Jackson. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And Listen, I know I'm biased, but if you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
Still first down.
So a lot of options on the table now. It's 1st and 5. They put Strange in motion. Off the play fake. Jackson. A very quick throw there, but not on the same page with his target. That's incomplete. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Dotson, the man in motion. And it'll be a short pickup. That's not enough for the first down. 3rd and a yard.
That's a gain of 4. Brings up 3rd and 1.
They put Strange in motion. They'll try to run for it with McCaffrey. And he'll work his way down to the 32-yard line, and that is enough for a first down. Now, stoppage here for an injury. It's Christian McCaffrey who's having an issue down there. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Dotson, the man in motion. On 1st and 10, Jackson. This one is caught by Dotson. And he's close to another first down as he's brought down just shy of the marker. Here's 2nd and 2.
2nd and 2 at the 24-yard line.
Now it's Jackson. Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him.
The offense is trying to stretch the field vertically. They're trying to put as many receivers into the coverage deep as possible. But you know what you need? You need time. You need to allow those guys to get downfield. But when you have a pass rush like this, they don't let that time unfold, and that pocket collapsed and results in a sack.
He'll get this out wide. And this is not what they were hoping for. He is out of bounds, well short of the line to gain, and that's going to bring up 4th down.
The drag route is certainly not the most complicated route on the route tree, but a really nice job there using the scheme to create separation. He did a really nice job there working across the middle of the field as he made himself open.
He makes up for the earlier miss. This time, the kick is good. And the Bisons will cut the lead down to 4.
And I can tell you firsthand, Mike, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. The visitors' offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And he has been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been picked apart. That is borne out in those impressive numbers. He has been terrific all game long. He'll find his running back, Cook.
All right, so there's really 3 areas that a modern NFL running back has to excel in. Number 1, the traditional handoffs. Number 2, you have to be excellent and reliable in pass protection. And maybe bigger than all of them, you have to be at least serviceable out of the backfield in the passing game.
And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Out of the shotgun, Richardson. Catch made. That's Woods. And he will have the first down. The drive will continue after a pickup of 8.
An 8-yard pickup. And an Austin first down.
So no shortage of offense in this one as we end the 3rd. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. From the gun, Richardson. Looking middle, and he's got Myers. An enviable spot to operate from. Here's 2nd and inches. So Kittle comes in motion. Throwing on 2nd down, Richardson. This throw, left side, caught by Kittle. He'll be out of bounds, but after picking up the 1st down on a gain of 7. Now the give to Cook, running right. The hole closes quickly. He'll pick up about 3. They face 2nd down and 7. Now Richardson. Who else? Another catch for his favorite target. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up 3rd down. Looking to throw, Richardson. He's got a man. That's Myers. And he's going to have the 1st down. So they convert on 3rd down with a pickup of 9.
At this point in the game, Mike, it really starts coming down to the number of possessions. So that's a huge 1st down conversion. Fresh set of downs. Now, the balance is stay aggressive and maintain the ball, but also start working this clock.
That's how quick it's Cup on the RPO. And he'll get about 8 on that one. Most of it coming after the catch. It's 2nd down. Richardson. He runs with it. And he'll be taken down.
You know, Mike, I like everything about this play except the very end. You've already picked up good yardage. You've already picked up the 1st down. Now get down on the ground and protect yourself. There's no reason to take those shots.
That's to the end zone, but it's incomplete. Cooper Kupp was the intended receiver, and it'll lead to a 2nd and goal. They'll run with Cook. That one only good for a gain of 1 to the 2 to set up 3rd and goal. Throwing, Richardson. That one taken in. James Cook. Touchdown, Armadillos. Everything you want to do right there, Greg, in the 4th quarter. Get the ball with the lead and extend it to a 2-score advantage.
Yeah, and I think this just might end up being too much to overcome. You said it. Once you get a 2-score lead this late in the 4th quarter, there's just not enough possessions to be had to claw yourself back in it.
Here's Elliott for the extra point. He's got it. The Armadillos will open it up even further here in this 4th quarter. So following the score, here comes Elliott to kick this one away. Scott now on the return. And he's down at the 23, and that's where the offense will take over. The home team's offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. The deficit is double digits, so work to do as they begin this drive with 1st and 10. Nice gain here. He's going to be marked down at the 35-yard line.
Well, really nice start here to the drive. Early down success. Every offensive coordinator is trying to find ways. How do we pick up 1st downs without having to get to 3rd down? We see it here. Big explosive run. Now the rest of the drive unfolds.
He's close to a 1st down to gain a 9. Nice pitch and catch on 1st down. A good spot here. 2nd and a yard. Now a carry for Hunt. And he'll get past the marker. So he's got a 1st down on that gain of 5. Jackson. And he got rid of that one quickly before the receiver even knew what was going on. That's incomplete. We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. They'll put Everett in motion here. 2nd down. Jackson. This one is caught, and it's the tight end, Strange. And that'll go for a gain of 7, and it's going to set up 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
They put Strange in motion. Play action now. Jackson. He's got a man. That's DJ Moore. And they're going to be set up in the red zone. They've got it inside the 15.
And this offense is now really on the move, Mike, and it's the passing game that's leading the way. They've been able to march their way downfield thanks to this aerial attack, so don't expect them to go to the ground game anytime soon. If I'm this play caller, I'm continuing to lead on this, not only in this drive, but probably for the rest of this game.
Dotson, the man in motion. Again, it's Jackson. And he will score! Game on! DJ Moore. Touchdown, Bison. Greg, they are pecking away at this one now. Very big touchdown. Gets them right within reach of pulling this comeback off.
Well, Mike, at the very least, they've given themselves a chance, but can they get a stop and get the ball back again?
That's caught! So they get the 2-point conversion, and all of a sudden that 11-point deficit down to just a field goal here in the 4th. So they've cut into the lead. Now just a field goal behind as they kick it off. From the 6, here comes a return. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The offense headed back out, captained, of course, by their quarterback. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been successful. He just processes things so quickly, making the right read seemingly every time. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the 4th quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super conservative. Just handoff right, handoff left, and it just turns into tackling practice. So I like the balance of making the defense defend everything, because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out.
On 2nd down, Richardson. He's got Myers on the completion. And that'll go for a gain of 7, and it's going to set up 3rd down. So just under 2 minutes here in this one. We'll come back and finish this one off after this. This crowd into it now as we get to 3rd down. They'll drop to throw. He'll go right back to Myers. And he's going to be out of bounds just past the marker. The ball was in the proper place for a new set of downs. We'll go 3 tight ends here on 1st and 10. Here's Cook. And he'll take this forward for about 3. It's 2nd down. Whistles here. We have another stoppage. Timeout called by the defense with 1:53 remaining. Second and 7. Once again, it's Cook. And he'll be taken down at the 25-yard line. Now a 2nd timeout called by the defense. They'll be disappointed there after giving up the 1st down. They'll keep it on the ground with Cook. Nice job finding the seam. Gain of about 9. Just a yard short of that first down. 2nd and a yard. Here's a handoff to Cook. And he will have the first down. Not a huge run, but enough to move the chains.
14-yard line. 2 yards on the play. First down, Austin.
The defense still with all 3 timeouts at their disposal as the quarterback's down to a knee. Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. Victory formation here as he's down to a knee. So, it's a win for our visitors. They finished the season on a high note, so now they'll have the week off as the #1 seed. Get back to it in 2 weeks for the divisional round of the playoffs. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. Good night, everybody.
if I care. Do you know what I know? Do we know what we share? You don't share. Don't share. Don't share. Don't share. Don't share. Miles of fire, I'm losing ground, and in the flashing, my world comes crashing down. I'm left in nowhere, no place to hide, out in the open, like ashes in the sky. I could be alone.
It's Week 18 of the National Football League. And up next, we'll see Drake London. He comes into this one 5th in the NFL in touchdown receptions. It's the Desperados and the Blues, and it's all just ahead on Madden NFL 25.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League is on the air. With Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, you look at this Memphis team as they get ready here. They were winners last time out, so they'll be looking, Charles, to make it 2 in a row.
And what I enjoyed when I watched their game tape and their victory last week is they put it together in every phase. Good offense, good defense, and some key plays on special teams. Let's see if they can get that 2nd win in a row.
Meanwhile, for our visiting San Antonio Ball Club, they come in riding high, just 1 loss in their last 7 games.
It's a very focused team, very disciplined. They've kept the penalties.
Get strapped in. It's just about time to get the party started. And we are underway from Memphis. And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they're led out by their mobile quarterback out of West Virginia. It's Geno Smith.
And when you think about great seasons in recent memory, he's definitely putting one together here. There's a good chance he's going to go over 5,000 yards passing for the season. He's just a little bit under that mark coming in. And I tell you, it's pretty rarefied air when you get up there with numbers like this.
Now they fake the jet sweep there and a run instead with Harris. And not much to speak of. Call it a 1-yard gain up to the 26. The last play got just a yard. Here's 2nd and 9 from the 26. Now Geno. He's got his man London right side. So give him 2 yards there on the completion. 3rd and 7 now. So 7 yards from the first down here as they come up to the line of scrimmage. From the gun, here's Smith. That is caught. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. That good for 19 yards as they pick up the conversion on 3rd. So another on-target throw, and that last one, Charles, going to put him up over 5,000 yards passing out for the season, and that is not an insignificant number.
Indeed it is not, because this is not a big list, and most of the guys on it, Drew Brees, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Dan Marino, they either are or will be Hall of Famers.
Quick hitter here, it's complete. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down. 2 yards to go, 2nd down. Geno now to throw. Setting up the screen, Harris. And he gets it inside the 35 and just shy of the 30. 12 yards there and a 1st down. Now it's Smith. And the throw left sideline here is caught, but they'll rule it incomplete. Couldn't keep his feet in. Second down. Throwing again is Smith. Throw left side. There's London. They get 7 out of that, so they're left with a 3rd and 3. And how about this first drive? They're being aggressive, slinging it around.
Really confident, too, because they're not trying to fool them with running plays, throwing it, and they're being very successful right now.
And he won't be close to a first down as he runs into a wall right around the line of scrimmage. No gain there on the play, and that's going to leave him with a 4th down.
I know that speed is the hallmark of today's NFL game, but the key to good rushing defense is still having your linebackers set the edge.
They'll turn things over to Brandon Aubrey now for the field goal. From the left hash, this will be a 41-yarder. And his kick is indeed good, and the opening drive of the game yields 3. No touchdown there, but if that first drive is any indication, looks like they're going to have a pretty good day passing the football.
I would say confidence would have to be pretty high after that first drive, able to throw it almost at will. You're exactly right. They didn't get the touchdown, but 3 points serves as a nice notice about how this offense is going to move.
And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they'll be led out by their 3rd-year quarterback.
And when you watch Kenny Pickett play, you see a young man who got better every season in college and really blossomed in his final campaign, took his game to a new level, and made him a first-round pick in the NFL. He's the type of kid who can beat you with his mind, beat you with his arm, and occasionally with his legs. A tough, skilled performer. Kenny Pickett, he's got some moxie to him.
Deron Harmon makes the tackle. From the 32-yard line now, here's a 2nd and 5. Back to throw, Pickett. He gets that one complete to Wicks. 6 yards the pickup, and that's a first down. Pickett now to throw off the play fake. He's got his man downfield. That's Bateman. And all the way down to the 10-yard line. And a huge play that time. 52 yards.
They made that way too easy for them. No one is supposed to be that open against an NFL defense. Once he caught the ball, there wasn't anybody close enough to stop it. And he was able to continue downfield after making the catch.
Pickett back to throw. He finds his man, Pollard. And here he'll get it down to the 7. 3 yards is the gain that time. 2nd and goal.
Brings up 2nd and goal at the 7-yard line.
Pickett right back to the air again. And he will take this one in for a touchdown. A great play there. His 6th touchdown of the season. And the Blues have answered that early field goal to take a first-quarter lead. Well, on that connection, it looked like they maybe had some pre-play communication. Maybe one of them noticed an area that was open in the defense to get the pass to.
When you put the time in, sometimes you have that great silent communication that you just noticed right there, because the best quarterback-receiver combos in the NFL, they know how to make those adjustments at the line of scrimmage when they see something pre-play, and they got it done there.
Extra point by Blankenship is up and good, and that makes it a 7-3 lead. The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. The Desperados offense, led by their running back, headed out for the 2nd possession. We take a look at the NFL leaders in receiving touchdowns by running backs, and you'll notice his name sits atop the list entering the final weekend. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. A short throw caught by Andrews, and he'll be out of bounds across the 30-yard line. Now 2nd and 5.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd
Smith. He gets it complete to Harris. And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds. From the gun on third down, Smith. He's got his target. That's complete. And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Give him the third down conversion, 5 yards on the play. Now they show jet sweep, but instead a run up the middle here. And slow going there as he'll only get a yard, maybe, up to the 41. Now we're at the 41, 2nd and 9. Throwing is Smith. He's got his man. It's Andrews. Second catch for him today, and it'll wind up a first down.
A gain of 9 yards. And the San Antonio first down.
And they run with Harris off the option. And he'll get this into enemy territory, but not by much as he's down to the 48. From the 48-yard line, here's 2nd and 9. Throwing now is Gino. Firing quickly here, and that's complete. It'll go as a gain of 4, and it brings up 3rd and 5 now. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. Out of the gun, Smith. Escaping the pressure right. And he'll be stopped well short. Only 2 yards there. 4th and 3.
And, partner, I would guess that in his headset he was hearing from his coach, it's 3rd down, don't take a sack. And in this case, he's able to avoid the pressure and get out of there. He doesn't get the first down, but he does turn a possible loss into positive yardage.
So now on comes the field goal unit, and wow, this is no ordinary try here. This will be spotted just shy of midfield, a 59-yard attempt. And that is no good. Oh, he missed it just wide of the upright, and that will keep this a 4-point game.
And this is a commentary on today's kickers and just how good they are that a coach would think about running his guy out there to try a 59-yarder. Here it backfires on him, but as a kicker, you have to appreciate the confidence that they showed in you.
And as this offense makes their way back out, it's AFC playoff race time as we give you a look. Well, here we sit, Week 17. Just one more week in the regular season after this one. So if you're one of these teams trying to make a move and improve your spot or jump in from the outside, Charles, you better make that move now.
And these final games are often a good barometer for all those teams fighting for position or a wild card spot. They have to be able to get the job done these last 2 weeks before things get even tougher when the playoffs officially begin.
After one, 7-3 the score on EA Sports. On to the second quarter. Memphis in possession of the football. From the 46, here's 2nd and 6. As they've got it as we resume action. Here's Pickett. Slant pass. Pollard brings it in. And he'll get it inside the 40 to the 39. So from the 39 now, they'll come up on a 1st and 10. Now Pickett. Flushed out right. And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. The sack recorded. It's a loss of 5, and now it's 2nd down.
At the 44-yard line.
And the slot man goes in motion left. And now a fake there on the jet sweep as he'll give to Pollard. Just a yard on the gain there, and that leaves him with 14 yards still to go on 3rd down. We'll need a crafty play call here. 14 yards is what they need to try to convert this thing. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. He throws it on the move, but can't connect as that falls incomplete.
He was covered by Tyson Campbell.
On 4th down, on is Corey Bojorquez to punt. Jamal Agnew is deep to return it. He was called on 3 times in the win last week as his first one here's away. And not what he was hoping for there as this will hit in the end zone for a touchback. The Desperados offense and Geno Smith headed back out for this next possession. And as you see on the graphic, he's right up there with the best in the league when it comes to throwing touchdowns. Currently second in the NFL at this point of the season. Harris starts the drive on the ground, and he still has yet to get on track in this first half as they're going to stop him behind the line. A loss of a yard there to start out. That leads to a 2nd and 11. On the option, it's Smith himself. And a short pickup here as he'll get up to about the 22-yard line. And hold on here, because on that last run, it looks like we have a player who was shaken up. Now, this is just the last thing you want to see in the final week of the regular season. Well, I hope he's okay. We'll step aside and be right back. And now the first throw for the backup quarterback. He sets to fire deep. And he bats it away, and it falls down incomplete. Now on 4th down, we've got a whistle here and a timeout. So as they talk it over, we step aside. On is the punter, Johnston, now as he sends this one away. Here's Memphis to once again go on offense. As we grind toward the end of the season here, and they haven't had the season that they had hoped. So let me ask you to play GM. Where might they look to make some changes?
I think when you look into the upcoming draft, think hard about them drafting multiple offensive linemen. They've got to get stouter up front. And as a GM, it always tells me, Charles, this is a big boy league, and big people always end up winning games for you.
So the completion results there in 9 yards, and that'll give them a short yardage situation here for 2nd down. They'll bring Renfro in motion right. Here's a fake on the jet sweep, and instead a give up the middle. And he stopped immediately there. Not enough there for a first. No gain, as a matter of fact. And it leaves them at 3rd and 1.
Brings up 3rd and 1.
Trying to run for it with Pollard. Loose inside the 30 and down to the 16-yard line. 52 yards rushing for him now. He's only carried the ball 4 times. So it's 3rd and 1. The defense, they stack the box, and that's the problem. You break through that first level, there's no second level.
And most good running teams work against stacked defenses. They don't care if you have 6 in the box, 7 in the box, 8 in the box. It doesn't matter to them. Block people, give your running back a chance, because it could pay off big as it just did there.
Off the play fake, here's Pickett. And a quick throw here, that's complete. Now this will leave him a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down. Here's 2nd and 1 now from the 7.
At the 7-yard line.
He'll find Bateman once more. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another 1st down. Looking to throw, Pickett. And he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. Cade Otton, a 2-yard touchdown grab. And the Blues are able to widen their advantage. We're down in this part of the field, CD. They love to get him the football, and right there, a little pitch and catch for the score.
Yeah, and he's such a weapon when it's that close to the end zone, and they love being able to rely on him to make those kind of catches. Talk about trust, talk about confidence, and he produces.
Extra point by Blankenship is up and good, and that pushes the lead up to 11. That time a 6-play drive. And Cade Otton capped things off with a touchdown grab. Out is the kickoff unit as they run up and send this one away. Now a crease here as he's past the 30. And able to break this out all the way to the 38-yard line. Great return. Back out comes San Antonio. And this late season game, of course, not lacking for drama when you talk about the AFC playoff picture.
Yeah, in a sense, it's the haves versus the have-nots, because this group on offense, they'd be a wild card if the postseason started today, but they know the guys on the other side of the ball are still in that dreaded in-the-hunt category, and they're hungry for a win today.
It'll go down as a gain of 6, and that'll bring up 2nd down. Looking to throw, Penix. That one deep for London. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
As a coaching staff, you can call just about whatever you want because you understand you have guys who reliably take away those massive shots downfield. You're not as worried about giving up the big one.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he's going to get this all the way down inside the 35. The rookie from Washington putting it right where he needs to. He's got his guys a first down.
Yeah, these are the types of plays they're going to need to hit on if they're going to get back into this game. It hasn't been the greatest of first halves, but this is a nice throw here on third down, and they keep the drive going.
This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. To the air, Penix. And he's got this down almost to the 20 before he's dropped. A nifty bit of scrambling there. 12 yards, first down.
I've met a quarterback yet that didn't enter the league with a massive chip on his shoulder if he wasn't a first-round pick. They want to show the league that they made a big mistake. Determined to get the first down there, no hesitation at all to tuck it and go. I bet he would have tried running through their entire defense if it meant reaching that marker.
And able to get this down inside the 15, either the 13 or 14 before he's out of bounds.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
That's the tight end Hurst with it. 4 yards on the play. That's going to lead to 1st and goal.
And the tight end is certainly a position built to move the chains because they can control space underneath. If they've got good hands, then of course they're a dynamic target. But one other thing is they're right in the sight lines of a quarterback on just about every play. And that makes it easier for the quarterback to pick him out and deliver.
And he just throws this one away. Smart decision here this close to the end zone, and it brings up 2nd down. Throwing again, Penix. Throw right side is complete to Andrews, his tight end. The catch good for 6 yards, but now it's 3rd and goal. They'll try and throw. Here's Penix. And he's able to get it down to the 2-yard line. Give him 2 yards on that play, and that will bring up an interesting decision here on 4th and goal. We've got a 14-3 ball game with 2 minutes left in the opening half. They'll turn things over to Brandon Aubrey now for the field goal. From the right hash at a bit of a tight angle. And his kick here is good. So 3 points on the board, as easy a field goal as you're going to get, but I can see you shaking your head.
I love that peripheral vision of yours, partner, because to me, if it's the 4th quarter and you're up 6, I get it. But now, even if you run and don't get in, you're still setting them up to go a long field, 98, 99-yard drive. How do you look at your defense and not give them that opportunity?
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. He had the touchdown strike on that last drive, number 35 for him on the year. And he'll go in search of number 36 here as his guys start 1st and 10. Pickett will look to throw it here. And he slides and covers up at the end as he's going to be able to pick up decent yardage. Nice work to get 7 out of that, and it's 2nd down. Working out of the gun, it's Pickett. Otten brings it in over the middle. And they bring him to the ground just shy of midfield. 12 yards there and a 1st down. Creeping up on a minute to play in this first half. And he's got this down to the 35. A nice job there on the escape and scramble. A 1st down, a 16-yard gain.
I think the last 2 plays really illustrate how difficult it is to game plan against this guy because you know he can throw the football, but how about his use of legs as well, what we call those broken plays? You can't account for them.
Yeah, those plays, those 2 that you just mentioned, a microcosm really of how he can hurt you. Back to throw, Pickett. The throw here right sideline falls incomplete.
Offense was moving it a little bit, had them back on their heels, but they earn a brief pause by forcing the incompletion. That gives them a quick chance to regroup and try and mount a stand before they're backed up even further.
A slant route caught by Bateman. And able to break 1 tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. Now another timeout called for by the offense, as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. coming up here looking for 3 yards to pick up the first. Pickett, he'll look to throw it. Pass taken in by his big tight end, and he will take it in for the touchdown. Cade Otton with his second touchdown here in this first half. And the Blues will extend their lead in the final minute of the half.
And that's certainly an important score right there because they gave themselves a 2-score cushion heading towards halftime. Now you got to force the other team out of their comfort zone, and it changes the way you approach the second half as well. How you want to do things on offense, and your defense feels much better too, having that lead.
Extra point by Blankenship is up and good, and the lead is up to 15 now. So the drive there took 6 plays. And Cade Otton capped things off with a touchdown grab. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. And he'll take it a yard or so past the 20, call it the 21. One more go for this offense in the first half. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Looking left side, and he's got a man. That's Harris. Call it a gain of a yard, and it'll be second down. This time they'll just keep this on the ground. And this will go as a short gain on what will be the final act of this first half. So we reach halftime in what's been a fairly one-sided game so far. As we'll head down to Orlando, that's where we find our man Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you two in a bit. For now, plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. We begin in the gateway to the west in St. Louis, Missouri, where you see the final score there. Drake May, excellent in the victory, as it's one that pushes his guys 2 games above 500. We just watched a very good first half out of quarterback Kenny Pickett. He threw a first quarter touchdown pass, then 2 more in the second quarter, a 3-touchdown half. And he may just be getting started. The highlights are fairly one-sided to this point. It's a 2-touchdown difference here at the break. But I wouldn't call this one over just yet. I think there could still be some fireworks yet to come.
Oh, a dangerous return man showing it here. And they'll have very good starting field position as he's up just shy of the 40. The Blues offense and running back Tony Pollard set to go back to work. And they've used him quite a bit in the passing game as you take a look at the NFL leaders in receiving yards by a running back, and he's right there in the mix. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. The open man here, Renfro. And he'll go out of bounds. It appears right at the 45. This 2nd and 4. They run straight ahead here with Pollard. And he'll be taken down just shy of midfield after a gain of about 4. Pretty good job defensively. Thought he was going to get it, but they knew where that marker was, and they stopped him just short of it.
What it does is emphasize that strategic football and situational football is not just played on the offensive side, is it? Defense understanding, as you noted, where the first down marker was and making sure they didn't get there. Would it be safe to say that as precise as routes are supposed to be run in the NFL, maybe they're not quite as precise in college ball?
That's accurate, yeah.
And I think we saw a college route in the NFL there. Just find the soft spot, find the dead zone, and find the first down. And that's what he just did.
He was unable to shake free there, and they'll cover him for a loss of a yard.
At their 48-yard line.
Running right, it's Pollard. And a strong run there as he'll take this all the way down to the 35. 73 yards rushing for him here as he starts to close in now on 1,200 yards for the season. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. He gets that one complete to Wicks. And this will be a gain of 5 as he gets it to the 30. Ball on the 30 now. Here's 2nd and 5. Pickett back to throw. Short pass taken in by Schoonmaker. And down inside the 15, shy of the 10. First target, first catch, and a 1st down. Whatever the discussions were at halftime to try to slow down this offense, it has not worked to this point.
Yeah, I have a vision right now of everything that was discussed at the half just being torn in shreds or being erased off of the Microsoft Surface tablets because none of it is working. They are really locked in on offense.
Pickett. Quick hitter here. It's complete. That'll go for a gain of 7, and it'll be 2nd down.
I think as he began this throw, you saw that the area was congested, but he has a lot of confidence in his arm, and he fits that one in there nicely. They pick up the catch. Not much yardage afterwards.
Oh, and this one may need to go back to the drawing board. He's going to be swallowed up right away. It'll be a loss of a yard, and that's going to lead to a 3rd and 4 coming up. Looking to throw. Pickett. And he will take this one in for a touchdown. Kenny Pickett, a 6-yard touchdown run. And the Blues take the opening kickoff of the 3rd quarter and drive right down the field to extend their lead.
That drive that really increased their cushion felt very military to me. Very precise, methodical. That's one of the words you've taught me. And they just got it done.
And slowly but surely now starting to pull away a little bit. Things looking good for them here in the 3rd quarter.
Not only pulling away, but you mentioned that slowly but surely. You also drain clock, too, with a drive like that. So you really give yourself an advantage.
The kickoff unit is out on the field, and they will send this one away. Oh, a good return up past the 30. And good starting field position. He'll get this one all the way up to about the 35-yard line. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the 2nd half. And it's all come down to this, hasn't it? Final week of the regular season. As this year's playoffs play out anything like the regular season has gone, could be in for a wild and fun month of January.
And we can break the rules because we can look ahead. All right, there's not a coach out there that's ever said to their team, all right, let's look three weeks down the road. It's always right here, right now. Forget that. Think about what the playoffs are going to look like. The teams that we see that are already in, the teams that are trying to get in, we could have some great matchups.
And they're going to get him behind the line yet again as his nightmare afternoon continues. This offense in desperate need of a conversion as they come up on 3rd down. Now Penix. Well, had his hands on it, couldn't bring it in. Pretty symptomatic of how this game's been going.
You get the sense that they're saying we're not playing up to what we're capable of, and we're deep enough into the game that the early jitters are long gone, that they should now have some sense of continuity and be able to make some of these plays that they have not been doing so far.
The Blues offense had Kenny Pickett headed back onto the field. So a change of possession here on the punt. And they will take over 1st and 10. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Well, this offense, this team, they are rolling right now, Charles. They've scored on 3 straight possessions. You look at the scoreboard, and they pretty much right now got this thing on cruise control.
Yeah, and this is that time of game where you and I have to be prepared, right? Isn't this kind of like that empty the bucket time where you have to go into your blowout material and make sure we have some different things? That's what we're staring at right now, the way this one is going.
Swinging this out for Pollard. The result, only 4 yards there on the play. And that's going to set up a tough 3rd and 9. They'll come to the line here needing 9 yards to pick up the first. On third down, he'll drop to throw. And that is incomplete. Oh, he had a defender right there with him to force that to the ground. And fourth down now coming up. So they bring out their punter as he'll punt it away for the second time. So possession goes over here on the punt.
And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over.
Back out comes San Antonio.
I kind of feel like they've reached a do-or-die point in this game, Charles. If they're going to try to pull off an impressive comeback, it has to start right here, right now.
Yeah, now they've got a final chance to get out of this situation, but they also understand they've got to move the ball and move it fast. In addition, they need to save as much time so they can get 2 more possessions.
Harris going to get it again on 2nd down.
And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play, and it's going to bring up a 3rd down.
They'll throw with Penix. He's got his target. That's complete.
And all the way down to the 10-yard line. It's a big play there on 3rd down. 53 yards.
And the offense is saying to itself right now, if only they were all this easy, because he was wide open. And once he made the catch, plenty of room to work his way downfield. That was a breakdown on the defensive side of the ball, one that they want to fix immediately.
Here's Penix.
And he'll go down. Brought down at the 20-yard line.
Jawan Bentley, the one to get in and finish off the play.
I think you saw the same thing that I did there, partner. Remember, he's their backup quarterback, so the last thing they need is to lose another one right here on the sack. Looks like he's going to be okay, though.
Yeah, he looked like he was favoring something in the left leg. Appears to be fine now, but you're right. That O-line, they got to protect him. And the job becomes twice as difficult now. After the sack, it's 2nd and 20.
From the shotgun, it's Penix.
He finds his man, complete. It's Reed. It's a pickup of 12, and that'll set up a 3rd down.
They'll see about converting this 3rd and 8. And looking to throw, Penix.
And it'll be intercepted.
It's Roger McCreary with a pick.
When the rookie QB gets his first touchdown pass, that's one you put in the trophy case. First career interception, that's going to be one he wants to forget.
Yeah, and he's not going to go ask for the football, right? Yeah, you can keep that one. The key for him, what does he learn from it? When he watches the tape, does he have an answer right now where he already understands what mistake he made? That's what the coaches are going to want to know, and that's what they'll grill him on and see how he grows from it.
Here's Memphis to once again go on offense. And as we look back at how we got here, you'll notice a common theme in these highlights. A lot of yardage through the air. The passing game has been sharp right from the outset.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And now you've got the clock winding down here in the 3rd quarter. Your 3 scores to the good. What's your approach on this drive?
Too early to fully commit to playing the clock game. Yet at the same time, you're also not going pell-mell like you would in 2-minute offense. This is what NFL offenses call 4-minute football. Take the clock out of the game a little bit, wind it down, but at the same time, keep advancing the ball down the field.
Now, during that run, an injury here. We got one of those big blockers in some discomfort. Well, week 18, this is just when you hope everybody can get through the regular season healthy, but the medical staff is going to have to take a look here, and we'll step aside. Here's Pickett.
Flush to his right, and he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. The defense rising to the challenge and setting him back on the sack.
Well, many times when you talk about mobile quarterbacks, you get the sense that they feel like they can get out of any bad situation. They keep moving around and trying to emulate guys like the Scrambler or the Dodger. Instead, they keep losing yardage and digging themselves a hole that they can't get out of.
They bring their punter out there now as the drive goes backwards, so he's on to punt it away. Agnew now to return. A 46-yard boot, but just 36 following a pretty decent return of 10 yards. And this offense, they're going to have excellent field position. They take over with a 1st and 10 on the short side of the field. And he will maybe get back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. And that's also all for this 3rd quarter of play. 1 quarter remains here as the regular season starts to wind down. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Memphis, Tennessee. A lot of happy faces in the crowd at this point as their guys have a big lead here to start quarter number 4. Now he'll look to throw here on 2nd and 10. And they're going to get him. He's taken down for a sack back at the 47-yard line. Call it a loss of 5, a big sack to bring up 3rd down. They're going to look to throw. Eluding the pressure right. And he's going to go down again. Matt Judon. He's the one to get him this time, and back-to-back sacks brings up 4th down. On the bootleg, it's Penix. Escaping the pressure right. They go for it on 4th down, but come up empty. And that will force a turnover on downs.
Everyone gears up for 3rd down, talks about the importance of it. But 4th down, that's truly the moment of truth play, isn't it?
Everything's dialed up a little bit more. And, you know, it's such a momentum play, isn't it?
Absolutely, because it can flip either way depending on who converts on 4th down.
Here's Memphis to once again go on offense. Been a very strong performance for them, really, on both sides of the football. The turnover on downs, the most recent example, and now, obviously, they're in a great spot here.
Yeah, if you're over on the bench right now, you're shaking hands with your teammate, you're hugging him, giving him a little dap. Been a big, big performance for them. Now you just don't get careless. Take care of the ball on the way out.
85 yards rushing for him so far as his terrific season continues here. On 2nd down, here's a keeper by the QB.
And holding it may be the wrong decision as he stopped in the backfield. It's a loss of 4. Now 3rd down.
And not a lot of success to be found there.
Oh, you got that right, partner, because if you're trying to make guys miss about 10 yards or so downfield, that's a pretty good play. But if you've got to do it in your own backfield, I consider that a problem. That doesn't work too well.
And he's got this down to the 35. The gain that time, 13 yards to reset him 1st and 10.
No doubt those are the types of carries they're looking for here, Charles. The lead in the 4th quarter. This is when coaches that have a reliable running game, they breathe a little easier on the sideline.
Yeah, they love the idea that they can take the air out of the football at this point of the game. That means they're really counting on that offensive line, counting on the runners, taking care of the football. Because you're going to tell your quarterback, hey, no time to be a hero. We're not going to throw it here. Just eat up that clock. And if you have the ball, they can't score. Well, that's a carry they have to be satisfied with. And throughout this game, they've been satisfied with what he's given them. Whenever they've needed a big run, a 1st down, he's the guy they've turned to. And it doesn't matter what the defense thinks. They feel like they've got the confidence to keep handing it to him and keep picking up good yardage.
And he'll be brought down this time at the 5-yard line. And that's good for a gain of 6. And that will bring up 2nd down.
They run the play fake. Here's Pickett.
And it's caught. Touchdown.
Hunter Renfrow.
A 5-yard touchdown.
And the Blues have opened up a 4-touchdown lead here in the 4th. Boy, he has been fun to watch throwing the football in this one. It's certainly not fun for that defense, though, Charles. Now up to 4 touchdown passes in this ball game.
Yeah, we're supposed to be neutral, but I'm feeling their pain right now because he has absolutely carved up this secondary. A clinic on how to attack a defense and take them out of the game.
Extra point by Blankenship is up and good.
And that'll push the lead up to 29 now. The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away.
And able to get this out to the 25. And now this offense comes back out onto the field, and they have had their problems moving the ball through the air. As we take you through some of the action from earlier, this secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive.
Remember, they have won 3 straight, but getting to 4 straight does not appear to be in the cards as they are in a big fourth-quarter hole. And this one nearly picked off. Kind of surprising to see a defender of his caliber let it get away, but get away it does, and it's second down.
All that gets him is just a yard, and now it's third down.
Looking to throw, Penix.
And he's going to have to eat this one as down he goes.
More than one defender there, and that's a loss of 5 on the sack.
But when this game is done, the credit will go to the consistent pressure on the quarterback as a huge cause of this win. Most teams are happy if they get a few of these games per year. You know they're going to watch this tape over and over, try to identify what's working, and keep it going.
No reason not to try it there, and they do indeed convert on 4th. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. They'll look to throw. And this one's incomplete.
They lead big, and a major part of that has been how they've taken their play to a whole new level this second half. No points allowed since the break, and you can add another incompletion to the total number that they forced in this runaway contest.
And he'll be corralled out across midfield down to the 45. 5th catch of the afternoon, and that gives him a first down.
To the air, Penix. Yet again, targeting and fighting Mark Andrews.
And just 3 yards on the catch there. He couldn't get away. And it'll be second down. Back to throw again. Dancing to his left. He'll wind up getting 4 there on his own, but it will leave him now with a third down situation. He'll look to throw.
That's to the right sideline, and it falls incomplete.
Well, the trials and tribulations of being a quarterback in this league, it's tough. It's got to be wearing on him out there.
Well, he has been sacked a number of times. He had an interception, so I'm going to give him a skosh of credit for hanging in there and trying to make something happen, despite the amount of pressure he's been under this entire game.
That's to his running back, complete. And now this is going to depend on the spot. And they say he's just short. The decision to go for it doesn't pan out. And this 10-play drive winds up yielding nothing. So that's the second time this game they've given it up on 4th down. They're now 1 for 3 on 4th down conversion tries.
But they must feel good about what they're doing, right? They continue to go for it on 4th down. Give the defense a lot of credit, though. They've stopped them 2 out of 3 times. Usually you have 4th down plays that you have dialed up and ready to go and you think are going to be successful. Not so far in this game.
And he puts his head down and gets up to the 42 for a gain of about 6.
Brandon, I've got to think this offensive line has got some smiles on its faces. And I know it sounds crazy, but they practiced for this back in training camp. They knew they'd be in situations where it'd be extra defenders in the box coming after them, trying to keep them from locking down a game. Right now, they want to show the world they're up to the challenge.
Delay of game, offense.
That flag accepted, and it backs the offense up a little bit.
Still second down.
Following the delay, here's 2nd and 9.
Gonna run again here with Pollard.
There he goes left side.
inside the 10.
And they are going to score again. Yet another touchdown as they just add to their totals.
Oh, when coaches come into a game preaching total team effort, CD, I think this is the type of ball game that they're dreaming of. It was pretty apparent early on that they were clicking in all three phases. It's been fun to watch.
Yeah, sometimes in the NFL you end up with matchups like we've been watching here. And when you go back to the early drives, you can just see that one squad was on a different level in this game. Safe to say, we have been disappointed in watching their execution throughout this contest.
Out is the kickoff unit as they run up and send this one away.
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. Back out comes San Antonio.
So 1st and 10 now from the 30. They'll try and start this drive in the air. A short throw caught by Andrews.
And he's got a first down as he's going to be taken down. But a very nice pickup there just in front of the 2-minute warning. And now hang on here. Looks like we have an injured player. Yeah, Mark Andrews is in some discomfort.
So it's our visitors with a football as we get you reset. They've got a 1st and 10 as they search for a late score. Back to throw now on 1st down.
Into the hands of London.
Call it a gain of 6 on the play, and that'll make it 2nd down. He'll look to throw. Looking left side, it's complete. He's got it. And he'll go down inside the 45 before going out of bounds.
Penix to the air once more.
Short throw underneath to Hurst. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion, and it's 2nd down. They'll look to throw again.
That's brought in downfield by London.
And they'll have it in the red zone before he crosses over out of bounds.
So here's a 1st and 10 now down inside the 20.
They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw.
That's swung out wide to Harris.
And they'll work this down to the 15 for a pickup of 4.
2nd down and 6 now. Penix working out of the gun here.
This will be caught just inside the 10. 7 yards on the pickup there, and now they've got it 1st and goal.
Well, this game, it was well in hand early, never really in doubt. Charles, you and I do so many games together. There's so much parity in the NFL, a lot of close battles. This was not one. Tip your cap to them for a really impressive effort.
Yeah, and you know, as the game went on, I think the defense kind of got together and said, you see our guys on offense, they're just putting up point after point. We need to leave our mark somehow, too, and they did it, pitching a second-half shutout.
So for Memphis,
they'll finish a game below 500 at 8-9 on the year.
And by just about all accounts, not the type of year they were hoping to have. Meanwhile, for San Antonio,
it's a tough loss to take as they'll finish things off at 9-8.
But they've got better days in their future. Of that, you can be sure. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Alongside Charles Davis, we thank our entire crew. I'm Brandon Gaudin. This is the NFL on EA Sports.
Jump.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And up next, we'll see Trey Benson. He's cruising along and approaching a 1,200-yard season. It's the Caps and the Bulls coming up next.
It is time for football as we welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. The regular season ends here. Thanks for having us in. Mike Tirico, Greg Olson. Long road to get here, but now we are here. The season finale. Playoffs begin next Saturday, so it's time for one last regular season kickoff.
In Week 18, it could just be so tricky, can't it, Mike? I mean, on one side, you got teams that have the playoffs wrapped up. So Week 18, it's a chance potentially to rest some starters or maybe get them out of the game early and get geared up for next week and the start of the playoffs. You got some teams that are fighting for their lives. They need to win Week 18 or else their season's going to end. And then on the complete...
The veteran, Jason Sanders, ready to get us started. And off we go here on EA Sports. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. And they're led by the man who waited his turn, the 2020 first-rounder, Jordan Love.
I think when you go back and watch the film for last week, Mike, he just looked indecisive. He didn't look like he was very comfortable operating within this system, and it led to a combination of poor throws and, frankly, a lot of bad decisions. I think he needs to stop just locking in on one guy, let the offense unfold, trust what the play caller and the game plan have established. I think if he can just operate the offense and not feel like it's all on his shoulders to create everything, I think it'll allow him to just take a little bit of a deep breath, let the game come to him, and have a lot more success than he did last week. They got there in a hurry, didn't they, Mike? I mean, luckily for him, he saw that free rusher coming, and at the very least was able to get that ball out to prevent the sack.
And on third down, that ball incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on first and second down, Mike. Living in these third and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
And he'll be brought down, short return, and they'll take over there. This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. They'll be led out by their quarterback, the rookie, former Mountaineer out of West Virginia.
Here we have a guy, Mike, just really coming off a tremendous outing last week. It seemed like everything was working for him in that win. The early rhythm he was able to establish, he rode that to the final whistle. They had an answer for everything the defense threw at him. If he continues to stay one step ahead and continues to protect the ball at this rate, it's going to be a hard group to beat.
Second down and 8. Blitz coming, he'll throw it. Going right back to Nakua, complete. Still on his feet, and he will go all the way. Puka Nakua, touchdown Caps. That gives him 14 touchdowns for the year. Jason Sanders on for the point after. The kick is good, and the Caps will take a 7-0 lead. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. To return is Naheem Hines. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. The Bulls offense and quarterback Jordan Love heading back out there. And he continues to be a nightmare for teams trying to defend in the red zone. Look at this graphic. Second in the NFL in terms of rushing touchdowns by a QB. They put Wilson in motion. First carry for Saquon Barkley. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line.
The ability to be effective on first down, Mike, it just makes everything else easier. In the event you do have to face a third down the road, they're usually a lot more manageable situations, a lot easier to convert.
He gets this complete to Michael Wilson. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. Here's Love to throw. Good pickup of 16 on that screenplay and a first down.
It's a really critical conversion here because after not scoring on your opening drive, you just can't afford to follow that up with a 3 and out. So you find yourself down 7-0. Sustain this drive and at the very least, see if you can come away with some points.
And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. Out of the shotgun, it's Love. Open man, that's Rome Odunze. And that keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Reynolds is the motion man here. A run with Barkley. And he's got it. First down. A pickup of 4.
I think this 2nd down call, Mike, they were hoping that at worst they had themselves set up for a 3rd down and short. But there's no need for 3rd down. He was able to get enough on 2nd, and they get a fresh set of downs.
Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Something you do not want to see here in the final week of the season, as he will get himself checked out. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Complete. Finds his man Hodgins. And this drive's going to continue. They bring him down, but not before he picks up 1st and goal for his team. Here's Barkley. And he'll plunge forward to the 2, setting up 2nd and goal. The ball a little closer now. It is 2nd and goal. One more time, they try Barkley. And he'll go down, back at the 4.
It makes sense on 2nd and goal, Mike, to keep this ball on the ground. You always have 3rd down again to finally punch it in. But now after the defense forces you backwards, I think you have to consider putting this one in the air here on 3rd and goal.
That one, take it in, middle of the end zone. Touchdown, Bulls.
When you think back to their first possession of this game, Mike, it resulted in a punt. Not exactly the fast start the coaches told us was so important as this game unfolds. They get the ball back for possession 2. Now they try to find some rhythm, find their identity of the game plan, and they come away with 6. So that's how you bounce back in this league. It's not always going to be perfect. Really nice job settling into this game here with their 2nd possession.
So back to level after the touchdown and time for the kickoff. This will be returned from the 6. And their drive will begin at the 30-yard line. They'll run first carry of the game for Trey Benson. And he'll work forward for about 3. It's 2nd down. Now they'll set up to throw. Finds Nakua on the slant. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9. Back to throw. Second and 11. From out of the gun, he'll throw. And that one is complete along the boundary. Good job of getting those feet in bounds. 3rd down and 9. The motion man is Nakua. Here's a screen set up for Benson. Great timing to call the screen. It's a gain of 17 and a 1st down.
These 3rd down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on 3rd down.
So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. They'll throw out of the gun. That's to the left side and taken in by Smith. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. On 2nd down, it's Benson. He plunges forward for a couple of yards. Brian Cook up from his safety spot to make the tackle. Now a 3rd and 2. Here comes the blitz as he looks to throw. He gets that to his tight end, Smith. That's catch 3 just on this drive, and it gets his team a 1st down.
Now this is the epitome of a really short throw and a really nice run after catch. And listen, for a quarterback, it all counts the same. You don't always have to throw the ball downfield to generate explosive plays, and these drag routes can be very, very effective.
They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5.
Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 11-yard line.
Straight ahead, they go with Benson. And he'll be taken down. That's going to do it. That's the last play of the 1st quarter. A touchdown apiece here in the 1st quarter of play. All even on the scoreboard. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. This drive has been methodical, but will they turn it into 6 points? It is 1st and goal. That is caught back corner of the end zone. Darius Slayton, touchdown Caps. And he continues to be a focal point of this offense. Now 10 touchdown catches for him on the year. Sanders here for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Caps will move out to a 14-7 lead. After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. The return starts from the 5. He's across the 20, taken down just shy of the 25. The Bulls offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And this defense has to be searching for answers right now. It's been his ability to make plays on the ground here in the 1st half that has really given them fits. This one taken in by Reynolds. That's a nice pickup on a 1st down throw. It's a gain of 8. They'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. They'll go play action with Love. Got a man downfield. It's Wilson. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
Really nice job there to move the chains early in this drive, but now as they approach midfield, continue to keep your foot on the gas. Don't get conservative. Don't start sitting on the ball. Cross midfield and go. Anytime you find yourself in your opponent's side of the field, you have to be thinking points.
He runs with it. And he's able to gain yardage out of this one before he slides. 2nd and 7. They'll run straight ahead with Barkley. And he's going to pick it up and take it down inside the 35 for the first down.
Second down at these distances, Mike, you pretty much anticipate a pass, and I think that's what the defense was lined up thinking. In this case, they leave a little too much room on the ground, and the offense is able to pick up a first down.
He'll be taken down after a gain of 2. He'll come up on a second down and 8. From the gun, it's Love. This one is caught by Hodges. And they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short. Here's third down and a few inches. They'll try to run here with Barkley. And he'll take it down to the 22, but they've got it. That's enough for the first down.
I think everybody in the stadium saw that run coming, Mike, but good luck stopping it. I mean, all he really had to do was just fall forward, and it would be enough to pick up the first down.
They'll stay on the ground with Barkley. And they'll take this down right to the edge of the red zone, 21. Levante David doing his work on defense. On second down, Love. He'll swing this one out wide to his running back. And a good job rallying to the football, holding just a gain of a yard and sets up third down.
Defensive coordinators preach all the time, play pass defense with vision. It's exactly the case here. They're able to rally to the ball, keep that to a short gain.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete. After that incomplete pass, we have a player shaken up. Something you do not want to see here in the final week of the season, as he will get himself checked out. The veteran Matt Prater now out to try this field goal. This one is good. He knocks it through. And the Blues are back within 4 at 14-10.
So anytime an offense comes off the field after settling for 3, you always have to take the good with the bad. In order to get down there in field goal range, you had to do something positive to move the ball. But at the same time, how are we going to be able to finish these drives and convert for 6 the next time we get down there?
The Caps offense and their quarterback headed out for their next possession. And he's given defenses across the league a lot to think about when they try to game plan for him. Consider he's currently 2nd in the NFL in quarterback rushing yards.
The best guys I've been around, Mike, they have a sense where they can see the ball, but they can feel the sideline. And that's kind of an innate sense that these guys have that allows them to concentrate and secure the catch and ensuring that both feet remain in balance.
And they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a first down after a gain of 7. They'll run here with Benson. Finding space inside the 40. And he'll be out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. They get 24 on that one. That's enough for a first down.
There's a combination of footwork and vision, his ability to kind of weave through traffic and understand where the holes were. It's a really nice job working through some bodies and picking up a big gain.
Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. He finds Smith working across the middle. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5.
What a luxury that certain teams, when they have a guy like this, I mean, not only is he the big target, but then to have that size and speed to run away from these linebackers and do so much of his damage after the catch.
Trying to find a crease in there. It's a big pile of bodies, but he is going to come up short. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. Here now, second down and goal. They'll run with Benson. And this time he will work his way into the end zone. Trey Benson. Touchdown Caps. Taking care of business on the ground to get the score. And Greg, the big guys up front, they deserve some praise on that one.
Absolutely, Mike. And it really only takes one guy to distort the defense and win his block. But in this case, give credit to the entire unit. They did their job, and they reward their offense with a touchdown.
After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. Here's Hines now to return. And he's brought down right at the 35-yard line. The Bulls offense and running back Saquon Barkley heading back on the field. They look to make some inroads here. They're down 21-10 in this one as they come up on a first down. Now the veteran, it's Nyheim Hines. And that one going to be closed down in the backfield. Great defensive play. Knifing it and dropping him for a loss.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on first down, but that's exactly the case here.
He connects. It's in the hands of Reynolds. Well, that helps. It's going to be a much more manageable third down, getting some good yardage on that second down play. Love. He gets this one complete to Reynolds. And he's going to have the first down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on third down. Here's Love, operating out of the pistol. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
It's rare to see an offense that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand, so it's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day.
And he cannot get away, brought down. And that sack will bring us to the 2-minute warning. So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. On the ground, this is Barkley. Now this defense will use the first of their timeouts. Here's Ryan Wright now, as he's on to punt for the second time. On the return, it's Dortch. And he's going to be brought down after a short return, and that's where his team will get possession of the football. The Caps offense and Puka Nacua getting set for this next possession. And it may be time for this defense to start throwing a second defender at him, maybe? Look at what he's done. Whenever the defense is trying to first... Oh, he doesn't put it away, and the ball's out, and the defense has it.
Mike, we hear that term run after catch so often, and sometimes people miss that there's kind of a middle phase. There's the catch, but before it turns into a run, you have to secure the ball as a ball carrier, right? It needs to be put away, properly held, points of pressure, front tip up against your body. All of that is kind of taken for granted. Catching it is just step one. You've got to secure the ball before you become a runner.
On 1st and 10, here's Love. That is incomplete.
Here in the first half, we've seen nothing but connections from these two guys. I mean, they've come out completely on fire, so the defense finally gets a stop, and really the first time we've seen these guys be a little bit off. For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. He's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet.
And this ball incomplete on 3rd down.
And this passing game continues to come up short these last couple plays. That's 2 consecutive incompletions in a row. Now they're staring 4th down right in the face.
He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Blues are able to get it back within a score.
So it's not exactly what you're looking for when you set out on a drive, but at the same time, you don't want to come away empty-handed either. So in this case, they'll take those 3 points.
To return is Greg Dort. He'll get across the 20, mark him down at the 23-yard line. The Caps offense ready to take over possession of the football. The advantage is 8. We'll see if they can make this a 2-score game on this drive. First down and 10. A dive and a catch. Incredible. First time these two have connected this afternoon, and it'll wind up being a first down. Slayton is the man in motion. Now he takes off. And he'll be marked down at the 45-yard line.
Anytime a defense decides to blitz, Mike, they're always rolling the dice, and we see why. You bring that extra defender, and if he doesn't get home, that quarterback not only can escape the pocket, but there is a lot of room to operate downfield.
And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. He'll drop to throw. He'll go right back to Smith. They hook up again. And he's going to have a first down. They get into field goal range here at the 29. Now the offense will use their 3rd and final timeout. Jason Sanders on to try the field goal. This a 46-yard attempt. Sanders' kick is good. And the Caps going to tack on 3 more, extending the lead here late in the first half.
And that's a really nice boost here before the break. I mean, you work the clock well, you're able to steal some points. The biggest thing is you're able to build a little momentum now going into the locker room at halftime.
Set to go now on 1st and 10. To throw is Love. He's going to look for the home run ball. That's going to be incomplete. They took a shot on the final play. Prayer not answered. And that is how this first half will come to an end.
All right, Michael, we'll get back to you and Greg in just a little bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We begin in the gateway to the West in St. Louis, Missouri, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Drake May, excellent in the victory, as it's one that pushes his guys 2 games above 500. These 2 teams making their way back out of their locker room, so that means we're just about set for the second half. And to bring it your way, we go back out to Mike and Greg.
To commence. And we're back underway here on EA Sports. Dort now to return it. He'll get this up to the 28-yard line. Nice place for the drive to start. The Caps offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And he has been in control of this offense. Want to run you through some of the action from earlier on. You've got the 2 touchdown passes, over 200 passing yards. He has been excellent all game long. Right away, they'll set up to throw. He'll get it into the hands of Slayton. They'll mark him down up at the 44-yard line.
And another great throw. And I'll tell you what, Mike, so far today, this certainly does not look like a rookie quarterback. I mean, he is in complete control of this offense.
They'll look to throw here on first down. A hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up second down.
It's now 2nd and 10.
Blitz coming. He'll throw it. That's over the middle and caught by Smith.
The drag route. We used to say this is day one install. Every single offense in the NFL has this sort of route, especially for the tight end position. And depending on the speed and the run after catch ability of the tight end, sometimes it can lead to some of the biggest gains. This is an element that defensively you always have to be ready to defend. You can't just accept that it's a pass and be so consumed with the receivers downfield. You have to account for the quarterback as a scrambler. You can see why, as he's able to get out of the pocket and pick up the first down.
He'll inch forward for maybe a yard. Julian Blackman comes up from the safety spot to bring him down. Here's 2nd and 9.
Brings up 2nd and 9.
Again, it's Benson. And he's able to find a crease, get ahead for 7, and it'll bring up 3rd down. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. Something you do not want to see here in the final week of the season, as he will get himself checked out. Now, on 3rd and 2, they'll try and throw for it. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a first down.
The most impressive thing about this drive, Mike, has really just been their efficiency. They've just continued to pick up first downs, fresh sets of downs. We just saw there with that 3rd down conversion, continue to possess the ball. These opportunities to come away with points continue to go up.
They'll try again here, 2nd and 10. On the handoff, this is Benson. And he will not be able to get free, picking up only a yard. Now, it's 3rd down.
A gain of 1 brings up 3rd down and 9.
Back to throw. They'll look to set up the screen here. Good-looking screenplay there. A gain of 11 and a first down.
And this is the blueprint, Mike. The ability to sustain and maintain possession and methodically move the ball down the field in the process. The defense has had no answers up until this point, and now the next step is, can they come away with 6? Because anything less than that, after this long drive, would be a bit of a letdown.
In the red zone now, he'll drop to throw. And he'll get about 8 on that one, most of it coming after the catch. It's 2nd down.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2 at the 8-yard line.
They'll look to throw. Taking off.
This is a part of the field where you have to account for the quarterback as a runner. Nothing's open downfield. Great job by your secondary, but then he makes a break for the goal line, and they're able to stop him just short, but not until after he's set.
Good blocking, and he's in. Trey Benson. Touchdown Cats. 2 touchdowns for him in the game. Numbers 17 and 18 on the year. A lot of big bodies down there, but at the end of the day, the one that mattered, the one with the ball, finds the end zone for the touchdown.
Yeah, once that back gets the ball, Mike, he's just looking for a little crack of daylight, and he's thinking, I'm going to run into it and just hope I come out the other side. And in this case, the other side's the end zone, and they get 6.
After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. From the 6, here comes a return. Across the 20, they'll mark him down before the 25-yard line. And that's where the offense will take over. The Bulls offense trotting back out for their first involvement of this second half. They are in need of points in a big way as they set out on 1st and 10. Complete. Finds his man Hodges. And he'll be brought down, but not before they get this all the way up near midfield. First and 10. Out of the shotgun, it's Love. And he's into a slide to avoid the contact. Does so successfully, and it's a first down. It's a first down and a gain of 13. From the 39, here's a first and 10. Off the play fake. Here's Love. That's caught over the middle. It's Wilson. And they'll move this ball way down into the red zone, inside the 20-yard line. You only get a 1-yard buffer from the line of scrimmage for these old linemen. That time he strayed a little too far, and it draws the flag. They put Wilson in motion. Not much happening there, just a short gain. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Something you do not want to see here in the final week of the season, as he will get himself checked out. So after the loss on first, here's second and 14. To throw is Love. Now he'll run it.
Well, let's give credit here to the coverage unit, Mike. There was nowhere to go with the ball for that quarterback. He had no choice but to just tuck it down himself, and he's able only to pick up a short gain.
From the gun on third down, it's Love. And he'll gain some yardage here, but that is not nearly enough for the first down. So it's going to bring up fourth down.
Nice job here by the defense. They understood this quarterback is looking to push this ball downfield past the line to gain, and he's got no choice but to check it down short to the tight end, rally tackle, and brings up fourth down. And when you find yourself down double digits, you don't want to make habit of settling for these field goals. It does allow them to chip away a little bit and cut into this deficit, but they've got to find a way to score touchdowns.
A safe kick taken at the 5. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. The home team's offense ready to get back at it. As we look back at some of the highlights of this one, you'll see a lot of them, Greg, coming from the passing game. They've done a nice job picking the defense apart.
Yeah, and I think that's the right way to say it. It hasn't necessarily been just a bunch of deep shots, a bunch of explosives. It's been more methodical. It's been precise. They've really been all over their execution, and this is about as close to a complete performance as you're going to see from any offense throughout the course of this season.
And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one. Looking to throw here on second and 10. That's taken in left side by Smith. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down. He'll look to throw. And on third down, that ball incomplete.
And up until this point, this has been an incredibly efficient game from this quarterback. I mean, it's hard to think. Here we are in the second half, and that's only his second incomplete pass. So finally, the defense is able to do something to disrupt his timing and finally try to get him out of this groove.
But he cannot get away. Great job down there to hold him to a short return. The visitors' offense getting things in order as they trot out for this next possession. They need to start making some inroads here. Down 2 scores as they begin this drive with first down. They'll start on the ground with Barkley. And good blocking up front, paving the way for a gain of 8 on the ground. Here's second and 2. We'll go play action with Love. He keeps it himself. Love going to get to the ground, avoid the contact, and pick up a first down.
I love this call, Mike. Second down and short. One of the best downs in football to take a shot. Give credit to the defense. They were ready for it. And a nice job by the quarterback, realizing there's nothing downfield. Take off, turn into a runner, and pick up the first down. Timing and trust. Critical elements of this quick passing game. If your target and the quarterback are not on the same page, it winds up being an incompletion and a wasted down.
A second down throw for Love. This one is caught by Hodges. And he'll be hauled down at about the 35-yard line.
Whatever they've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it because with that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. They got a long way to go to get back into this game, but so far off to a good start.
He's into space past the 25. Give them 12 on that one. They are on the march. Another first down.
First down,
So, 3 quarters have come and gone. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. On play action, Love. He's got it at about the 8. And he will score. Game on. Naheem Hines. Touchdown, Bulls. So they get the touchdown, and now it is a 9-point game. Greg, you can go for 1 and make it a 1-possession game. Or some people think about going for 2 here. What would you do?
I think I'm going for 2, Mike. Listen, the way you have to look at it is I need a 2-point conversion at some point. But I want to know now, am I down truly 2 scores, or am I able to get it down to 7 and truly make it a 1 score? So I'm going for 2 now, and I want to know what the rest of this game looks like. How many possessions do I need?
So, things a little more interesting now. Back to a 1-score game as they kick it away. This will be returned from the 6. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The offense headed back out, captained, of course, by their quarterback. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been successful. He just processes things so quickly, making the right read, seemingly every time. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line. Now, after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. Something you do not want to see here in the final week of the season, as he will get himself checked out. They'll try the zone read on 1st and 10. And he'll be brought down, but what a run. Down to the 40.
This defense has had their share of troubles trying to contain this quarterback today, Mike. This time they go to the zone read. The defender goes after the running back, and the quarterback pulls it, keeps it himself, and has a huge gain for a first down.
Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. Nakua snags it over the middle. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line.
Not a whole lot complicated about this play, Mike. That was understanding where the holes of the defense were. Remember, in this zone coverage, you got to find green grass. Get past the first down marker, be friendly to the quarterback, and then the ball has to be...
And he's into the end zone. That might be the knockout punch. Touchdown, Caps. That one is going to hurt the defense. He's looking to throw, can't find anyone, takes off, and Greggy takes it the distance for an exciting touchdown run.
And these are the plays, Mike, that just drive defensive coordinators crazy. You have all of his targets covered up, nowhere to go with the ball, and next thing you know, he gets out of the pocket, takes it all the way with his legs. He's just as dangerous with those feet as he is with his arm.
After the touchdown, Myers is back to boot this one away. Here's Hines now to return. And he'll work this one past the 25 to right about the 28-yard line. The visitors' offense ready for this next possession. They'll see if they can put something together here, beginning with 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Barkley to start the drive. And that's the way you want to run it on 1st down. A gain of 7. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. On play action, he'll set up to throw. He'll get that one complete. It's Drew Sample, the tight end.
Things certainly look a little improbable right now, Mike, but I wouldn't say impossible. I think they've got to capitalize on this possession to pick up some points. Every single possession right now is priceless. Points, possessions, and then they got to get some defensive stops.
2nd down and 3. Now, faking the give. Got a man coming across the field. He's got it. And they'll take this down inside the 35.
And this is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
Here's a 2nd and 6. Once again, it's Barkley. And he's close to the 1st down. Gets 4 yards on the gain, but it will bring up 3rd down. Here's 3rd and 2. Back to throw is Love. Taking off, he'll try to get there.
Great reaction by the defense. At first, Mike, it looked like there was enough room out there for the quarterback to pick this one up himself, but they were able to rally to the ball, and I think the officials are going to mark him just short.
Trailing late, they've got to go here. It's 4th down. They'll go for it. Look. Oh, they are on him in a flash, and he's lost the football. The defense has got it.
Not that it's much of a consolation, but either way, Mike, that's going to result in a turnover. Going forward on 4th down, he's clearly stopped short of the sticks. In this case, might be trying to make something out of nothing there to keep that play alive, but great job here by the defense coming away with the stop, and now we'll see if the offense can come on the field to take advantage of it.
The home team's offense and their wide receiver getting ready to get back to work. And right about now, they might be thinking, are we sure we want an off week next week? They're going to head into the bye with momentum as they try to polish this one off. 2nd and a yard.
A gain of 9 brings up 2nd and 1 at the 47-yard.
Off play action. He'll set up to throw. He's trying to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not, and be taken down there.
A loss of 2 yards. It's now 3rd down and 3.
They'll throw here on 3rd and short yardage. He bought all the time he could, but he's going to be taken down as he couldn't get a throwaway.
All these stops are great. You're trying to cut back into this deficit, find your way back into this game. But the defense can make as many stops as they want, Mike. This game's going to come down to what does their offense do when they take the field.
The visitors' offense starting to trot out for this next possession. They'll start out 1st down and 10. From the gun, it's Love. This one taken in by Reynolds. And he'll be taken down up around the 32-yard line. Got a man, that's Sherfield. And he's taken down, but just shy of midfield. A couple of first downs, and the football's out to the 48-yard line as they come up 1st and 10.
Outbreaking routes, Mike, especially outside of the numbers, everything is about the timing. If you're late with the throw, you're going to be watching that defensive back take that thing the other way for 6.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. That's thrown right side, but incomplete. Now whistles and a timeout. Another try, 2nd and 10. Back to the air, it's Love. Hit as he throws, and it is incomplete. Just couldn't deliver that one the way he wanted to. Not really sure if there was much there anyways. We do know it'll be 3rd down. Here's Love, operating out of the pistol. He gets this one complete to Reynolds. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play. Quick hitting slant there. And he's going to be taken down, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning. They'll come up now for 2nd down. They'll drop to throw. Off-balance throw. It's complete. And he's going to be taken down. Now this offense going to use the first of their timeouts.
Really nice throw there. The ability to throw the ball out on the perimeter. Yes, arm strength and all of that, but it's also timing. The timing of the route. When is that wide receiver coming out of his break to deliver that ball?
And that is caught in the end zone. He's in. Touchdown, Bulls. 2 touchdowns for him now on the afternoon. Tight spaces down there. Things happen quick. Greg, a quick decision and great execution for the score.
You're exactly right, Mike. Down here this close to the goal line, everybody's clock has to speed up. Not only the quarterback processing to get the ball out of his hand, but you have to win as a receiver quickly and give the quarterback somewhere to go with the ball. It was that quickness at the line of scrimmage that led to that touchdown.
They've got just the 2 timeouts remaining, so they'll line up and take their chances right here with an onside kick.
All right, good effort, just doesn't work out, but it's not over. Remember, they still got 2 timeouts in their back pocket. They've got to use them quickly. They've got to get 3 stops, force a punt, and see what happens when the offense gets the ball.
So now, out comes the offense, led by their quarterback as they take over once again. And he has been masterful so far leading this offense, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, on point with his passes, generally 1 step ahead of the defense all game long. And a good job following his blockers, a gain of 7. It'll be 2nd down. Here's Penny. And he'll get the 1st down there, a pickup of about 5 yards. The defense still with all 3 timeouts at their disposal as the quarterback's down 2 and E. Lost 1 on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. They'll run. This is Penny. There he goes, inside the 30. And he'll be taken down.
This is the moment in the game, Mike, where it really matters to have a run game. You find yourself winning here late. You want to try to run the clock out and finish with the ball. And boy, do they ever. Give credit to this offensive line and running back. They came through when their team needed them the most.
So that'll just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. With that, we say so long, everyone.
It's the NFL on EA Sports. And up next, it's a name everyone will recognize. Marvin Harrison Jr., who's closing in on 1,000 yards receiving on the year. It's the Shamrocks and the Monarchs. And
it's the National Football League, presented by EA Sports. Hi again, everyone. With Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, we look at these Dubliners entering play here. They come in playing pretty good football, winners of 4 of their last 6 games. Meanwhile, for the visiting Londoners, they get a stern road test as they come into this one after losing in London a week ago.
Yeah, the schedule makers gave them a pretty tough stretch here. Ike will know early on whether these guys are ready to play.
Now the kicker, that's Cameron Dicker, set to get us started.
And off we go from the Emerald Isle.
And makes it across the 20 as his guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They will be led out by the Heisman Trophy winner from 2018, drafted #1 overall the subsequent year, Kyler Murray.
And it felt like in watching the game tape, he got everyone involved last week.
He was a manager.
He really was. That's a great way to put it because they ran the ball some, they threw it accurately. 1 touchdown pass, so he didn't, break the bank doing that, but he didn't throw any interceptions. That's the bottom line. That's why a defense loves a quarterback like that. Doesn't put them in bad situations.
A good start offensively. 15 yards on the game's initial play.
You don't always expect tight ends to be big in terms of run after the catch, but after that play, he joins a growing band of players that's putting that stereotype right on its ear.
And they're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage. Just no cutback lane to be found whatsoever. 2nd and 10. 2nd and 10.
At the 38-yard line.
Murray now. And he can't find anywhere to go with it, and he goes down.
Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game. But it's never easy to get Kyler Murray down to the ground, and to do it with a sack on their first drive, what a great tone setter defensively.
Oh, and no one's celebrating more than the defensive coordinator because that's all he's preached all week long. Keep him hemmed in. Don't let him get into the open field and create.
It's caught inside the 25. And he's into the end zone for the receiving touchdown.
Marvin Harrison Jr.,
his 9th touchdown of the season.
And the Shamrocks will jump on top with the game's first score here this afternoon. They said that they wanted to get him involved early, and what a way to cap their opening drive, Charles. We know he's one of the fastest receivers in the NFL, and he showcased it on that play.
And when you have a guy like that, you want to make sure the defense sees him early, right? You want to see how they're going to adjust, how they're going to try and guard him, because they can't replicate his speed in practice unless they've got one of the few guys who are as fast as he is. And all it took was one drive. He burned them, and I don't think it's the last time they call his number in this one.
Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes.
A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32.
So now we'll get a look at the other offensive unit as they come out for their first possession.
Leading him out is their rookie quarterback, the young man from the University of Michigan.
I love just about everything about him. Love his game, love his makeup, love his moxie, one of my favorite words. This guy's a competitor. Gritty, tough, you name it, he's got it. But he did throw an interception in last week's game. That contributed to a loss. And despite the fact he threw 3 touchdown passes, he's going to be out there redoubling his efforts and trying to play better.
Now a 2nd and 10. Here's McCarthy. That's caught by Gabriel Davis.
9 yards, and that leaves him just short, so it'll be 3rd and less than a yard.
Gibbs will try and pick it up.
And he's got the first down as he's up to the 45-yard line. A 3rd down gain of 3 yards, and that'll be enough.
Well, they just watched the other team take the ball downfield and score, so they knew that this drive, this opening drive, was on them. And, boy, that was important to pick up that first down there and keep this one going.
And this one almost intercepted. Not a good throw there. Nearly an opening drive INT. Now McCarthy.
And Davis with it left side. And he's able to take it across midfield before going out of bounds.
In search of 4 yards here to pick up the first down. 3rd down from the gun, McCarthy.
Pressure, and he's going to be taken down. They sack him back right around the 44.
Preston Smith in there to get him for a loss of 9 yards, and that also leads to 4th down. Well, he found his way into the backfield, and he simply would not be denied.
Well, they say that life's all about opportunities, and that holds true when you're playing defense as well. How about him seeing that chance, making the most of it, did a great job of wrapping him up and bringing him down.
Now on 4th down, on is the punt team sending this one away. Now it's Crowder. A 41-yard punt, 9 on the return, and out will come the offense as they take over.
The Shamrocks offense and their quarterback coming out for their 2nd drive. And he's been effective with the ball in his hands all season long. The NFL's leader among quarterbacks in touchdowns scored on the ground.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. You know, in our research packet this week, prepping for the game, so many articles from the local beat writer about the offensive struggles of this team and what will they do this offseason. What do you think they'll do?
Well, number one, they'll turn to their self-scouting report. And every team that's any good does this. They have outside groups, check out their team, scout them, and tell you who can play, who can't play, and reasons why. Some of it may just be health. They have to get some guys healthy and back out on the field. But overall, evaluate this squad and make the changes that you need to.
They'll try and run for the first with Taylor.
And he's able to take this one up to the 35-yard line. Just a gain of a couple, but good enough to keep the drive rolling.
They run once more with Taylor.
And hard running's going to get him over the 40 to the 42. A solid run on first down. Gain of 7 leaves him with a 2nd and 3.
Up the middle, here's Taylor. Oh, he breaks a tackle, and he's got an alley. And he'll get it out to midfield. Looks like, yeah, they'll spot it right at midfield at the 50. And hold on here, because on that last run, it looks like we have a player who was shaken up. And this is certainly not what you want to see in the final week of the year. We'll be back. Here's Murray from midfield. Short pass caught by Henry. So give him 5 yards there on the pitch and catch. And it's second down.
Brings up second and 5 at the 45-yard line.
Here's Murray. Flushed out right. And past the 35, he'll be dropped a yard or two shy of the 30. Good coverage downfield led to him taking off, picking up the first down on a 13-yard run. From the gun, it's Taylor. And not much running room. Down to the 32. Just a yard on the pickup there, and it'll bring up a 2nd and 9.
1 yard gain brings up 2nd and 9.
Now Murray. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively, and now it brings up 3rd down. Here's Murray. Yeah, this defense rallies, and they stop him short of the first down right near the 24. Give him 8 yards that time on the scramble, and now 4th down.
That looked great when he first took off because, in my mind, there was room to run, and he had the marker in his sight. But I certainly didn't expect him to close so quickly, and neither did he. They got to him just in time, and now that forced him to make a decision with his 4th down call.
The kick by Lutz is good, and that will extend their lead even further. So another scoring drive there, Charles, and an early 2-score lead.
You'd like the 6 there, partner, but you'll take the 3, and I think they have to be happy about the way they moved the ball in these first 2 drives. They have to feel good about their opportunities the rest of the game.
And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. Back onto the field comes this offense, ready for their 2nd drive. They'll look to get something started. They need to, down 10-0 early as they've got it 1st and 10. They'll start by running the option to the right. Only a yard on the keeper, and it'll be 2nd down. When you look at this defense, they are the 22nd ranked unit against the run in the NFL.
And stopping the run, that's been an issue for them all season long. Aren't you glad that you're not coaching the defense right now?
I'm very glad. They said that they've seen it in doses, but very, very small doses.
Yeah, you've got to be consistent. It's down in and down out, being able to play it, understand what you have to get done, and finally stop some people, put them on the ground.
On 3rd down, here's Gibbs. And he will have a 1st down here at about the 40. They give him 7 yards on the play, and they do pick up the conversion on 3rd down. McCarthy, he'll set to throw it. He gets this out wide to Gibbs. Call it a gain of 3 on the play, and that's going to bring up 2nd down. Ten 10-0 the score after 1 on EA Sports. Second quarter now, and it's London with the football as they've got it 2nd and 7. From the gun, Gibbs will get it. And a pretty athletic run right there as he's going to get this down inside the 40. That good for 19 and a 1st down.
How many times do we say in this game that speed kills, and it does it in so many different ways? In this case, you got a back who's quick and shifty, can make moves, make people miss, but also gets to and through a hole before it can close down. That's some of the benefits of that speed, not just outrunning people in the secondary. That led to a really nice game.
Throwing quickly there, but it's incomplete. Here's 2nd and 10.
In motion goes the tight end.
Throwing is McCarthy.
That's brought in by Davis over the middle. That'll leave them with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there.
They'll come to the line needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. Now back to the ground. Here's Gibbs.
And he's able to get the first here as he's taken down at the 25. Give him 6 yards, and they do convert on 3rd.
Looking to throw McCarthy.
And his throw's going to be incomplete.
They have their backs up against the wall a little bit, and they come through by forcing an incompletion. Now they've got to continue to ratchet up the intensity a couple more times and get off the field before giving up any more yardage.
To the air with McCarthy.
And he'll slide to a halt here, still a little shy of the first down marker. He'll end up getting 5 out of that, but now they're looking at 3rd down.
Working out of the gun is McCarthy. Working the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And he will take this one in for a touchdown.
Jalen Hyatt.
A 20-yard touchdown.
And the Monarchs have got it back to within a score.
All the receivers in the league are plenty good enough, otherwise they wouldn't make it in the NFL. But the ones that go to the Pro Bowl, they have refined route running ability.
Extra point up and good by Dicker.
And that'll cut it to 3 at 10-7. A pretty long drive that time. 11 plays all told.
And it was Jalen Hyatt with a touchdown catch to end the drive. So after the touchdown, here's Dicker out to kick this one off. And they will wrangle him down a couple yards shy of the 30. The home team's offense and Kyler Murray headed back out onto the field. And this defense has got to be searching for answers right now. It's been his ability to make plays on the ground here in this first half that's really giving him fits.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And they split the uprights last time for 3. They've got the lead. They're not going to play this conservative. They're not hoping for another field goal. They're hoping for a touchdown.
I'm with you on that one. I like where your head is. I like the way you're thinking because you're exactly right. Trying to sit on a lead and play that way, that doesn't work too well for most teams. Run your offense.
Yep.
Run what
Put
you
your
do
foot
best.
on the gas.
Exactly. Put it all the way down and try to increase your lead in a big way. And the best way to do it, touchdowns.
It'll go as a gain of 4. And now we've got a 3rd and 3.
Running straight ahead, Taylor.
Yeah, this is only going to be a gain of 2. He needed 3. It's 4th and 1.
But now he appears to be in some pain. Now, this is just the last thing you want to see in the final week of the regular season. Well, I hope he's okay. We'll step aside and be right back.
They only punted twice in the win last week as he gets this one away. It's a 45-yard punt, just a 1-yard return.
London about set to take over on offense. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out. Looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated. They both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
Off the option, here's Gibbs.
And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. It'll go as a loss of a yard, so now they deal with 3rd and 11.
Well, backed up here, tough spot, needing 11 yards to pick up the first.
Out of the gun now on 3rd down. It's caught by Davis. And that's not going to get it done. He'll come up well short of the first at about the 21. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And that'll bring up 4th down.
Here's Daniel Whelan now.
Crowder now to return. Call that a 44-yard punt, 5 on the return.
The home team's offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. No points last time out. They were forced to punt, if you remember, but no time to dwell on that. They've still got the lead here and a chance to add to that here. 1st and 10 as this new drive starts.
Officially no gain on the play, and it's 2nd down. They go to the ground again with Taylor. And this time he won't even make it back to the line of scrimmage as they stop him in his tracks. It'll go as a loss of a yard, so now they deal with 3rd and 11.
It always helps when you get great run support from your safeties, and when you get one who can actually read the play and get upfield and shut it down before it gets going, that's exactly what you're looking for.
He gets this into the hands of Taylor. And he's going to come up a few yards short. Brought down at the 45. That'll bring up 4th down. They wind up getting 8 yards, but they needed more than that.
That's a nice design there, but sometimes, though, you get so many blockers out ahead of you, they kind of slow you down and force you to adjust. You always appreciate guys trying to help you, but maybe one less there could have turned this into a bigger gain.
And that'll hit at the 5 and go into the end zone for a touchback.
London about set to take over on offense. These guys definitely hoping for a better showing than their last appearance. They couldn't really even move the football much beyond the shadows of their own goalpost, Charles. We'll see if they can get a better, more sustained drive going here.
Yeah, and every team that we ever talk to says the exact same thing. When you start a drive from that deep in your own territory, the goal is a minimum of at least 2 first downs, because even if you have to punt then, you change the field position, right? You flip the field a little bit. They didn't get that done. This time they want to string together a nice drive and help themselves out.
Up at the 29 now, they'll head to the line, 2nd and a yard.
Read option, this is Gibbs.
And he'll be brought down right at the 30 here. Able to get the 1 yard he needed, but nothing more.
McCarthy operating from the gun. He'll find Gabriel Davis.
And past the 40 before he's out of bounds. They pick up 11 in addition to moving the chains.
Straight ahead with Gibbs here. He'll get this up to about the 44.
Give credit to the defense for stringing that play out, and they gave up no cutback angle. You know he was trying to dart through. No place for him to go. A nice job there, only giving up a 3-yard gain.
Here's a 2nd and 7.
He connects with Hyatt.
And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. This offense so far on 3rd down, they've converted 4 times out of 6. Not bad. They need just a yard here. It's 3rd and 1. And he's going to get this one down to the edge of the red zone.
68 yards rushing for him as he has been tough to stop here this first half.
I think they like this drive a little bit better there, partner. Running game helping out, picking up some of the slack. Because remember the last drive, they went 3 and out.
So a big play as it gets them all the way down to the 20 now for 1st and 10. 2 minutes remaining in the first half. 10-7 our score.
From the shotgun, McCarthy. Getting the football to Davis on an out route.
So they'll get 8 out of that completion. And that'll bring up a 2nd down in just a couple. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. That leads us to a 1st and goal. It's a pickup of 8.
I think that's a big pickup for a 1st down, because when you run a drag route against zone, you're sometimes asking for trouble because you might run into a defender.
Yeah, well, there they ran into a 1st down, executed it to perfection. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. 2nd and goal from the 1. They'll look to throw again. And he gets into the end zone for the touchdown.
Darnell Washington,
his first touchdown on the year.
And the Monarchs will take the lead here in the final minute of the first half. For quarterbacks, there are a number of ways to measure a good statistical season. This is one of them. That last touchdown pass, his 30th on the year. Extra point up and good by Dicker.
And the lead is now 14-10. So that one a pretty time-consuming 10-play drive.
And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. This offense back to work now late in this first half. And with them trailing, there is still enough time to try to string a few plays together, maybe get into field goal range.
And complete to Zach Ertz. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. Flush to his right. And to the 42-yard line here and brought down there. Now another timeout called for by the offense as they'll stop it with 25 seconds to go here in half number one. And he can't find a receiver, and he's brought down. Now the offense will burn their third and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. And seeing nowhere to throw, he chucks this one away from harm. Incomplete. Now it's third down. An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on third down. Throwing now is Murray.
And that went to the right side and incomplete.
One first down here, and that's all, folks. Good work by this defense to hold things in check and force a punting situation.
On fourth down, A.J. Cole comes on to punt. He's been a busy man here in this first half as he gets it away. And he couldn't get it to check up. That kicks all the way into the end zone for a touchback. He'll take the knee, and the final couple seconds will tick by in this first half. So we've reached halftime here in a 4-point game. As it's time now to send you back stateside to Orlando, Florida, and check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
All right, Brandon, thanks very much. It's all down to this. Week 18 of the NFL regular season. Lots to be decided, so let's get right to it. We begin in the gateway to the west in St. Louis, Missouri, where you see the final score there. Drake May, excellent in the victory, as it's one that pushes his guys 2 games above 500. We were certainly treated to an entertaining first half. Both these teams with some high points and maybe a couple of low points as well. So it's going to be a question of who can be the most disciplined team going forward.
All right, Coach, thanks. Yeah, both teams likely to make some changes in what's been a closely fought battle to this point. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. The Monarchs offense and J.J. McCarthy getting ready to go back to work. And he had it going in the first half, that's for sure. He's really had his way with his secondary. They've been powerless to stop him, and he'll look to keep it rolling right here.
Slot man moves right. Throwing to start the drive. McCarthy.
That one finds Hyatt.
And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. The catch and run pays off for 29 yards.
As they began this drive, I was wondering how they were going to attack since they're playing with the lead. Would they continue to try and push the ball downfield? Well, after one play, it appears that the answer is yes.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive.
Gibbs straight ahead. And good space to operate there as he takes this down inside the 35-yard line. 81 yards rushing for him here as he starts to draw closer to a 1,000-yard campaign.
From the 34 now, here's 1st and 10.
Here's McCarthy.
He'll get 8 on the scramble there. It'll be 2nd and a couple.
I do think it's fair to say that they were caught off guard a little bit when he decided not to throw it on 1st down. But give them credit. They recovered in time to deny him the 1st down yardage. But it's only 2nd and short. So that run is still likely to lead to a new set of downs.
A gain of 5, good enough for the 1st down. Now they'll switch it up here and look to throw. And he's going to lose a yard or 2, taken down behind the line. Daniil Hunter able to collapse the pocket, get to him, and drop him for a loss of a yard.
Well, he was really focused downfield, but there was really no viable options. The coverage was too good.
And the defense really quickened the tempo of that play with their pass rush because there was nowhere for him to go with the football. The only place he ended up, down on the ground.
So they accept the penalty, of course, and push the offense backwards a bit.
And that false start penalty certainly not helping their cause here. 2nd down and long.
Now McCarthy. Finds Gibbs on the check down.
And he's brought down at the 24 after a gain of 4. 7th play of this drive coming up, but a long way to go on 3rd down. Back to throw. McCarthy. Pitch and catch to Moreau, the tight end. And he's going to come up well short as they rally up to stop him at about the 16. So the completion good for 7 there. And that's going to make it 4th down. And his kick is good. And that moves him up by a touchdown now at 17-10. Well, looking at it from a defensive perspective, that keeps the deficit very, very manageable. You know, all things considered, not a bad job on the defensive side.
I would say that you've pointed out something pretty good right there, and that is you actually have both sides happy with that exchange. You know, happy in quotes, of course. One team, hey, we've kept it within range. The other side saying, hey, we put points on the board and did stretch out the lead. Let's see how this one turns out.
Yeah, still bottom line, though, 3 points for the opening drive of the 3rd quarter.
A carry by Taylor to start the drive.
And he'll be tackled at about the 35. It's a 6-yard pickup, and it gets him to 2nd and 4.
It's a pickup of 6. Brings up 2nd and 4.
Again, it's Taylor.
And this won't be enough to pick up the 1st. A gain of 2, 3rd and 1.
Here now, 3rd and a yard.
Brings up 3rd and 1.
They give to Taylor out of the gun.
And he's got the 1st down yardage before he's brought down at the 42. It'll go as a gain of 6 that time, and it moves the chains as well.
1st and 10 at the 42-yard line.
Murray now. And incomplete, a drop there in the middle 3rd of the field. That'll bring up 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 10.
To throw is Murray.
Well, a tough throw there across his body. It's incomplete.
I think he could have scanned downfield forever, but there wasn't anything available. Ends up throwing an incompletion, and I think he'll take that.
From the gun on 3rd down, Murray steps away, and he will not make it back to the line of scrimmage as he's going to be taken down. Cleveland Farrell able to get him down behind the line of scrimmage, and it will be 4th down.
Well, how about that? a dime set on defense, 6 defensive backs. None of them blitz. They're just back there in coverage. Defensive lineman gets the sack.
That's where the O-line, they go to the sideline, they keep their helmets on so the cameras can't find them, right?
Yeah, the cameras can't find them, but I know one thing, the O-line coach will.
The Monarchs offense and Jahmyr Gibbs headed back onto the field. And as you take a look at the numbers, you have to imagine he was the topic of the halftime talk for this defense. We've got to find a way to slow him down. That's probably what they're saying. But nothing that they have done has worked so far.
Throwing to start the drive. McCarthy got his man complete over the middle. That's Davis. That'll go for a gain of 7, and that'll bring up second down.
Out of the gun, they'll give to Gibbs.
And they'll bring him down at the 27-yard line.
94 yards for him on the ground now as he has been terrific here this afternoon. Going back to Gibbs on first down.
Oh, good move.
And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line.
A good gain of 14 there, and it moves the chains.
Boy, where would these guys be without his performance on the ground? That puts him over 100 yards now for the afternoon, and I tell you, he seems to be getting stronger as the day goes along.
Toward the sideline, and look at that catch. Dragging the toes, and that's going to be a first down. Well done. Operating from the gun. McCarthy. Pressure, and he's going to be taken down. They sack him back right around the 44. A well-designed corner blitz that gets him for a loss of 8 yards.
And no matter what the situation, the O-line just hates that because they feel like they didn't protect little brother back there, right?
Man, that's just so difficult for them because just think about every single play. When you decide to throw the football, you're dealing with some of the best athletes on the planet. You talk about guys, if they weren't playing football, they'd be starring in the NBA at power forward. It's a really difficult task.
And, he's unable to hold on to that defensively. A potential game changer, but it falls incomplete.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw.
That one complete to Ligon.
And he's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. They'll wind up with 17 on that one, but they're still a bit short here for 4th. Sean McDermott didn't hesitate. They'll go for it on 4th.
They'll indeed go. Here's McCarthy. Able to find the open man. That's complete.
And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. A defensive breakdown allows a pickup of 16 on 4th down. They only needed that 1 yard going for it on 4th. I got to be honest. I thought they were going to stay on the ground. They surprised me. Did they surprise you?
I'm with you on that one. I thought they'd find a way to create some type of a power run and try and pick up the first down, but they decided keep the ball in the hands of the guy who could throw it, and it paid off.
Yeah, the decision paid off indeed.
Working the middle here. That's complete to Moreau, the tight end.
Give him a gain of 5 on the completion, and it'll be second down.
On play action. Now McCarthy. Complete right side to Hyatt.
And he takes it inside the 10 to the 8 before he's out of bounds. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up.
Well, week 18, this is just when you hope everybody can get through the regular season healthy, but the medical staff is going to have to take a look here, and we'll step aside. They'll run with Gibbs.
And he'll work his way closer to the goal line as he's got 5 down to the 3.
Hat tip to that offensive line. They're clearing some holes, even down here deep in the red zone. And that's a nice pickup on the ground on 1st and goal.
1 quarter remains here as the regular season starts to wind down. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back now to the Emerald Isle as we are just about set to go here in quarter number 4.
Gibbs again. Pushing for the end zone, but he's not going to get there. They stop him just shy of the goal line.
A lot of tired bodies on that field, but this is a big play, 3rd and goal.
Gibbs, touchdown. And that touchdown's going to put him in double digits now for the year. It's his 10th rushing touchdown of the campaign. Extra point try now from Dicker.
And the lead is up to 14. So that drive spans 13 plays.
And it was all capped off by a touchdown run from Jahmyr Gibbs. And he won't quite make it to the 25. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. See if they can put this drive in the end zone, Charles, because it's been a little bit of a rough go at times. They've had to punt the football a ton in this ball game because of stalled out drives.
So are you saying that you're kind of tired of seeing the punter run out there and do his thing during this game? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm okay with it. I have a feeling that this offense, they don't want to see the punter again.
And frankly, the punter doesn't want to run out there anymore himself. He would love to see his offense put together a drive and give his leg a rest.
Murray now to throw. And brought down, but not before reaching the 45-yard line. Able to make something out of nothing there. 17 yards and a first down. On the handoff, this is Taylor. And he's going to take this ahead for right around 3 yards, but no more than that. 2nd down.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7.
And now Murray's going to set up to throw.
He'll drop this down to Taylor.
And down he goes at the 49, a 3-yard pickup.
Now following the completion, we're going to get a stoppage here for an injury.
And this is certainly not what you want to see in the final week of the year. We'll be back. And this offense on 3rd down today, they've converted 3 times in 8 chances. This is 3rd and 4.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And he gets it inside the 35 and just shy of the 30. 17 yards on the pickup, and it'll give him a first down.
Good yardage on the completion there, and when they look at the scoreboard, they do understand a field goal is not going to do them any good. My guess, they're going to press the ball downfield as far as possible, try and throw it into the end zone and get a score because they know they've got to get that done and get the ball back as quickly as possible.
Looking for a cutback lane, but nothing there as he's met at the line of scrimmage. So after the run for no gain, here's 2nd and 10.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 33-yard line.
To throw, it's Murray. He'll find Taylor. That's complete. So the completion good for 6 yards. And it brings up 3rd and 5 now.
It's a gain of 6. Brings up 3rd and 5.
Now Murray. Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. That's good for 9 yards as they convert on the 3rd down play.
17-yard line.
1st and 10, Taylor now.
And brought down, but not before they get it inside the 10 to the 7.
63 yards for him on the ground now on 18 carries.
I hope we give enough respect to the big guys up front because they have been getting it done on this drive. The holes have been large, and they've been barreling through them, picking up first downs.
They'll run with Sanders. And he'll take it into the end zone for a touchdown. Miles Sanders with his 4th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Shamrocks have made it a 1-score game again here in the 4th.
So how about that for an answer? They get the touchdown there, and it's back to a one-score game here in the fourth.
And that's what these guys have done all game long because they've scratched and slashed their way to stay in this game. And by now, we should all realize they're not going away. Now the pressure again swings to their defense because they're going to need to find some way to get the ball back.
The kickoff unit is out on the field, and they will send this one away.
And he takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. The visitors' offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Their lead back down to one score after the touchdown a moment ago. First down's a must on this drive as they start out here 1st and 10. Open man down the field. That's Ligon. And he'll be taken down, but not before they work it across midfield. A really good pickup of 28 yards.
And these guys certainly are not hiding what their intention is. They're absolutely showing it. They're definitely not going to sit on this lead here in the fourth quarter.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive.
Throwing is McCarthy. That's complete to Moreau, the tight end. And he's taken down inside the 30. Another first down, this time on a gain of 19.
That's really good play design right there, and it's one that comes down to the offensive line. It's a deep in route, but it's only going to work if that line gives you time in the pocket to wait for the route to develop. Mission accomplished there as they pick up the first down.
Oh, he was hit as he threw it there, and that one winds up incomplete. Hand off now to Gibbs. And a good-looking run there as he'll take this inside the 20 and down to the 18-yard line.
It's a first down on a gain of 10.
Looking to throw McCarthy.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up. Not that time.
To the air with McCarthy. He connects with Hyatt.
They get 7 out of that, so they're left with a 3rd and 3. They like going to him in the slot. He catches another one.
I think this comes under the heading of until they stop him, why not go back to it? He has something going really well. Great working relationship with the guy throwing the ball, and they keep making the connection.
And it's caught. Touchdown.
Gabriel Davis.
An 11-yard touchdown.
And the Monarchs look like they're going to get back in the win column as they extend their lead here in this fourth quarter. Well, to put it mildly, he's been able to dice up this secondary all game long, and this time that was a missile that he threw into the end zone and adding another touchdown to his ledger.
And I think we see these youngsters develop a lot quicker than we ever have because when they get started in this game, they're not just throwing passes around. They're reading coverages early. So now they're like seasoned pros earlier in their career. How about this one here? If they win this ball game, a game ball definitely coming from his head coach.
Now after the Dicker field goal, he's back out ready to send it away.
Oh, a good-looking return set up here.
And a good effort on the return there. Gets him across the 30, up to the 33.
So they'll come up 1st and 10 now from the 33.
Here's Murray.
And he's tackled a yard short of the marker. Good gain of 9 on first down.
From the 42-yard line, here's 2nd down and a yard.
Open man here, the tight end Henry. And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. Murray going to throw. The improv on the scramble there gets him 6, and it'll be 2nd down. Throwing now is Murray. And he will slide to a stop. He does have the first down. Now whistles come in. We're going to get a timeout here by the offense. It's just their first. They've got 2 more to use here in the final stages. Here's Murray as he sets to throw it. A throw on the run, but that's going to be incomplete.
Limited time left on the clock after that incompletion, so I think both sides are going to savor every second to prepare before the next snap. Because once the ball's in motion, it may be a non-stop push to finish this drive off.
And he will take it in for the touchdown. Jonathan Taylor, an 11-yard touchdown.
And the Shamrocks are back within a score.
Okay, game on. Don't go anywhere yet. You got a 1-score game now. Probably going to rely on the onside kick coming up.
Yeah, they have to. It's not a high percentage play, but it's better than not having a chance at all. And that's when you put your leapers and your flyers on one side, get that high hop, and hope that one of the guys can come up with it.
And on the other side, get that hands team ready.
No doubt about it.
So just under 2 minutes to play, and this would figure to pretty much be your ball game right here. And it looks like this one won't work out. Hands team able to secure the football. And now looking at the clock here, they do have 2 timeouts, but even if they force a 3 and out, they're going to have very little time remaining.
So that means they've got to be aggressive and find a way to knock the ball free. They've got to come up with it because they can't just rely, as you noted, on using their timeouts and getting the ball back. They might not have any time.
Yo.
Go.
Made out.
Get the football. That's their man.
Oh, God. Downed him. He's dead. Headshot.
Nice.
I sniped him, bro, with a sniper rifle. I ran out of ammo on my other guns. What's up behind? Try first.
Oh, no.
I'm self-res. Don't give me.
Wow. You'd have to think likely another running play coming.
Got him. He's dead.
He's going to get it again. Just looking to get forward and protect the ball.
Now the defense will burn their third and final timeout as they'll head to the
yeah, dude.
and talk over what to do
Dude,
next.
that was awesome. My fucking sniper came out just at the right time. It's like, use me, young sire. And I'm like, hell yeah. I need ammo, B2-dub. I have, like, no ammo.
He's having a big game running the football, but that one will hurt the yards per carry a little bit.
Yeah, but the average he's got so far, that's the type of average he wants to take with him to contract negotiations, doesn't he?
And on now is the punter, as he'll come on to kick this one away. And this will be up to the ruling of the side judge here. He says it crossed out of bounds at the 16-yard line. The situation for him offensively as follows. Down by 7. Needing to go pretty much the length of the football field as they have it 1st and 10. Back to throw. Murray.
He'll get that complete to Harrison.
And able to get this across the 20 before going out of bounds.
Here's 2nd down and 3.
Now Murray.
Pass complete to Edwards.
And they're going to have this across midfield and inside the 45.
Final minute. No timeouts at their disposal. Here's 1st and 10.
Over the middle, that's caught by Taylor. Broke through some contact, but unable to reach the 40. Murray to throw.
Now throw right side here, going to be incomplete.
Now we're in the situation where the quarterback's got to take full charge of his huddle. Got to totally command it, make sure all eyes are on him. All focus is locked in. Going to call multiple plays and go over different situations and scenarios to make sure everyone is on the same page.
Now that's to the left sideline and incomplete.
Down to their last chance now. This is going to have to be a heave for the end zone and just hope for a miracle.
And I don't sit back with everyone back defending. I've got to have somebody rushing the quarterback. Don't make it easy for him to set up and throw the ball all the way downfield.
This to possibly force OT. And that is going to be incomplete. Boy, they got the tip they were looking for but couldn't secure it, and this one's over.
So no shortage of offense in this game, but a very clean game too, Charles. Each side got its points, but they did so without committing a single turnover.
That's so true, and it certainly felt like NFL football at its finest, right? You talk about the highest level from both of these offenses. Neither one of them afraid of taking risks, and both of them aggressively pushing it downfield. I did like, Brandon, how smart they were about going about their business, though. They were high flying, but they took care of the ball.
Yeah, they did. And just keeping it clean in a game like this with all these points, you don't see that very often, even at the highest level. Job well done by both sides.
So for the Londoners,
they conclude the regular season with a final record of 11-6.
And now they'll await the final seeding for the playoffs ahead. Meanwhile, for the Dubliners,
they will indeed limp to the finish line, unfortunately, as they close out a 6-11 campaign.
And this is a team that has a few good pieces in place, but could stand to get deeper and younger all around.
Making ladders out of cowboy sheets. We will be gone while we're counting stars, they're counting sheep. Peter, all the rest don't make a sound. Just keep running and keep running and keep running. In our heads we're 10 feet off the ground. Just keep running and keep running, keep running, keep running.
Football League on EA Sports. And we'll see Chris Godwin, who's closing in on 1,000 yards receiving on the year. It's the Mounties and the Pioneers, next on Madden Football.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. One final time this regular season. As always, joined by Brock Hewitt, I'm Kate Scott as we get ready to put a bow on what has been an outstanding 18 weeks of football.
And for 14 lucky teams across the NFL, Kate, this isn't the end for them. This is their last chance at a tune-up before they play on into the postseason chasing that Super Bowl ring. But for the other 18, this is it. Their final chapter. Their final chapter in a story to take the field until September rolls around again. And for some, frankly, well, this might be the last time they ever put the pads on. So leave everything you got out there and do everything in your power.
For some, the final chapter of the season. For others, a final week before the playoffs. And we're off in Week 18. In pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. They'll be led out by the fifth-year lefty out of Alabama, Tua Tagovailoa.
Last week, Kate, you won't call his effort wasted, never. But you wish a game like that would have come in a win instead of showing up in a contest they ended up dropping. 2 touchdowns, no picks. That's the type of game that wins are typically built off of.
Godwin sent in motion right. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
You know, for pitchers, you hear them say, gosh, you got to pitch this guy backwards. For defenses, you got to do the same at times, Kate. You just can't always run it on first. You got to mix in some high percentage pass plays. Otherwise, you're going to get hit right in the face for a loss just like that.
And he's brought down for a loss.
This coordinator tried to show some trust and belief in his offense. A run after a negative run? Well, you lose a lot of equity and belief in that coordinator. I don't think he's going to try a 3rd run after back-to-back negative losses.
3rd and long for him here. Escapes the pocket. Oh, he's going to run for it. What a play on 3rd and 13, and this drive will indeed continue.
Obviously, a defense wants to take away all the reads and prevent any kind of big throw for the 1st down. Fine. Well, this QB, he'll just lower his head and gash the defense with one of the biggest runs of the game.
All set up now for 1st and 10. On play action, here's Tagovailoa. Bails out of the pocket quick. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
All right, 1st sack on the board on the 1st drive as a defense. And now, well, now we let the chess match begin. The adjustments begin because we know pressure leads to sacks. And sacks in this league often leads to wins.
And it's a nice game, but still not enough for the 1st.
I got to really rack my brain, Kate, to remember a play, a run in this league that nice that doesn't end up getting an offensive 1st down. He did all he could to will this drive forward.
And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
Perception and reality, Kate. The perception out there from the public is edge rushers are defined by their sacks. The reality in a locker room and in the huddle is you could be defined by your relentlessness. And his motor never stopped. Helped him track it down for a loss on the outside.
4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. So this one will go out of bounds, and they'll start the drive inside their own 30. So out comes their offense for its 1st possession of the game. Bringing him out, coming off a tough rookie season as the top pick in the 2023 draft is Bryce Young.
Kate, he's had some time to work past their last game, and he needed every second of it. A 4-interception game isn't easy for anybody to move on from, even for the shortest of memories. He's got to get his head right this week. This team needs him to deliver.
And he scampers ahead and gets 2 on the carry. We're going to look at their injured players now, Brock. And with no postseason appearance for them this season, I'd assume the goal is just to get through this game without adding anyone else to this list.
Well, you better be careful, as that saying goes, when you assume, because the guys that are out here, they're not thinking that way at all. It is a bummer. There's no question about it, and those injuries played a role in them not making the playoffs. But for those guys that get to play today, this is their shot. This is their tape, and you never know what this afternoon or evening could do for their career.
Try getting it to Tyler Lockett, and that brings up 4th and long. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour, and there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. Credit that defense for flying around and making the play.
The Mounties start getting the ball back as J.K. Dobbins runs out there. And you know who the ball is going to when they reach the red zone. He's currently top 5 across the NFL in rushing scores this season. They'll start on the ground with Dobbins. And he found some running room for a nice gain. It's an 8-yard pickup, and they're going to have 2nd and 2 next.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2 at the 38-yard line.
Again, they'll run with Dobbins. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
Kate, it's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. 2nd and short run, you're feeling good about yourself. But with a negative play, well, now comes a critical 3rd down.
Throwing, here's Tagovailoa on 3rd. On target to Dobbins. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
This dude's just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, Kate. Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that first down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
Football on that 47-yard line, first down. Now an inside handoff to Dobbins. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Call it 7 yards, and now they'll have second down and 3.
A 7-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 3.
Godwin, the man in motion left. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
That is teaching tape for a linebacker. Read, react, and finish.
Throwing on third, Tagovailoa. That one's complete, right side. And they get there to take him down right around the 41. 6 yards on the play and enough for a first.
First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
A give to Dobbins out of the shotgun. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
This is one of those plays that I wish we had the huddle mic'd up, Kate, because I can assure you that offensive line in their own way is telling that running back, sorry, we did not give you any chance.
Man in motion here. Here's 2nd and 11. That's complete to Dobbins. He's got to gain a 6 there. Jalen Petrie there on the stop.
Rhythm. You hear me talk about rhythm a lot. Whether it's a golf swing, a baseball swing, heck, even a bowler gets himself into rhythm. And I'm just telling you, Kate, from experience, these little throws to running backs, it's one of the best things to get your offense into rhythm and a nice little gain on top of it.
5 yards on that play and enough for a new set of downs. On first down, here's Tagovailoa. On target to Godwin. And they have this well into the red zone now at the 15. He finds him 16 yards and a new set of downs.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
They'll come up 1st and 10. They've got a man in motion. Shotgun handoff for Dobbins. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
Even on the outer edges of this field, Kate, a cornerback making a stop behind the line, it's impressive. But in the middle third, that takes a special and fearless type of cornerback.
Tua off the play fake. That'll be Cox. It's Jamal Williams. Decent gain here, but short of the first.
You know, these running backs today, they are so versatile. It doesn't matter if they're running it, or in this case, same principle applies on routes out of the backfield. You don't get somebody close to him, that throw is headed his way.
The Mounties take a 6-0 lead in the first quarter. And it's caught in the end zone. Touchdown! The Mounties go up 6-0 here in the first. Well, they definitely wanted to get that one out quick, Brock. They did just that, and it ends in 6.
We hear it all the time, but it is so true, Kate. This is a game about matchups, and when you see a throw that quick, it really was determined pre-snap. It was great design and tremendous execution.
Sly gets the extra point to go. And the Mounties will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Following the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition has in store. Here's Charlie Jones with the return. Oh, he's showing some burst on his return. And the work's already half done thanks to that return. They're taking over at midfield. Young on the play action. On him quick, and they bring him down. And the big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up. be the end of one in this AFC North battle. 7-0 is our score. More of the NFL on EA Sports right after this. Welcome back for the start of the second. Our visiting offense out in possession of the ball. Trying again following the sack. They have second and pretty long here. And the coverage just too good there. Didn't find the throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. Third down coming up. Shotgun snap now to Young. Caught into the hands of the rookie from Florida.
I know on the stat sheet, Kate, that shows up as passing yards, but any defensive coordinator will take it. Understanding down and distance and keeping that offense short of the sticks.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. This punt out of bounds on the fly. We're waiting for the mark. Looks like they're going to say it's short of the 30. The Mounties are back on offense. Tua Tagovailoa out there once again. And that last drive, no answer for what they were doing through the air, so expect some tighter coverage this time around. And he'll be out of bounds right along the 40.
Well, this is the type of game we've come to expect from him as a runner, toting the ball, but he's just as adept at turning the screen into the same kind of yardage, too.
On second down, here's Dobbins. We're working a couple of yards past the line. Really Gay there on the tackle. Just 2 yards there on the carry. They're going to need another 2 now on third down. Running it again with Dobbins. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. This one goes for 3 yards. And that'll be a first down.
First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
Now Tagovailoa to throw. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there when you saw the field. It's going to be second down.
It's now second and 10.
Throwing again. Here's Tua. Rolling left, buying some time. He's keeping it. Give him 13 on that play. And it'll give him a first down.
As much as you'd like to find a completion and get the ball out of your hands, when a play breaks down, you've got to be able to make a play with your legs. His offense counts on his ability to evade pressure and occasionally make plays just like that.
And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. Nice spot here for the offense. It's second and 1.
Brings up second and a yard.
Straight ahead, here's Dobbins. And they bring him down. Looks like he got it to the 27. So now a timeout for a player who was shaken up on that previous snap, and I think we can all agree not what any of us were hoping to see as we close out this regular season. They are now set for first and 10. Tagovailoa now working from the gun. Finds his man. It's Godwin. 16 yards on the play. And that gives them the first.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
The drive picks up here, first and 10. Short side option here, he's running left. And he made a bid for it. It's a good gain that's stopped down at the 3. It's a solid 7-yard pickup on first down. Now they're going to have second and 3.
The gain of 7 brings up second and 3 at the 3-yard line.
Here's Tagovailoa. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. It brings up third down.
Brings up third down and 3 yards to go.
Dobbins gets it off the option. And he pushed for it, but they managed to stop him at the 2. Only a yard that time. It forces 4th and 1.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Up and good from Joseph. And their special teams converts to get them something out of that possession.
In that close, in the red zone, you know they're upset. They couldn't finish the drive with the touchdown. It's only half the points, but at least there's something to show for the possession.
Here's a return from the 7. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. This offense getting all set for this series. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
No, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
On the give, here's Shipley. They're driving forward, but won't get beyond the line. Kamari Lassiter getting up there to make the stop. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Again, it's Shipley. And he's brought down for a loss.
Well, once we saw them on a collision course with one another, we know how inertia works. The bigger man, he wins.
This drive in some serious trouble. It's 3rd and 12. Out of the gun, Young. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through to back them up ahead of 4th down.
Kate, I've seen a one-step drop. I've seen a 3, a 5, a 7. Some of the boots and play actions get more depth, but a 20-step drop? That's not going to cut it. Except for this defense, it just adds a whole bunch of negative yards to that play.
The Pioneers readying for the punt. And after that drive went backwards, he's going to send this one forward. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this flying. Fair catch called for and taken just beyond midfield. That punt goes unanswered. No return there. And it's going to be their football coming up. Tight end in motion left. Beginning on the ground here with Dobbins. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Good run, gets him 7. That brings up 2nd and 3.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly what he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that 1st down marker.
Off the play fake, here's Tunga Bailoa. And the coverage just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up.
3 yards to go.
2 now from the gun. Complete beyond the marker. And he's marked down, looks like at the 32-yard line. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs.
Year after year, the best offenses are multifaceted. It's not just the receivers or the tight ends that can make plays through the air. When you get running backs that can attack the middle of the field like that, man, is it difficult on a defense.
They'll run on 1st down with Dobbins. And he pushed deep in enemy territory with that, down inside the 25. Pickup of 8 on the run, and that sets up 2nd and 2. They send a man in motion. Out of the gun, Tunga Bailoa. Osborne hauls it in. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage. Working inside the red zone. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Tunga Bailoa off the play fake. Intercepted in the end zone. Trayvon Diggs has got it. And the Pioneers will take over as this gets brought out to the 20-yard line. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Young working from the gun. Completed over the middle. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Before we can get a snap on second down, they call timeout. Looking to throw, Young. He gets it complete to Will Shipley. And he's going to get this up close to the 40 before going out.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to third down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
And he's taken down directly on that 43-yard line. Prior to first down, they decide to call a timeout. Sticking to the air, it's Young. No luck on the connection. It's incomplete. Whistle sound as the defense decides to call timeout. On 2nd and 10, Young. Flush down out to his left. And he has it to the 42 before they make the stop. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. He lets a heater go deep. This is caught inside the 15. And he's able to get this down to the 13. Timeout taken by the offense, their second. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. From the red zone now. The throw is caught. And he drives this down to the 8 before going out.
Just get this guy touches. I don't care how, I don't care when. Just find unique ways to get this running back the ball, and over time, he's going to make you pay.
Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. Young throwing here. And he's brought down real close to that goal line at the 1. We have a timeout now. Medical staff out to check on an injured man, and you hate to see this in the final week of the regular season. This offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. Now Young. Almost had 6, but can't find him in the end zone. Incomplete. Another chance to get that lone yard. Here's 2nd and goal. Back to throw. Here's Young. He's on the move. And they take this in for the score. The Pioneers make it a 1-score game before halftime. It's a Bryce Young touchdown. Great play by the QB there, Brock. The play broke down. He didn't have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise. And in the end, turned out to be the best call he could have made.
It is such a necessary tool in today's NFL for that QB to put right in his tool belt, Kate. You know, in my day, you could be a blacksmith, right? You just do the job and stay in the pocket. Not anymore. You got to be an artist. And you got to be an artist that can create when things break down. And that's big time to get a touchdown out of it as well.
Volley set up, and it's away. Just a 3-point game now. Has this at the 6. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. The Mounties returning their offense and this running back to the field. And they've gone to him as a receiver to complement his presence in the backfield, Brock, to some good early results. They've got blackjack on the clock. Not a ton of time to use before halftime. They'll turn to the ground game and just run this clock out. And he gets him around 6 there. Jalen Petrie there on the stop. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. A tight end in motion now. So we're halfway through this final week of the regular season. Now we'll head back across the world's longest border to Orlando. Let's hear from Jonathan Coachman. He's got our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We begin in the gateway to the West in St. Louis, Missouri, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue. as you can see by the scoreline. Drake May, excellent in the victory, as it's one that pushes his guys 2 games above 500. It was a strong first half from the lefty, Tua Tagovailoa. He connected on a touchdown pass in that first half, and that's a big part of why his guys lead at the break. This one's been as good as advertised. Just a field goal separating these two teams. This is a very level first half, and I'd expect to see more of the same after the break.
He fields it from the 8. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive in the second half. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. Here's Young on 1st and 10. This will be caught by Adams. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down.
I know the Combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the Combine, because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. But that was the epitome of courage to make that in cut and make the catch.
1st and 10 from the 41. Handoff now to Shipley. And he's going to work his way almost to midfield. That's stopped at the 48. Call it 7 yards, and now they'll have 2nd down and 3. Young on the play action. He's going deep this time. Had the window to go deep, but just couldn't make it happen. Now it's 3rd down.
Hey, Mr. Quarterback down there, that's a throw that's got to go somewhere else. Double coverage is waiting for it. QB super fortunate that ball wasn't picked. And then completion, still pretty good for the defense, too.
And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
I can promise you, that's not what it looked like on the practice field, nor on the whiteboard. Typically, QB run is going to net you a whole lot more yardage than that. But let's give some credit. Strong effort by that defensive front who contained a play that typically goes for a whole lot more.
On now comes their punter. It'll be Sam Martin doing the honors. Ooh, it's away, but he knows he mishit that one. Headed for the sideline. And this looks like it got just inside the 20 as it flew out, and indeed it did. They're putting the ball at the 19-yard line. The home teams back out on offense. Their running back headed out once again. And it has been all about these defenses so far, Brock. Even into the second half, we're still waiting for one of these offenses to take charge.
Yeah, what you're feeling, these defenses are making every yard tough, every first down tough, every series tough. And offensively, yeah, it's time to toughen up and maybe more importantly, sharpen up.
They get 13 on the pickup. And they'll have 1st down. It's a new set of downs for them at the 32. 1st and 10 now. Here's Tagovailoa. Hauled in by Dobbins. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
To this day, I can still see the faces of the big guys in the huddle. When you call a screen like that, instead of them just getting knocked backwards, they get to be salesmen. They get to push those linemen downfield and then tee off and go hit somebody like they did right there.
Williams now on 1st and 10. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Good rip on 1st down. That brings up 2nd and 2.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2.
Shotgun snap now to Tagovailoa. Has a man, Dalton Schultz. 12 yards on that play and a good call, and that's up the 1st. To Osborne. He gets it ahead, winds up with about 3. Brought down by the veteran Carlton Davis. 2nd down now, 7 to go.
At the 30-yard line.
Takes off right out of the read option. He's able to drive that pile about a yard. Josh Hines Allen, that time to haul him down. 3rd and 6 for them to figure out now. Tagovailoa now working from the gun. He has the first over the middle. And they get this all the way down to the 16-yard line. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a first down.
Offense set for a 1st and 10. They send a tight end in motion. First down from the red zone. Has him on the quick hitter. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
Dobbins goes up and over for the touchdown. The Mounties push their lead further to start the half. J.K. Dobbins with the touchdown. Well, in a close game, they needed somebody to make that type of play. Now it pushes their lead to a couple of scores and makes a comeback that much more difficult.
You know, Kate, their offense did its part and padded the lead. Now it's up to this defense to make this 2-score lead hold up and carry it across the finish line.
That one right down the middle. And the Mounties make it a 10-point ball game. They put a touchdown on the board, and now they'll send it away. On the return, here's Jones. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Here comes their offense out again. And I'm sure they're tired of bringing out the punter, Brock. They're hopefully going to give him some rest this time around and find some points to go after that lead. The gun and gives to Shipley. And into a sea of bodies he goes. Looks like they'll get about 3 out of it.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
And he's caught behind the line for a loss. So now a timeout for a player who was shaken up on that previous snap, and I think we can all agree not what any of us were hoping to see as we close out this regular season. A less than ideal 3rd and 8 here. Shotgun snap now to Young. That's caught for the first. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They got 24 yards on the play. And it sets up first down.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
New set of downs for him from the 46. Shipley on the give, headed left. And they stop him after a good run that takes him down inside the 40. It's a solid 7-yard pickup on first down. Now they're going to have 2nd and 3. From the pistol, it's Young. That one falls to the turf, couldn't hang on. It's incomplete.
That drop ruins the payoff to a well-designed play. It got a man open, it beat the coverage. That's a call they can revisit in the future with hopefully a much better job finishing the catch.
Finding Pearsall. And he's brought down at about that 27-yard line. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
To the air on first down, Young. And he's not quite that fast. Let him just a bit too much. That's incomplete. So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Play action now, Young. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. 3rd down coming up.
When nothing opens up, that becomes a pretty clear throwaway spot. I mean, that is textbook throwaway spot right there, Kate. Get outside the box, chuck it into the 3rd row, and avoid exactly what happened right there. Because now
And he's in. Touchdown! The Pioneers shrinking the lead some in the third. Tyler Lockett, the touchdown! All right, so the offense does its job, Brock. Now they need their defense to give them a chance to overcome that big deficit.
The momentum in the building's clearly changed. We can feel it here in the booth, but you're right. It's now up to the defense to make a stop and give them a chance.
Reichert on for the point after. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Pioneers cut it to a field goal game. Volley set up and it's away. Just a three-point game now. Johnson now on the return. And this drive will start inside the 25. The home teams and this running back headed back out for a new series. And his performance has ailed against what has been a very stout defensive front. This hasn't been a contest to stack up there among his better showings, partner. They've made it real difficult to find any holes to hit, and there's been absolutely no space for him to work with. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Foley, Fadukasi there to make the stop. Offense to the line for second down. They run. Here's Dobbins. This is ahead for about 5. Josh Hines Allen, that time to haul him down. 1 yard, all that's needed. This is 3rd and inches. They'll send him over right. Throwing on 3rd, Tagovailoa. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. Not on the same page with his tight end. And that brings up 4th and short. The Mounties setting out their punt team. And this is the 2nd time he's been brought on to kick it. He calls for the fair catch and has it at the 22-yard line. We don't get a return out of that punt. And they'll get ready to go on offense. And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. Only 1 quarter remaining now in these teams' regular season. It's just a field goal game right now as we get set for our final quarter. Everyone's prepped. It's second down now. Out of the gun, Young. He'll get this one to Adams. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31.
Well, that is pretty darn impeccable timing between the two. They hit a curl route of that length. It takes great anticipation and precision by the quarterback, and the receiver on the other end finishing it, doing his job.
Complete beyond the marker. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On 3rd down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity, and man, did he make an impact play.
1st and 10 from the 41. Off the play fake, he'll throw. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up second down. Sticking to the air, it's Young. Short pass brought in. And a nice game here, but it stopped short of the 1st. 3rd and just 2 to go. Throwing now, off play action. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
Everybody wants to play quarterback until a play like that. Almost no resistance off the ball, and the defense ready to maul you. It was all he could do to get rid of it before he gets just clocked.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. This offense running out for a new series, led by their running back. And among his touchdowns out of the backfield this season, this one is notable. On that last drive, he hit a benchmark that he's been pushing for. This is Dobbins. And he'll get it up to the 27. First down play nets him 5. It's going to be 2nd and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5.
From the 27. He's got it to him yet again. That is caught. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. They're set up at the 35 now. Handoff goes to Dobbins, running left. And he's got a modest gain up to the 41-yard line. Give him 5 on that carry, bringing up 2nd and 5.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5.
Straight ahead with Williams. And they wrap him up after a short push to the 42. Only a yard on the pickup, so that's going to bring them to 3rd down and 3.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
Out of the gun, Tagovailoa. That throw's knocked away and incomplete. 4th down coming up.
I know a DB in the stat sheet loves to see INT and not PBU, but as soon as he realized a pick wasn't possible, he does the next best thing and knocks it away.
On is the punt team, and away goes the punt. He fields this at the 18. And some textbook work covering that punt. It is stopped after almost nothing on the return. The Pioneers and Bryce Young making their way back out on offense. And on that last drive, Brock, he crossed a notable threshold in passing yards for the season. Always nice when you can reach one of those plateaus to look back on after the year's over. Caught him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! And he gets his own fumble, so the comeback hopes are still alive, but that clock keeps running.
We all saw the brief moment of full-on panic between the ball coming out and him getting back on it. The impressive part is he kept his composure while it was still loose. One mistake didn't become 2, and he cleaned it up before any defenders could.
They really need some chunk yardage here on 2nd down. Straight ahead with Shipley. And the struggle seeping into the ground game now as he's held up at the line. Looking at a tough spot to punt it away if this 3rd down is unsuccessful. Young working from the gun. And even on 3rd down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be 4th down.
That was a situation where he got the time in the pocket he needed. There just wasn't anyone open to throw it to. It got to the point he had 2 choices as that clock is going off in his head. Force to throw and risk a pick, or just get rid of it and cut your losses on the play.
This offense headed out as we get a look at their running back. And his production is carried over into this 2nd half. He keeps on running well, even with the workload they placed upon him. Football on that 47-yard line, 1st down. Putting a receiver in motion. Tua off the play fake. Taken in by Luke Musgrave. It's a gain of 17 on that one. And it'll give him a 1st down.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end, because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
Man in motion here. Tagovailoa off the play fake. Throwing quickly, but it's incomplete. This one misses the tight end. So it's 2nd down coming up.
He was defended by Jalen Petrie.
Slot man motioned over. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. They come to the line here, and this is 3rd and 6.
Brings up 3rd and 6.
Tua now from the gun. Escapes the pocket. Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down. It's a very important field goal for Joey Sly. Ball spotted on that right hash, 53 yards out. That kick is no good. Oh, he mishit it. And their lead will remain unchanged in the 4th.
Surely not something they're too pleased about down on the field. But, Kate, with that miss, ooh, we got a lot of juice. We got an opportunity here to see a field goal and a chance to take this game to overtime.
This offense making its way back out now. Their last drive didn't make it very far before they had to punt it away, partner, so hopefully this one has some better legs to it. Let's see how they attack this 1st down, Brock, from the 43. From the gun, Shipley gets it. And he's able to reach that midfield stripe after some solid running. Good run, gets him 7. That brings up 2nd and 3. Young to throw it. Catch made by Shipley. Then he has it to the 42 before they make the stop. That's good for 7 yards. And they're going to have a 1st down. Now Young. Pearsall on the slant. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. An excellent gain, 20 yards there, and that's going to move the sticks. They've got 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning left for them. We've got 1st and 10. Trying to throw here out of the gun. Chased out to his right. He's running with it. And the ground game works for the touchdown. The Pioneers jump in front late. It's a Bryce Young touchdown. A chance to take their lead beyond a field goal on this point after. And it's good, so they take the lead, and the extra point buys them some breathing room. A field goal does not tie it now. And after they reach the end zone, they'll kick it off and turn things over to the defense. This return starts at the 5. He stopped on the return at the 27. Their offense ready to take the field now. They find themselves down here in the 4th after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Setting up to pass. Completed over the middle. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their 1st. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. Back to throw. On target to Musgrave. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down. He'll look to throw it. Into the hands of Schultz. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. 2nd and 6 coming up here. He's on the move. He tucks it and takes off. Timeout taken by the offense. They're 2nd. To the line for a new set of downs. Only a lone timeout at their disposal. Here he is to throw. And will he? No, he's not going to escape. They take him down on a pivotal play late in this ball game. And he let his man just a little too much there. That's an incomplete pass. Looking for the back that time. So they're left facing 3rd and long. To throw. Osborne hauls it in. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. Before they can run a play on 4th down, we have a timeout. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Defense.
Man, there's no way around this, Brock. They had that offense exactly where they wanted them, and the penalty gives them a whole lot more breathing room.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the late, great Dennis Green. He said it perfectly. We had him right where we wanted, and we let him off the hook.
Couldn't connect on first. It's 2nd down. To the air yet again. Tagovailoa. Too much on that, and it sails through the end zone, incomplete.
Quarterbacks, well, they're a lot like sharpshooters in the NBA. Sometimes they're just going to miss. You got to shake it off and keep on firing.
Throwing now. No better luck than the last play, Brock, as he just has to get rid of it.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on 3rd down? Well, they chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
Here he goes. Got to have this on 4th down. It's intercepted. That will do it. Grant Delpit in to pick it off. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And they end the season on a great note, Brock, with a W in the final chapter of this year's campaign. So for Brock Heward, everyone here on our great crew, I'm Kate Scott, and this has been the NFL on EA Sports. The Pioneers are winners, as we say au revoir from Montreal.
It's the NFL on EA Sports, and the spotlight is on Nick Chubb. He should be a busy man out of the backfield. It's going to be a good one, and it's coming up next on Madden NFL 25.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League is on the air. With Charles Davis, as always, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, you talk about storylines in this one. I think it begins and ends with our two quarterbacks, certainly two of the best in the business.
And nowadays, I don't think you can get by for long periods of time without a top-flight quarterback. The way the game is played, with all the responsibility he has and how the game flows through him, if he's not on the top of his game, your team's not going to benefit at all.
Evan McPherson has this one teed up, and we are underway from the City Beautiful. And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they will be led out by their second-year quarterback.
We're seeing it more and more in this league, how teams love to have athletes back there taking the snaps, guys who can throw it and move around and get yards with their legs if needed. He's one of the best examples that we see out there right now. He can throw for hundreds of yards one week and then run for 100+ the next. He adds an extra dimension that really confounds defenses when he puts it all together.
4 yards the result on the first play from scrimmage. Second down. In motion, the tight end. That is caught by Josh Oliver, the former San Jose State Spartan. And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30. 39 yards the distance covered on the catch and run. All right, Charles, let me put you in the head of one of those defenders out there. You have a big play like that go against you so early. What does that shake your confidence?
It shouldn't, but it often does, because your thought process all during the week is how you're going to get after that offense and make your plays. And when they make one against you, it makes you a little bit hesitant.
Time to regroup. And only a yard this time as he's taken down right around the 26. So from the 26-yard line, here's a second down and 9. The play-action fake. They'll look to throw. Short throw caught by the tight end, Oliver. And he'll go out of bounds in the red zone just inside the 20. It'll go down as a gain of 6. And now 2 yards to go on third down. And they'll try and run the option to pick it up. And he'll have the first down, getting this one to the 14-yard line. They get 5 out of that one, and it moves the chains. Here's a 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line. And now a handoff to Charbonnet. And now they're inside the 10 as he's brought down at the 9. 5 yards on the carry. Good pickup on first down. From the 9, 2nd and 5. And Charbonnet once again. And a nice pickup there. He gets about 5 down to the 4-yard line.
A quick burst there, and he nicely bit off a pretty decent game.
8th play of this opening drive coming up. This is third down. He'll look to throw. Pass taken in by his big tight end. They only got 2, but that was enough as they'll convert to make it 1st and goal.
And in a lot of ways, that catch is expected. Red zone presence, and that one was realized there. You've got to find your tight end in that situation.
And it's caught. Touchdown. Odell Beckham with touchdown number 7 on the year. And the Dragons get the upper hand as they're on the board first here this afternoon. Now, this is a crew. They've come out flat their last 2 games, both losses, but just judging by the energy level, they look different here early, and that touchdown shows how.
Yeah, it seems to me that touchdown gets them off the treadmill. Because, you know, you've been on the treadmill. I've seen you work out. You go forever and ever, and it tells you you've gone somewhere, but you really have. You're in the same spot. They've exchanged it for an escalator. Still got some hills to climb, but they can get there.
These are good analogies. I run outside sometimes, though. You know, get some fresh air, a little sun on your face.
A little wind in there.
Yeah, that's right. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And leading them out there, we get a look at their 6'3" quarterback.
Okay, I thought there was something to build on in last week's game by his performance. I thought he played fairly well overall. The numbers won't knock your socks off. 2 touchdown passes and an interception. The bottom line, though, they lost.
Yeah.
How does he eliminate that one interception, continue to take care of the ball, and maybe increase the number of times he puts the ball in the end zone with a receiver?
And he'll take this up near the 35, maybe the 34. 7 yards on the pickup there, and it'll leave him with a 2nd and 3. They go up the middle with Chubb. And he's going to be met at the line of scrimmage and taken down. Call it no gain that time as it's going to leave him with a 3rd and about 3 to go.
It's 3rd down and 4.
Back to throw. Here's Stroud. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And he'll be stopped right at midfield. A new set of downs after a strong pickup of 16 yards.
Plenty of things to talk about here, partner, but to me, their defense gave up a touchdown on the first drive. How about how they're responding, coming back? That's a big 3rd down pickup to keep their drive alive.
Clock rolling as we hit the midway point of this first quarter. The man in motion left here, Johnson.
And now a fake on the jet sweep and a give to Chubb.
5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
A gain of 5 brings up 2nd and 5 at the 45-yard line.
They run it again with Chubb. And he's going to be met at about the 43. Just a couple on the pickup there, and now it's 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
They'll run for it. Here's Chubb.
Yeah, maybe a little over pursuit there as he's able to take this down to the 25-yard line.
18 yards there and a first down.
1st and 10 at the 25-yard line.
Now to change things up, Stroud will throw it. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down.
It's now 2nd and 10 at the 25-yard line.
And Stroud now to throw.
Being chased out left. And he slides and covers up at the end as he's going to be able to pick up decent yardage. Give him 7 there on the tuck and run, and they're in better shape now for 3rd. A give running right is Chubb. That is not going to be any help as they dump him behind the line of scrimmage. He lost 2, and it brings up 4th.
Sometimes you just sit back and marvel at what he can do defensively. Speed, strength, quickness, he's the whole package. And that package just wrapped up the runner for a loss.
A 37-yard attempt.
McPherson's kick is good.
And they are on the board, but still trailing. It's 7-3.
So he's been automatic to this point of the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
And what a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well. And kudos to you. You didn't jinx it.
Well, now how about this return?
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The Dragons offense and Chris Olave getting set to take over once more. And he's right up there amongst the league's best when it comes to racking up receiving yards this season. Currently ranked in the top 5 as things stand here.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive.
This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated groups. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown on their last time out, looking to repeat that in Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated. They both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
Now following the sack, they'll look to make amends on a 2nd down and 17. On play action, they'll throw. Incomplete. He was looking that time to get it to Paris Campbell. And that takes us from 2nd to 3rd down.
When you look at this defense, Into this game, they're ranked number 22 in the NFL against the pass, Charles.
And I think you're going to see some changes in the offseason, whether it's through the draft, free agency, maybe even both. They definitely need some help in the secondary.
It'll be a gain of 12, but it will also lead to 4th down.
And that's a play that's not uncommon on 3rd and long because the offense is just hoping that somehow they can get a guy in space and follow some blockers downfield. Does a pretty nice job there getting a few yards, but he ends up getting stopped before he can get the 1st down.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. As we grind toward the end of the season here, and they haven't had the season that they had hoped. So let me ask you to play GM. Where might they look to make some changes?
I think when you look into the upcoming draft, think hard about them drafting multiple offensive linemen. They've got to get stouter up front. And as a GM, it always tells me, Charles, this is a big boy league, and big people always end up winning games for you.
And the catch made by Johnson. And that's good for a gain of 6, and it'll be 2nd down. After 1, 7-3 the score on EA Sports. Orlando with the football here to begin the 2nd quarter, as they've got it with a 2nd and 4 coming up. Now Stroud going to bat it forward on the touch pass. Well, a pretty move couldn't create much space. Down just beyond the 35. They'll come up now on a 2nd and long after the hold. Throwing now is Stroud. That's caught by his tight end, Kylen Granson. That's a gain of 11. Would have been a 1st down if not for that penalty moments ago. The offense on 3rd down, they've been okay. 2 for 3 thus far. This time they face a 3rd and 2. Stroud will look to throw once more. Throw right side is going to be caught by Samuel. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. Now this is just the last thing you want to see in the final week of the regular season. Well, I hope he's okay. We'll step aside and be right back. On 1st down, they'll run with Chubb. And he'll be pretty well stopped in his tracks. Give him a yard up to the 42. Now 2nd and 9. Stroud. A short one to the tight end, Troutman. And he'll work it across midfield inside the 45. It's his 1st catch, and it'll be good for 15 and a 1st down.
He's certainly done a nice job spreading the field on this drive. And here he finds his big tight end for good yardage. And that's what you have to do. Keep defenses guessing about where you're going to go with the football.
So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. Now Stroud. And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down. Stroud to throw it. They set up the screen to Chubb. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. 19 yards to pick up there. Move the chains. Seems as if the passing attack's starting to heat up a little bit here in the 2nd quarter.
You can sense and you can see the momentum because now they're reading their patterns downfield, they're understanding the coverages, and they're finding the open holes in the defense.
Finding Johnson on the out route. That's complete. And he takes it down to the 10-yard line. Another strong gain on the last 2 plays. They've moved it a combined 33 yards.
That's the 3rd time on this drive that these two have connected with each other. They've got a real rapport going. And right now, it's paying off with big chunks of yardage, as shown by that last play.
Here's Chubb on the read option. And he'll take this one inside the 10, down to the 8. 3 yards on the pickup there, and it'll be 2nd down. And again, it's Chubb. And he's brought down right at the 5-yard line. Give him 2 on the play. Well done to sniff that out defensively. He had it diagnosed pretty quickly.
I love that description because diagnosed is perfect on that one. Read his keys, made the play, and he couldn't even get going.
And he will take this one in for a touchdown. It's his 11th touchdown on the ground, number 14 overall. And his guys have taken the lead. They were looking to pass the ball there, but they forgot to account for the man with the football.
Yeah, I can hear people right now saying, well, why don't you have a spy in your defense, someone who will dance with him and go where he goes? Well, oftentimes if you utilize a spy, you've taken away someone in coverage as well. And oftentimes, the spy, not as athletic as the guy he's trying to keep up with, so he gets defeated anyway.
And he turns 3rd and goal into a touchdown. After the touchdown, McPherson on to kick this one away. Breaks through the contact. And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. Tokyo set to go on offense once again. Over on the sideline, hoping to hit that reset button between possessions. Last time out, they had to punt it away. This time hoping to finish this thing off in the end zone. They'll try and start this drive in the air. They'll find Paris Campbell. That's complete. And he'll be out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. 15 yards is the pickup there, and the drive starting very nicely. 1st down. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. There's Chris Olave. And they're well past midfield, just a yard or 2 shy of the 40. 12 yards that time for number 12 as they move the chains. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. Slant pass complete to Olave. Calling a gain of 6 on the play, and that will bring up 2nd down. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. Over the middle, hauled in by Campbell. And he's going to get this down near the 20-yard line. 2nd catch for him today, and it'll wind up a 1st down.
Well, they obviously read man coverage their partner, and he got downfield, broke down the defender, made him
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, he made him think he was going to run a different route. Probably thought he was going to take it upfield. Then he curls back inside for the completion.
On 1st and 10, it's Charbonnet. And he'll be taken down at the 20 after a gain of just 1.
And the big fella stuffed that one up in a big way. I think doubling him has to be a priority because you can't move up to the next level if you don't take care of him first.
2nd and 9 now. Throw left side here complete to Campbell. And he'll go out of bounds in the red zone just inside the 20. Here's the 7th play of this drive. This is 3rd and 4. Now back to throw. He had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
Certainly looked like someone was very confident in his ability to fit that one in. I would say he was overconfident because there wasn't a whole lot of separation there. Had that one covered pretty well downfield and knocked it away.
Badgley's kick is good, and that will knot us up at 10. So they put together a good little drive there, but ultimately stalling out in the red zone.
Yeah, I know a lot of people look at it as a little bit of a negative. They didn't get 6 points out of it, right? Didn't get the touchdown. But that's actually okay. They got 3 points, able to give their defense a little bit of rest, let them settle down over there. So all in all, to me, that's a good drive.
And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. The Wizards offense and C.J. Stroud getting ready for this next drive. Remember, he called his own number on the touchdown run earlier, and that's something he's been able to do with some frequency this season, as you see here where he ranks among NFL quarterbacks. They start on the ground with Nick Chubb. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 47 yards rushing for him now on what was his 10th carry of the ball game.
1st and 10 at
Here's Stroud.
And a coverage terrific there as that's knocked down and incomplete.
As a corner, you have to be able to run with guys step for step downfield in man coverage and make up ground quickly in zone. You have to put yourself in position to make plays, just like that one we saw there.
Open man is the tight end Troutman.
And they'll get to him after a gain of 7 to the 47.
Here's 3rd and 3.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
Stroud looking to throw. Able to find the open man. That's complete.
And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30. A pickup of 27, and they pick up the first down in the process.
What an intelligent play as he found open grass and uncovered quickly. A nice clutch play to move the chains. The defense, they've got to do a much better job of accounting for these shorter routes.
Second quarter action with 1:59 remaining.
We remind you that coming up in 2 minutes' time, we'll hand you off to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman will have highlights and analysis of this first half of action. And that's going to be incomplete. Too tough to hold on to that one. It's 2nd down. Back to throw again.
Looking for the crossing receiver, and he's got him. It's Samuel.
9 yards, and that leaves him just short, so it'll be 3rd and less than a yard.
Back to throw. Here's Stroud. Pass taken in by his big tight end.
And out of bounds all the way down at the 3. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
Chubb gonna be hit and met at the line of scrimmage. They get him down at the 3.
No gain on the play that time, and it sets up 2nd and goal.
Leads to 2nd and goal at the 3-yard line.
They'll try again with Chubb. And he is into the end zone for a touchdown. Nick Chubb
hitting double digits with his 10th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Wizards will take the lead here in the final minute of the first half. So it's a pretty good season he's putting together running the football. That now 10 rushing touchdowns on the year.
And we know this is a passing league, and those numbers throwing the football, they seem to go up and up every year. But there's still something to having a reliable back you can count on in the red zone to bring things home for you. And that's what he's been doing all season long.
After the touchdown, McPherson on to kick this one away. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. One final goal for this offense here in this first half.
And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Complete to Olave on the out route.
Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop the clock with 24 seconds to go in this first half.
And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down.
They'll set up a throw.
Olave over the middle.
Now another timeout called for by the offense. So that means they're down to 1 remaining here as we head toward halftime. Again, he'll drop to throw.
That is caught.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. Under pressure here, and down he goes. Sacked back at about the 43-yard line. So we have reached halftime with a touchdown. That's the difference on the scoreboard. As we'll send you cross town to our studios here in Orlando and check in with the coach at our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Brandon, we'll get back to you two in a bit. For now, Plenty of early game action around the NFL to get you caught up on, so let's get to it. We begin in the gateway to the west in St. Louis, Missouri, where you see the final score there. Drake May, excellent in the victory, as it's one that pushes his guys 2 games above 500. We saw a solid first half out of the workhorse Nick Chubb. He wound up finding the end zone on a touchdown run to help give his guys the advantage here at the break. This has certainly been a fun one to watch so far. We knew this was going to be a battle, but we have not been disappointed. This is the kind of game that could wind up hinging on which side could play mistake-free football the rest of the way.
And he'll be stopped up at the 25. The home team's offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And he had it going in the first half, that's for sure. He's really had his way with his secondary. They've been powerless to stop him, and he'll look to keep it rolling right here. As Stroud now to throw. A short one to the tight end, Troutman.
He's going to be dropped following a pickup of 7 past the 30 to the 32.
Following the play now, they're going to stop the clock here as a man is shaken up. Well, week 18, this is just when you hope everybody can get through the regular season healthy, but the medical staff is going to have to take a look here, and we'll step aside.
He finds his man Johnson, and they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line.
Throwing now is Stroud.
Over the middle, complete to Samuel.
It'll be a gain of 5, and it'll be second down.
At the 47-yard line.
Stroud. A short one there, caught by Granson.
And he's dropped just before the line to gain. 4-yard pickup leaves him with 3rd and 1.
A yard all they need, but it's 3rd down. Here goes Stroud again. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. The drive stays alive, a 3rd down gain of 8.
Got to say, I was a little surprised to see him, Charles, come out in the shotgun on 3rd and less than a yard.
Yeah, but the way the NFL is nowadays, we hardly ever see anyone really run for it on short yardage. So they're going to throw the football more times than not. That was a nice, easy rhythm throw right there, and they pick up the first down.
Johnson's got it complete.
One thing you're hoping for when you run drag routes, you're able to hit a receiver in stride, and he can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before he could get a good head of steam going.
Again, it's Johnson.
And inside the 20 before he's brought down. 50 catches for him now on the year, and he's got a first down.
The slot man in motion right. The throwing again is Stroud.
Open man is Samuel, complete. And he's into the end zone for the receiving touchdown. Curtis Samuel, an 18-yard touchdown grab.
And the Wizards take the opening kickoff of the 3rd quarter and drive right down the field to extend their lead. Well, Charles, he's still a young signal caller in this league, 2nd year in the NFL. But I don't know if last year as a rookie, if he would have worked through his progressions like he did on that touchdown pass.
I think you're right about that. We're seeing him grow up right in front of our eyes because when he went to his primary read, he recognized that they were all over that. So he continued to survey the field, picked up another target, delivered a pass exactly where it needed to be. A very mature play for the 2nd-year quarterback.
After the touchdown, McPherson on to kick this one away.
The lane opens here. He's past the 30.
A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32.
Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half.
And their deficit a little wider than it was at halftime. Does that touchdown a minute ago change the thinking here at all?
I think it does, at least a little bit, because now urgency has to start setting in. You can't go out there and go 3 and out and run the risk of falling behind substantially, but you have to do it without pressing, because pressing, that'll lead you into bigger errors.
Going in motion left, that's Campbell.
Here's a 2nd and 7. Trying to get it to Beckham, and it's intercepted.
Derek Stingley picks it.
And they'll start out with great field position at the 47-yard line in enemy territory.
CD, I know it's just his 2nd year in the league as a quarterback, but that's going to be one when he flips on the tape, he's like, I shouldn't have thrown that ball.
No doubt about it, and his coaching staff will be emphatic about he shouldn't have thrown that ball. But remember, 2nd year, as you noted, on-the-job training, so he's got to take this feedback that he's getting, negative or otherwise, and turn it into positives moving forward.
Stroud to throw it. A short one there, caught by Granson.
And he'll go down inside the 45 before going out of bounds.
Well, hang on now, we're going to pause here. We've got an injured player.
And this is certainly not what you want to see in the final week of the year. We'll be back. They give the Chubb out of the gun, pushing through the contact.
He had to fight for every yard on that run, shook himself free of a tackle, and kept fighting, even with the rest of the defense closing in on him. That's the kind of effort you'll take every single time.
On 3rd down, it's Nick Chubb. And he gets it to the 34, good enough for the first.
Well, now hang on here because he appears to be shaken up. Now, this is just the last thing you want to see in the final week of the regular season. Well, I hope he's okay. We'll step aside and be right back. Now Stroud.
And the catch made by Johnson. And he's going to get 7 out of this before being taken down at the 27.
And now following the completion, we're going to get a stoppage here for an injury. Well, week 18, this is just when you hope everybody can get through the regular season healthy, but the medical staff is going to have to take a look here, and we'll step aside.
Looking to throw again on 2nd down.
Stroud, a short one there, caught by Granson.
And he'll be out of bounds as he gets this down about the 21 or 22. Now on 1st down, he'll drop to throw it. That's going to be caught by Samuel. It's so close. He gets it to the 1. Out of bounds right there. A good pickup there, 21 yards.
And that's a nice job of working his way open down in the red zone. Looked that one in and then made a beeline for the pylon. He didn't quite get there, and you want to give him a little extra for the effort, but instead he sets his guys up in excellent shape with a 1st and goal.
And this will result in him losing yardage back to the 3. Now that sends him 2 yards in the wrong direction and leads to 2nd down.
He kept it in his hands and tried to push it across the goal line himself, but the defensive front wouldn't allow him to do so, bringing up 2nd down and a bit farther.
Right. He is going nowhere in a hurry as he is going to lose yardage here in a big way.
That's a big loss of 3, and it brings up 3rd down. Defensively, I think they can smell a stop. Ball right around the 5 here brings up 3rd.
And I think what they've done is they put doubt in the minds of the offensive guys. What do we do? Because now you don't have a go-to play. Either side they pick, throwing.
And he will take this one in for a touchdown. Deontay Johnson from 6 yards away.
And the Wizards take a 3-touchdown lead. A nice throw there by the 2nd-year quarterback.
And I don't believe that was the kind of play he would have made as a rookie, because usually your rookie season is a continuation of your college days. A lot of one read, and if you don't have it, you just take off and go. Now he's settled in the pocket a little bit more, reading the field and getting to his second and sometimes third progression. That was a nice play.
So that drive consumes 9 plays all told.
And in the end, it was Deontay Johnson's touchdown catch to cap the drive. After the touchdown, McPherson on to kick this one away. And up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. The Tokyo offense heads back out there now. I kind of feel like they've reached a do-or-die point in this game, Charles. If they're going to try to pull off an impressive comeback, it has to start right here, right now.
Yeah, now they've got a final chance to get out of this situation, but they also understand they've got to move the ball and move it fast. In addition, they need to save as much time so they can get 2 more possessions.
On the give, here's Charbonnet.
And some room to roam now. And they've got it well across midfield down to the 40 before it's all said and done.
41 yards rushing for him now on just 6 carries to this point.
Sometimes it's hard to believe, but there are times this game is about patience, isn't it? Has had the game he expected, but that run there, that may get him going.
I was just going to say, maybe that gives him a little juice, because you're right, he struggled, especially in that first half.
Yeah, and I know the great ones always think to themselves, just hang in there. I'm just one big carry away from busting this open. That's a good start for him.
That's good. The completion there for 7 yards, and that'll make it 2nd down. They'll drop to throw. This one caught over the middle. It's Oliver, the tight end. And brought down, but not before they're inside the 25. They'll look to throw here on 1st down. Oh, he dropped it. And that's pretty indicative of the way this one's gone. So after the incompletion on 1st, now 2nd and 10. They'll look to throw again.
He'll get that to Charbonnet.
And able to get this down inside the 15 to either the 13 or 14 before he's out of bounds. 9 yards, not quite enough, and they'll be left now with 3rd and 1. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. And this is going to be intercepted.
Derek Stingley picks it. Well, field goals probably aren't going to cut it at this point. This was touchdown or bust, and unfortunately for them, it turned out to be bust.
Yeah, they're feeling like they've got to force the issue here. Maybe take some chances they wouldn't have earlier in the game. But give credit to this defense. They've really stood tall throughout, and they come up with the interception in the end zone.
The home team's offense and their quarterback ready to go once more. And as we show you some of the highlights from earlier, he has been instrumental in getting his guys the lead as he looks to finish strong and close this one out. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And now you've got the clock winding down here in the 3rd quarter. You're 3 scores to the good. What's your approach on this drive?
Too early to fully commit to playing the clock game. Yet at the same time, you're also not going pell-mell like you would 2-minute offense. This is what NFL offenses call 4-minute football. Take the clock out of the game a little bit, wind it down, but at the same time, keep advancing the ball down the field.
They run straight ahead here with White, and he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. It'll go down as a 2-yard loss, and it brings up a 3rd down. When this offense gathers to watch the tape, they're going to like a lot of what they saw. They put up big numbers, but they might fast forward through that last play.
Oh, there won't be any fast forwarding, partner. I've sat in those sessions before. You end up spending more time on the bad plays than you do on the good ones. It's just the nature of coaches. But I know sitting in that room, when you've had a big game, the night that they've had, you don't want to hear that. You just want to focus on the good stuff.
1 quarter remains here as the regular season starts to wind down.
You are watching the NFL on EA Sports.
Welcome back live to Orlando. A lot of happy faces in the crowd at this point as their guys have a big lead here to start quarter number 4.
1st down, here's White. And this defense able to plug him up there as he'll get a yard to the 35. When we talk about defenders, specifically linebackers, keeping their eyes in the right spot, he had that eye down the entire time.
And you know that's not easily done because they throw a lot of misdirection at you. They try and fool you and get your...
And they get to Stroud, nowhere to go, and he goes down. Deion Jones, credit him with a sack, and it goes as a loss of 6. A tough spot here, 3rd and 15. Option right, here's Stroud. And he'll only get this to about the 35, well short of the line to gain. And hold on here, because on that last run, it looks like we have a player who was shaken up. And this is certainly not what you want to see in the final week of the year. We'll be back. Now here's Rigoberto Sanchez. Always a good sign when your first punt comes in the 4th quarter. And a fair catch signaled for and taken just outside the 20-yard line. A 40-yard punt, no return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And they unfortunately are staring at a mini losing streak developing, trailing here in the 4th quarter. This would be their 3rd straight defeat. So after the incompletion, 2nd and 10 from the 22. They'll look to throw here. Short throw caught by the tight end Oliver. And down he goes, but he takes it up to the 40. The catch and run good for 18 and a 1st down.
Well, I can put my defensive cap on right now, and I know they're saying don't give up any big plays now. They've controlled this game throughout, and all they want to do is see it through to the end. I think they let their guard down a little bit with that last completion. Sometimes when you're trying not to give up bigger plays, you don't react as fast as you should on other throws.
On 1st down, he'll drop to throw. They'll set up a screen to Charbonnet. And he'll take this to the other side of midfield before going out of bounds. 11 more yards that go around, a 1st down as well. Back to throw again. And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down. Out of the gun, a give to Charbonnet. And he's got this down to the 35. 55 yards now on the ground on just 7 carries.
We'll definitely see some open running lanes, and he's taking advantage of it right now, but that shouldn't be a surprise. Defense has the lead. They're playing for the pass first.
Back to throw now on 1st down. Over the middle to Beckham. This will be a gain of about 8 to the 27-yard line. Now a 2nd and 2. He'll drop to throw. Going right back to Beckham here, complete. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another 1st down.
It's a gain of 6. 1st down, Dragons.
Quick throw to Olave. The result, only 4 yards there on the play, and it's 2nd down. On the carry, Charbonnet. And he'll get him inside the 15 down to the 14-yard line. Well, still about 3 yards shy of a 1st as the 4-yard pickup brings it to 3rd down. On the toss to Charbonnet. And this play goes nowhere. Losing yardage back to the 15. A loss of a yard, and it brings up 4th.
I really like what he did there because he took his practice work and converted it to game action because he used his hands, got off the block, worked laterally and stayed to the outside, and finished off the runner for a loss.
And they're indeed going to go for it here on 4th down. So trailing here in the last quarter, let's see how this plays out. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And he'll be taken down at the 2-yard line. But no reason not to try it there, and they do indeed convert on 4th. Back to throw.
Touchdown! Jeff Swaim, his first touchdown on the year.
And the Dragons have got it back to a 2-score game here in the fourth. So a little bit of a letdown there defensively. I mean, look, you're still 2 scores to the good, CD, but things may be a little more uncomfortable than they had hoped.
Yeah, if you'd kept them at the end zone there, this game's over. You've locked the door on them. Instead, it's still open a little bit, and they've got a puncher's chance.
Extra point by Badgley, up and good. And the lead will be cut down to 14. Out is the kickoff unit as they run up and send this one away.
And they will wrangle it down a couple yards shy of the 30. Orlando takes back over on offense. And as we look back at how we got here, you'll notice a common theme in these highlights. A lot of yardage through the air. The passing game has been sharp right from the outset. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Now, there are 2 scores on the plus side. Still time here in this fourth quarter, but maybe you start thinking about playing keep away?
Yeah, I think here's the situation. You're not thinking touchdowns anymore. You're just thinking first downs. To keep up with your theme there, playing keep away, first downs, they can't touch the ball.
Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
At the 27-yard line.
And Stroud now to throw.
Throw right side is going to be caught by Samuel. And he's going to lose yardage and be backed up to the 25. Call it a loss of 2 there on the play. And it'll be a 3rd and about 13.
And not an easy spot here. They'll be in search of 13 yards to try to pick up the first.
He's got it to Williams. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. A big play there as they get the conversion on 3rd and 13.
And that pickup of a first down, that's going to leave a mark because they really needed to stop them there, didn't they?
So frustrating. Defensively, you're a play away from getting that football back here, down late. Tough.
Now they've got to find a way to create a turnover or takeaway. Otherwise, this one will probably get away from them.
Now a give up the middle. This is White. And I think this defense knew what was coming as he is smothered behind the line. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
2nd and 11 at the 40-yard line.
They stay on the ground with White. And he'll be brought down just shy of the 45. 4 yards on the pickup there as they get it back to a more manageable 3rd and 7. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. They've got a 3rd down now as they look for one more first down to help salt this one away. They go with White on the counter. And to the 46 he goes and no further. So he is well short of the first down marker. Now here's Rigoberto Sanchez as he'll kick it away for the 2nd time. This is away, but boy, headed straight for the sidelines. And this will carry out of bounds. Where are they going to spot it now? At about the 18-yard line, it looks like.
The Dragons offense and their quarterback headed out for this next possession. And it's been a struggle for him all afternoon. This defense has really done a nice job of making him earn everything he gets, and it's prevented him from getting into any kind of rhythm here today. They'll come up 1st and 10 here.
The play action fake. They'll look to throw. He's going to let it fly.
Oh, he had a man running free, but he overshot him, and it's incomplete. They'll come up now on 2nd down.
Now back to throw.
Into the hands of Beckham.
And they'll get it all the way up about 5 yards shy of midfield.
The 2 timeouts still remaining, but scoring quickly, a must. It's 1st and 10.
And nowhere to fit that football in. It's knocked away and incomplete. An incomplete pass on first down. That leads to a 2nd and 10. Again, he'll drop to throw.
Back-to-back incompletions, but we know this is definitely 4-down territory. Time not on their side. I don't think they want to try and get the first down in 2 installments. I think they got to go and get it right here, right now.
And that is incomplete.
That means it's just one last chance left, and this has to be a first down or a touchdown, or this game's over.
4th down, 10 yards to go.
As expected, they're going for it to keep the drive alive. And it's incomplete. They cannot convert, and they turn it over. They had to go for it with such little time remaining, and the ball will go over on downs on the short side of the field. So with that, we can just about close the book on this one, Charles.
Yeah, what's the old expression about slim and none? Well, Slim just left town on that
They're
one.
down to none?
Yes, exactly right.
They'll fake it on the jet sweep, and instead a handoff up the middle.
Now a second timeout called for by the defense, as the clock will stop with 55 seconds remaining in the football game.
Another run on 2nd down, trying to cover up. And he is going to have a first down here, and that should be the one that seals a victory.
And they take a knee. So he'll take a knee here to wrap this one up, and he's going to want to keep that game ball. He was sensational. So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys. And we talked so much about the turnover battle determining who wins and who loses. This game, no exception. They didn't turn the ball over at all, and they go on to victory.
They look like a smooth operation in this one, didn't they? Because you look at every facet of the game, they handled their business. Offense took care of the football, converted it into points. Defense took the ball away, gave it back to the offense. Special teams, right there with them. That's the type of game a coach is going to really love and value. And when they show the film, they have to be careful not to give out too many kudos and kill their motivation going forward.
So for Orlando, they pick up win number 7 on the year. And by just about all accounts, not the type of year they were hoping to have.
Meanwhile, for Tokyo,
the loss here is their 10th of the season, and it will be a disappointing finish to the regular season, no doubt. I'm Brandon Gaudin. Certainly have to thank Charles Davis, my broadcast partner, and our entire crew. We'll catch you next time right here. It's the NFL on EA Sports.
Left ignored, but now I'm
can't be alone here. I can't be the only one who feels like I'm going nowhere. Just wishing somehow this dream will carry me. And I'll swear just one last time. They say the world is yours, so I'ma make it mine.
It's week 18 of the 2025 season, and we're going to look here at Derrick Henry. He'll be a focal point of his offense this week. It's the Huskies and the Elks, and it's coming right up on EA Sports.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League is on the air.
Hello again, everyone. Brandon Gaudin alongside Charles Davis. And Charles, you look at this Salt Lake City ball club. They were winners last time out, so they'll be looking, Charles, to make it 2 in a row.
And what I enjoyed when I watched their game tape and their victory last week is they put it together in every phase. Good offense, good defense, and some key plays on special teams. Let's see if they can get that second win in a row.
Meanwhile, for our visitors from north of the border, they come in feeling good after back-to-back victories.
And the offense last week, they had things humming. If you're a
The ball on the tee, we're set for football. And off we go from Salt Lake City.
And able to take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line.
So out comes this offense to take over for the first time.
Leading them out is their 6'2 quarterback who was a 4th-round pick back in 2012, Kirk Cousins.
After seeing what he did last week, throwing 4 touchdown passes, I had to go to my thesaurus to try and come up with some great words for what he did. I'm still coming up blank. He was scintillating.
I'm going simple. I don't have your thesaurus. I'm going dynamite. He was dynamite.
I'll take it.
There's the former Heisman winner. It's Derrick Henry. Shoves him aside, and he's going to be out up around the 45-yard line. Successful start to the drive, 17 yards, and moves the sticks.
Well, there you go. This offense off to a strong start this afternoon.
Yeah, with a big run and a first down. That's putting what you practice into play. That's excellent execution to get things started.
And he'll get this across midfield to the 48.
And hold on here, because on that last run, it looks like we have a player who was shaken up. Now, this is just the last thing you want to see in the final week of the regular season. I hope he's okay. We'll step aside and be right back.
Again, it's Henry. And he tries to power forward, but he will not get back to the line of scrimmage. He'll wind up losing 3. And now it's 3rd down.
They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains.
To throw is Cousins.
He's got his target. That's complete.
And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. A pickup of 24 on the 3rd down conversion.
So after several rushes to start the game, Charles, they go to the air there and get a nice completion.
Nice mix-up on the play calling, right? Establish the running game, make the defense think you're going to do it again, and then hit them over the top. Now you've got them betwixt and between. They don't know which way you're going to come at them.
Cousins to throw it.
That one tipped, and it's incomplete. A good hands there defensively. And 2nd down.
Back to the ground now. It's Henry. And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. Calling no gain on the run there, and now they'll be looking at a 3rd down. The 7th play now, this opening drive. This is 3rd and long, though. Throwing, Cousins. Trying for Brown, and it's intercepted.
Picked off
in general.
And he returns it up just shy of the 20 to the 19-yard line.
Remember, Charles, this is the #1 defense in the NFL, and they proved their mettle here, forcing the turnover on the opening possession.
And sometimes when you play a team that has that reputation, it's earned it by their play. The psychology is, okay, they're #1. They have to prove it to us, and they tried to attack. They found out that that ranking
was real.
And if history is any indication, when this defense gets off to a good start, look out.
Yeah, their offense plays off of them awfully well, too.
They'll start on the ground here on first down. And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up. From the 21, here's 2nd down and 8. They go play action here. Purdy. Smith catches left side. So give him 5 yards there on the pitch and catch. And this will wind up being a 3rd and 3.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
Now run straight ahead with Warren. Boy, no chance as he was met and dropped behind the line there. That'll back him up 2 yards and also bring up 4th.
That's a really alert defense there because they saw the heavy look come in from the offense, countered it with extra linebackers who brought a little bit of speed and heft, and able to really make a big-time play for their defense.
The punt team on now as Pinion sends this one away. And a fair catch taken back near about the 35, 36-yard line. The Huskies offense and the veteran A.J. Brown set to go to work once more. And we'll have to wait and see what his final numbers are at the conclusion of this weekend. But as he enters Week 18, the NFL's leader in receptions. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Well, they were intercepted the first time they had the football, but now they get it back, and it's still 0-0.
And because of that, you know what the thought process is? Interception. What interception? It didn't really happen because they gave up no points. So go back on the attack. Go back and run the offense you believe will be successful. Find your playmakers and give them the football.
That'll give them 8 that time, and that'll leave them with a 3rd and just a yard. They'll try to run for the first with Henry. And he's got the first down yardage as he brings this up to the 47.
We tend to give those running backs that are slashers a lot of credit, but how about guys who are maulers? Because that's what you want in short yardage situations, and we just saw that occur right there, didn't we?
Vertical, downhill running. Throwing is Cousins. Nowhere to go here. He lost the football. Oh, and one of the linemen up. Does the big boy have the juice? And he's going to bring the fumble back for a touchdown. And Charles, look at the big fella. What a rumble that was. Not only to scoop it, but then take it the rest of the way for the touchdown.
And now you know they're going to have to hear about it from now on. The defensive backs, he's going to want to run with them, do their drills, the whole deal. He thinks he's the pace setter now.
It doesn't matter what happens in practice this week. He's smiling. On here, Brandon McManus for the point after. And it's good to make it 7-0. So not only the cough up, but then the pickup on the other side, the scoop, and the score the other way, the fumble return for a touchdown. So here's the kickoff now as they'll get it again following that fumble return for a score. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. The Huskies offense and Kirk Cousins getting ready for this next possession. And he's come out of the gates hot. He's been on target with his throws, and that's reflected in the numbers as he'll look to keep it going here. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And job one here, Charles, just keep possession of the football. 2 drives, 2 turnovers to this point.
You're exactly right, Doctor. Hippocratic oath. First, do no harm. And right now, they're harming themselves on offense.
I like that. No one is mistaking me for a doctor, though. But thank you, Dr. Davis. Here's 2nd and 3. Now Cousins. It's complete to Brown, right side. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. On the slant, here's Smith and Jigba. And they'll get him down after a pickup of 8, 2nd and 2. And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. Well, week 18, this is just when you hope everybody can get through the regular season healthy, but the medical staff is going to have to take a look here, and we'll step aside.
A shotgun handoff to Henry. Give him a yard on the run there, and that's going to set up a 3rd down and 2.
Well, this defense, Charles, really played well in that win a week ago.
This defense certainly has a lot to be proud of coming off of last week's game, because when you only give up 14 points in a contest, you give your team a great chance to win. The best defense in the league is usually going to average giving up 18, 19 points a game. So to be under that, a terrific achievement.
His first catch, good for 8 and a 1st down.
That was a route run not just with dexterity, but with intelligence. Found the hole in the zone, made sure the quarterback saw him, and was able to make the sure catch and flip the down marker back to 1.
To throw, Cousins. And he rifles one incomplete.
Well, they've been back on their heels a little bit here in this drive, but a chance to exhale just a little bit there with incompletion on 1st down. Now they have to gear up, try and get 2 more stops, and escape this drive.
This will be caught by Brown. And they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. The extra effort after the catch makes it good for a gain of 26 and also a 1st down. Again, it's Cousins.
That's into the hands of Fortson.
They'll wind up getting 7 on the play, and it's 2nd down.
Now that's staying ahead of the chains. Really good pickup on 1st down, hitting the tight end there. Now brings up a 2nd and manageable.
Just found a hole in that zone. And he just chucked that one out of bounds, out of everyone's reach. Maybe a wise call not to take a sack in this part of the field. It brings up 3rd down. Cousins from the gun on 3rd.
Connecting quickly with Goddard.
And he's going to be a yard short. Needed 4, but got 3.
Excellent job there defensively. Gave up the underneath to the tight end on 3rd down, and they made sure that they did their job. Got him on the ground and prevented him picking up a 1st down.
And he's brought down. Can't do anything with a football. It's a sack and a turnover on downs. A big-time sack there on 4th down. And this 11-play drive is going to lead to nothing on the scoreboard. So their first drive of the game already trailing, having given up points. But a little surprised that they went for it, right?
Maybe the big guy, the head coach, senses this is going to be a shootout type of a game. That they've got to match them point for point, as opposed to, hey, we'll get them later. Maybe he just has that sense, and that's why he decided to go for it there.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Short throw to Smith. It's been an awfully slow start for them. This is their 3rd possession. They don't have a 1st down yet.
So that means they have to change up what they're doing, and for some teams, it's a change in tempo, usually moving it to more up-tempo type of an offense, just to try and change their fortunes right now. What they've been doing so far isn't working. Maybe they'll do that.
Give him 7 on the tuck and run, and it'll give him a new set of downs.
As he came to the line of scrimmage, he knew he didn't need much to reset the chain, so when he saw the space he needed, no hesitation. He went to the marker and got his guys a 1st down.
After 1, 7-0 on EA Sports. Salt Lake City with the football here to begin quarter 2, as they've got it with a 1st and 10. They'll bring the tight end in motion right.
On the give, it's Warren. And nothing much materializing there on the 1st down run. He'll get a couple, and that's it. These two teams, you may recall, they didn't play each other till late in the year. Their first meeting was not too long ago, back in Week 13. And it was the visitors getting the win there, so they'll be looking for the sweep back here at home.
And he can't find anywhere to go with it, and he goes down.
Multiple players combined for their team's first sack of the game.
Chalk that one up to bad acting, I guess, because they certainly failed to sell the handoff, and the pressure stayed keyed in on the quarterback. No Oscar awards for this offense, just a loss of yardage.
And that one too wide and incomplete.
Yeah, that's a nice job there defensively to blanket those receivers on third down. And as a quarterback, all you can do is just loft one toward the bench. Not too close, mind you, and live to punt the football.
On fourth down, the punt team is on as this is sent away. They call it 38 yards on the punt, no return. And out will come the offense as they take over.
The visitors' offense and their big play wideout getting ready to get back to work. And as we play out the final stretch of games, he entered our contest here as the NFL's leader in receiving yards.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive.
They've got some stuff to build on from that last drive because they moved the football, CD, and then they tried to go for it on fourth down, didn't convert, probably left a bitter taste in their mouths.
I would say so, and I think that they go out in this series determined for that not to happen again. In fact, they don't even want to get to a fourth down opportunity. They just want to make sure they get it done within the parameters that they've set for themselves. Run their offense, get it into the end zone. Yeah, I think a little bit of determination and a dash of anger.
That winds up pushing him back 11 yards on the sack. And that'll bring up third.
He continues, Charles, to be under constant pressure, and these sacks, they're starting to pile up.
And if they want to have a realistic chance in this one, they've got to change their blocking assignments. They've got to do a better job to keep him upright. If he's going to be on the deck constantly, they've got no chance to win this game.
Now on third and long, they'll look to throw.
That is caught.
And they work this well upfield across the 45. A real letdown defensively. That was third and a bundle, but they allow the conversion. So the offense a little antsy. The flag comes out and a 5-yard penalty.
So they'll go ahead and accept the penalty.
A false start backs him up 5, 1st and 15. Now Cousins. And that'll be knocked away. It's incomplete.
This is what defensive coaches ask of their defenders every single ball game. Get a hand on every throw in coverage. They want the deflections. They want the knockaways. Pick it yourself if you can, but at least knock it down and guarantee it's incomplete.
He finds his tight end, Goddard. That's complete. So 5 yards here, 5 on the play. And that brings up third and a full 10 yards. Cousins now. And he can't escape, and down he goes.
Josie Jewell, the linebacker, getting the sack.
I know nowadays they give a lot of guys different things when they get to the sidelines after creating a big play, but just throw a cape on this guy because he single-handedly ended multiple drives. Interception earlier, sack on third down. Really should have a better game plan installed for how to contain him because he's affecting this game in so many ways.
And here now the punter Fox as he sends this one away.
A 39-yard punt, a return of 5.
And they will take over 1st and 10. Salt Lake City's offense back onto the field.
And they've got themselves a 7-0 lead here, but that, you recall, was a defensive touchdown, so still nothing as of yet for this offense.
Well, they're happy to have the lead. We got to cut them a little bit of slack. It's still early enough, just a couple of drives so far, but if this one goes nowhere, those adjustments that we talk about, they shouldn't wait for halftime. They should go ahead and start working on them right now.
Pressure comes, and down he goes.
Malcolm Kuntz
in there to bury him for a loss of 11.
Well, we knew this guy wasn't especially fleet of foot, but he tried to conjure up some escapability, but there was no way he was getting away on that one.
And some secondary help here for the defense in the nickel on 3rd and long.
Here's Purdy. And this is going to be incomplete. Problems on third down so far in this first half. Relatively small sample size, but they're now 0 for 3.
And the average in the league, somewhere around 40% on third down for offenses. So what's the answer to this? Either convert them or don't get the third down in the first place. Get your big chunks of yards on first and second down.
McLeod to return it. They'll call this a 41-yard punt, 7 on the return. Toronto's offense ready to take over. The last series for them, a little disappointing, forced to punt. And now they'll try to do better here and come away with some points as they begin this drive, 1st and 10.
From the gun, here's Cousins. Over the middle, complete. That's Brown. A swift move and then tackled just on the other side of midfield.
2nd down and 3.
Here's Cousins. Got a man. It's Brown.
And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up. And this is certainly not what you want to see in the final week of the year. We'll be back. Working out of the gun, Cousins. Henry's got it out on the left side. Yeah, he'll work free from one tackle, but that's about all as he's taken down. Call it a gain of a yard, and that's going to bring up 2nd down. Running from the gun with Henry. And he'll take it inside the 40 to the 39-yard line. The completion on first didn't get much, and now the run on second doesn't get a whole lot either.
Well, if you're a good play caller, you've already looked ahead and anticipated this type of situation. Already down in his play sheet, trying to dial up a big third down play.
And he's able to get it to the 31, and that's enough for the first. It's a gain of 8, and it'll wind up moving the chains.
As an unbiased observer, I think it would have been interesting to see what they would have done if they hadn't gotten the first down there. But since they did, I guess the point is moot.
Yeah, they were right there in that middle ground, field goal range, punt, go for it. But as you said, they picked it up. A first down carry for Henry. Trying to keep those big legs churning, but he's going to go down in the backfield. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11. In motion right is Brown. Cousins. He finds his man, complete. That's Brown. And he'll get nothing out of that one. So that'll be no better than an incompletion. And that'll bring up a 3rd and 11 situation. Cousins. He finds his man, complete. It's Brown. Well, this is going to depend on the spot, but it's not a very generous one. He looks to be about a yard or so short. And no move to get the offense off the field. Despite failing once, they're going to go again here on 4th down. 2 minutes on the clock, 2nd quarter, 7-0 ball game. Field goal coming from Younghoe Koo. It's a 39-yard attempt, right hash. Koo knocks this one through the post. And they are on the board, but still trailing. It's 7-3. So they're able to end that drive with 3 points in this one-possession ball game.
And ideally, you want to end every drive with points. Most quarterbacks would tell you, let's end it with a kick, right? A PAT, that's number 1. Field goal you'll take. Punts, you really don't want to do that. In this case, they'll take the field goal and get prepared for the rest of the game.
Salt Lake City's offense back onto the field. As we eke closer and closer to intermission, Charles, remember last time out they punted. They would love to get points here, especially if this is going to be their final possession of the first half.
Yeah, and this is what close games feel like because the pressure is on both sides, but sometimes the pressure is a little bit higher on the team with the slight edge because they're trying to hold on to that, trying to increase it. Let's see how this one continues.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? That's 3 sacks now, and this team came into the game in the bottom 5 in the league in sacks.
Yeah, what's going on? It's not been their bread and butter. I don't know. Is a blind squirrel finding a nut, or is this something they can build on?
Well, they found some momentum. They found a crack in that offensive line, and they're putting it to good use.
Mechie, the man in motion. He's going to get it on the jet sweep.
And he'll get this one across the 20, but only up to about the 21. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next.
A handoff for Warren.
Now a second timeout called for by the defense. So that means they're down to one remaining here as we head toward halftime. So on now is the Clemson man, Bradley Pinion, to punt this one away. It's a 42-yard punt. They keep him to just a yard on the return.
This offense headed back out, captained, of course, by their quarterback. And he's had things all his way in this first half. The numbers sensational as he'll look to add to them with another drive here.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. Over the middle here to Brown. And a 6-yard gain gets him right around the 43. Now the offense will burn their third and final timeout as they get the stoppage with a little over 50 seconds to go in the first half.
Line of scrimmage, the 43 on 2nd and 4.
He'll look to throw. And this is caught. It's Brown. And he takes this one down almost all the way to the 30. A first down there on a pickup of 25.
So in the second quarter, he's already up over 100 yards receiving now.
And isn't 100 the magic number for a really good game for a receiver? So he got a chance to really shatter that and have a profound effect on this game.
This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. And he's got Smith and Jigba.
And he'll go out of bounds inside the 15-yard line.
Add the gain here to the previous play, and it's better than 40 yards total. From the 13 now, they work on 1st and 10.
Cousins to throw it. And he just throws this one away. Smart decision here this close to the end zone, and it brings up 2nd down.
Now it's 2nd and 10.
And the tight end goes in motion left. To the air again, it's Cousins.
A throw left sideline falls incomplete.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing from this defense because their coverage has been playing at a shutdown level so far. Even backed up late, they're forcing incompletions and fighting to keep them out of the end zone as the first half winds down.
The throw here right sideline falls incomplete.
How about the coverage we just saw break out on 3rd down? Dime defense, blanketed the field with extra defensive backs and speed, unable to find an open hole to complete that pass.
Koo knocks this one through the post.
And that will do it for this first half. So we're at halftime with our score 7-6 in a tough-fought first half. As now we send you out to Orlando and hook back up with Jonathan Coachman for our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Brandon, thanks very much. It's all down to this. Week 18 of the NFL regular season. Lots to be decided, so let's get right to it. We begin in the gateway to the west in St. Louis, Missouri, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Drake May, excellent in the victory, as it's one that pushes his guys 2 games above 500. This one's been all you could hope for as an NFL fan. Just a 1-point game here at halftime. This has been as much fun as you could hope for with both these teams in it to win it.
Okay, Coach. Yeah, adjustments likely going to play a big role in this third quarter in what's been a tight contest so far. And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. And they've got the lead. CD, what do you think the message was at halftime?
I don't think the message was too drastic, I think, at the half, or that they need to change things too much. I do think the offensive line could play a little bit better, and I think they'll try and help them out more. They'll probably keep a tight end in a few more times and maybe add a running back to the formation and pick up those pass rushers, because they probably allowed a few too many sacks for comfort in the first half.
At the 34-yard line.
Throwing here, Purdy. And his throw's going to be incomplete.
As defensive coordinators around the league tell me all the time, that throw is not for every quarterback, because you've really got to drive the ball downfield. It's going to be a tight window for him to fit that one into. In this case, unsuccessfully.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. It's a pickup of 6.
I got a kick out of that one, partner. You and I talk often about trying to hide receivers in certain situations, but a guy of his size, can't really hide him. But the tight end drag route, definitely an effective way to sneak him across the formation for an easy completion and a first down.
Throw out wide is incomplete. Here's 2nd and 10. Purdy sets up to throw again. A short one here, caught by McBride.
He'll get only 3 there, so it leaves him with a 3rd and 7 ahead.
It's 3rd and 7.
And they'll send the tight end in motion here.
Purdy from the gun on 3rd down. Got his man, it's Warren.
And he's able to get this one out closer to midfield across the 45. 3 yards, all they could muster there, and it'll bring up 4th down. Here's Bradley Pinion now, as he's on for the 5th time here today. And he'll get off a fairly short kick here, as this is toward the sideline. And now where will the side judge stop his walk? That's the question. He says it crossed out of bounds at about the 17-yard line.
So now out comes this offense, led by their quarterback, as they take over once more. And he's in the midst of a very solid season, currently 2nd in the NFL in passing yards. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. And, Charles, they're certainly still right in this game, but they need that offense to wake up and in a hurry.
Yeah, I like the way you put it. They certainly did seem to sleepwalk a bit in the first half. Now that their defense has done its job, it's their turn now to go out and try and get some points.
So the opening play of the drive goes backwards. Now they'll come up on 2nd and 12. From the shotgun, it's Cousins.
Oh, he had a man open. He overshot him. It's incomplete.
An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on 3rd down. To throw is Cousins. They set up the screen for Henry. And they're going to get him down well short of the first, as he can only get this to about the 19. He did his best to just get 4 out of that, but not enough. And now 4th down. So they bring out their punter, as he'll punt it away for the 2nd time. .46 yards on the boot. The coverage holds him to just 3 on the return.
Salt Lake City's offense back onto the field.
And our game's hit a little bit of a lull here, a little bit of a snag. Punts on back-to-back drives.
And old school coaches don't necessarily mind that. Didn't turn it over, right? Didn't create a big play for the other team. Right now, what you're looking for.
Well, he's free going down the left side. It's a foot race. Touchdown. Jalen Waddle hitting double digits with his 10th touchdown of the season.
And the Elks are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. And he continues to be a focal point of this offense. That's now 10 touchdown catches for him on the year.
Now McManus to tack on the extra point. And it's up. It's good. Our score, 14-6. They certainly made quick work of that, ultra quick work. One of the fastest drives you'll ever see. Just one play resulting in the touchdown.
And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. And they have had their problems moving the ball through the air as we take you through some of the action from earlier. This secondary has played about as well as you can. Many times they've left this quarterback with nowhere to go with the football. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. These guys definitely hoping for a better showing than their last appearance. They couldn't really even move the football much beyond the shadows of their own goalpost, Charles. We'll see if they can get a better, more sustained drive going here.
Yeah, and every team that we ever talk to says the exact same thing. When you start a drive from that deep in your own territory, the goal is a minimum of at least 2 first downs, because even if you have to punt then, you change the field position, right? You flip the field a little bit. They didn't get that done. This time they want to string together a nice drive and help themselves out.
And he's brought down at the 34. Call it a gain of 4.
3rd and 4.
To throw, Cousins.
That's to the right sideline, and it falls incomplete.
Well, they certainly aren't letting up today, partner, because they've forced big turnovers already, and it's been incredibly tough for them to get yards against, let alone put points up on the board.
So they're forced to punt on 4th as this one's away. Call that a 45-yard punt, just 2 yards there on the return.
The Elks offense and receiver Jalen Waddle getting set for this next possession. And he was pretty much unguardable in that first half. You see the numbers there as they try to add to him here in this 3rd quarter.
The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive.
Well, partner, you know, coaches always say that every play is designed to score a touchdown. Sometimes that's not really true, but last drive, that was the case. One play to get into the end zone, and now they'll try to duplicate that success here.
And it's rare for those moments to happen. Incredible when they do. And you saw the celebration. Pure, unbridled joy after that one.
This one good for a first down, and also that is catch number 94 and now on the season.
Play action, and now here's Purdy to throw it.
He's got a man. It's his fullback. And he gets this up across the 35 before he's out of bounds.
From the 38 now, here's 2nd down and 3. Purdy will look to throw again here. He lets one go deep for Addison.
That's caught inside the 20. And he's able to get this way down deep into enemy territory. A big play there. 43 yards.
When they've needed a play this year, he's certainly been the guy to deliver it. As this season has gone on, he's been awfully consistent and sometimes spectacular.
So here's a 1st and 10 now, down inside the 20. Now a run with Warren.
They'll get forward for 3 down to the 16-yard line. In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
Yeah, and they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin, too.
And now they're inside the 10 as he's brought down at the 9. A gain of 3 last play. This time they double it and pick up 6.
Back to throw, Purdy. That's complete to McBride.
And he gets into the end zone for the touchdown.
Trey McBride.
A 9-yard touchdown grab.
And the Elks have taken a 2-touchdown lead now.
Well, we know someone just added to his touchdown passing total, but all he did was get the ball out quickly to his tight end and let him take care of business the rest of the way.
Now McManus for the extra point. It's up and good, and that'll make the score 21-6. So that winds up a 7-play drive all told.
And it was capped off by a touchdown reception from Trey McBride.
The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away.
And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line.
And now it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. We've got a man shaken up.
Now this is just the last thing you want to see in the final week of the regular season. Well, I hope he's okay. We'll step aside and be right back.
The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive.
Charles, a very uninspired effort the last time we saw them out there. It was a quick 3-and-out, then they punted the football.
Yeah, and you never want to get stopped so soundly during a series, but what would be even worse now is letting it happen again right here. They've got to get going.
Second down, they go again with Henry.
There's a nice move. He can't get him down. And he'll go out of bounds, it appears, right at the 45.
43 yards rushing for him now as he's carried it 13 times.
A solid run by Derrick Henry, and here's another 1st and 10. Throwing is Cousins. Throw right side, caught by Goddard, the tight end. And that's good for a pickup of 10 yards. And they'll be left with a second and about a foot. Now Cousins. Room to maneuver at the 35. And down to the 27-yard line. 8th catch for him now. He's been a big factor. And it's a 1st down.
It's taken a while for this offense to get going. A little creaky at the start, but they're oiled up now. A nice throw there, and they're really putting together a good drive.
Under a minute to go in this 3rd quarter as they come up 1st and 10. Henry up the middle. And he'll fight forward on the straight-ahead running for just a couple of yards. 2nd down.
From the 25, here's a 2nd and 8.
Now Cousins.
Out route pass complete to Goddard.
And they just keep marching right along. 1st down on a pickup of 8 there. 1 quarter remains here as the regular season starts to wind down. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back live here now in Salt Lake City, as it looks like we are just about set and ready to begin with the 4th. Inside handoff, Henry. And he'll get about 3 as he's taken down at the 14-yard line.
And they'll come up 2nd and 7.
Throwing, Cousins. Got his man complete over the middle. It's Brown. Give him a gain of 5 on the completion, and that'll leave him with a 3rd and 2. Cousins now.
Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. An effective 7-yard 3rd down conversion. 1st and goal, and they got to be thinking a chance to get right back into this football game.
Henry is not going anywhere. He'll be hit and dropped for no gain at the 2-yard line.
Not able to go anywhere that time. 2nd down. Here's Cousins. Touchdown! Dallas Goedert, a 2-yard touchdown grab.
And the Huskies are able to make some inroads here to that deficit. So this is now a 9-point difference. You figure the book here says kick the extra point, make it a 1-score game.
Now, you and I have seen coaches get overly aggressive in this spot, but I agree with you. Kick it here and get back within a score.
And now in a 9-point game, they'll still just need to go for 1 here. As this gets them back within a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. A pretty long drive that time. 11 plays all told.
And the drive was all finished off on the touchdown catch by Dallas Goedert. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line. The Elks offense and Brock Purdy getting ready for this next possession. And we'll take you through some of the highlights here. You'll notice he had a hand in a lot of them so far. He's got this offense rolling right now. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Their lead back down to 1 score after the touchdown a moment ago. First down's a must on this drive as they start out here 1st and 10.
And they're able to get this one across the 35.
Following the play now, they're going to stop the clock here as a man is shaken up. Well, week 18, this is just when you hope everybody can get through the regular season healthy, but the medical staff is going to have to take a look here, and we'll step aside. On the run, it's Warren.
And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
It's the loss of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 11 at the 36-yard line.
Purdy now to throw. Looking deep here from Mechie.
That's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
Just because you got the lead in the 4th, it doesn't mean you have to play it safe. I like the aggressive play call there to push it downfield. That time, it didn't work out.
And that's going to be incomplete. The contact there enough to jar that ball free, and it brings up 4th down. Here's Bradley Pena now as they're forced to kick for the 6th time today. And a fair catch signaled for and taken just outside the 20-yard line. A 40-yard punt, no return.
And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. And it feels like the momentum has shifted. They scored, then their defense forces that last punt. And now a chance to tie the game on this possession. Outright to Smith-Njigba.
And he'll be taken down, but not before they reach the 50. He got 29 yards that time.
And that's a much-needed first down right there. Look, they're down by 8. So logic says they don't have to get a touchdown out of this drive. But the way things are going, I don't know if I'd put it in the hands of my defense here. You might not get the ball back at all. So if a 4th down situation comes up, I'm thinking hard about going for it right here and right now.
Henry will get it. He's been busy today. And he's got room.
And some solid footwork there as he'll take this down to about the 38. 59 yards rushing for him now on 17 carries.
So here's a 1st and 10 at the 38. So it looks like somebody may have forgotten the snap count, and a 5-yard penalty ensues. The crowd's not doing that O-line any favors.
Home field advantage is really kicking in, making it very difficult for them to hear the snap count.
A false start backs them up 5, 1st and 15.
Brown goes in motion left.
Cousins. This will be caught by Brown. And they go backwards here, losing yardage back at the 48-yard line. The completion, but they go in the wrong direction. A loss of yards, and now they're dealing with a 2nd and long. In motion goes the tight end. Throwing on 2nd and long. Cousins. Got him in. It's Brown. And he's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. It's a pickup of 12, and that'll set up a 3rd down.
And that's an important completion right there, because that's going to do it. With that last pass, he eclipses Peyton Manning's all-time mark of 5,477 pass yards in a single season. I think the Engravers, they can get the MVP trophy ready. This has been a year for the ages as he stands alone in single-season passing.
One thing I think that's safe to say defensively, the tackling's been really good.
And because of that, it's been very, very hard for them to move the ball because you're not getting the benefits of run after catch. They're tackling them almost on the spot. That means they have to run extra plays, harder to move it.
They go for it on 4th down, but come up empty. And as a result, possession switches hands. So they've gone for it twice now on 4th down in this game, and both times unsuccessful.
I wish we could hear the headsets now between the head coach and the offensive coordinator. Now that they're 0 for 2, if they get into a third situation, head coach might say, hey, you got anything for this one? Might get radio silence back.
Here's Purdy. That's caught. Waddle on the left side. And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. Well, hang on now. We're going to pause here. We've got an injured player.
And this is certainly not what you want to see in the final week of the year. We'll be back.
Purdy will set up to throw it here. Finding room at midfield.
And he's going to get this into enemy territory at the 45. A nice pickup there of 11 yards, and it'll move the sticks. Back-to-back good plays have him on the move on 1st down.
Purdy off the play fake.
And he'll protect himself at the end here as he winds up getting pretty decent yardage. The improv on the scramble there gets him 6, and it'll be 2nd down.
Purdy looking to throw. A short one here, caught by McBride.
And tackled down after a gain of 3. Leaves him with 1 yard to go on 3rd down.
Completion was given up, but that's why you play zone defense, so that you can have people around the ball when it's caught, and you don't give up much run after the catch.
He's got his target. That's complete.
And they're going to be set up down around the 15-yard line. So much for the run on 3rd and 1. Instead, it's a big chunk in the pass game. 1st down.
And that certainly appears to be a critical conversion right there, because not only do they keep the drive going, they take valuable time off the clock as well. They have to feel really good about that last completion.
Line of scrimmage, the 15. It's 1st and 10. Here's Warren.
And he is going to lose yardage here. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
The short field shrinks even more with the type of bodies they brought in on that play. Those extra tight ends, they weren't able to secure their blocks, and that one ended up going backwards.
If nothing else, they've already taken a couple minutes off the clock here already as they come up 2nd down.
First carry of the game for Brian Robinson.
And different running back, same result as they stop him behind the line. So it's our home team here in possession of the football as we come back. They're facing a critical 3rd down now as they try to hold on to this lead.
They'll run it. Warren.
And they'll get him down right around the 16. And now right out of the 2-minute break, we'll get a timeout used defensively with 1:56 to go.
A 33-yard attempt.
The kick by McManus is good, and that will extend their lead even further.
So that one, CD, going to make the road back a lot more difficult.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. You know they were praying on the other sideline for a miss, because now, as you pointed out, a very difficult road. Down 2 scores. You don't just need a touchdown. You need a chain of events to go your way. You've got to score, somehow get the ball back, and score again. The odds of that happening, not great in your favor.
The Huskies offense and their quarterback set to take the field once more. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been that successful. He just processes things so quickly and makes the right read seemingly every time. And that's complete to Brown.
And he takes this up to the 40-yard line before being corralled.
This is 1st and 10.
From the gun, here's Cousins. He finds his man, complete. It's Brown. Now another timeout called for by the offense, as they'll get a chance to talk it over after picking up the 1st down.
That was a fun one to watch right there. A nice in-breaking route and plenty of room in the middle of the field. And he was able to get behind the linebackers and grab the completion for a really good pickup.
Cousins.
Smith and Jigba with the grab.
And he gets this inside the 35-yard line.
One timeout at their disposal, but more pressing is the need for 2 scores, obviously. Here's 1st and 10.
And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard.
And he'll get this underneath to Henry.
And they'll work it inside the 15-yard line before it's all said and done. Now the offense will burn their 3rd and final timeout as the clock will stop with just under 30 seconds left to go. And he's got his man in stride, complete. And the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves him with 2 to go on 2nd down. So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys. And we talk so much about the turnover battle, determining who wins, who loses. This game, no exception. Air-free football, no turnovers at all, and they win it.
So this is one you don't have to convince your team that what you're saying is accurate. And you know what I'm talking about. Head coach always stands up in front of the team and says, guys, if we do this, this, and this, we'll win. And usually they say if we win the turnover battle, we'll win. Well, here's the proof right there. Win the turnover battle. Go on to victory. Now the guys believe. You move on to the next lesson where you have to convince them. This one is now planted.
So for Salt Lake City,
the win here in Week 18 gives them a pivotal 11th win on the year, running their final mark to 11-6.
And now they'll await the final seeding for the playoffs ahead. Meanwhile, for Toronto,
this loss will be the capper to what will be a disappointing 5-12 campaign.
And with some high picks coming in this spring's draft, it's a team for whom a roster overhaul may be on the way.
Catch you now.